541 Chapter 542 Research Projects on Biological Evolution Factors. Just as Ion's words came into his ears and he faintly rejected the proposal, Jack and Gigi couldn't help showing unwilling looks on their faces. Yamato knocked the mace in his hand to the ground and asked Jack and Gaku, "Speaking of which, what happened to the Island of Ghosts?" Just a Jack, who rolled over and slumped on the ground holding the last glimmer of hope, said, "This time, under the leadership of Boss Kaido, we fought the red-haired pirates on a desert island near Wano. After more than a day of fierce fighting, we saw that Boss Kaido was about to win." Jack clenched his fists and hit the ground heavily, saying, "The Navy has launched a humiliation against us and the red-haired pirates." Having said that, Jack, who noticed Ion's presence, paused and stammered to correct. "Fought, launched a battle. Under the disadvantage of the number of people, Kaido boss led me, Gigi Mu and some of the Cotters to evacuate the battlefield and return to the Wano country." Hearing this, Yamato couldn't help turning his head to look at Yan. Yan nodded truthfully, confirming the authenticity of what Jack said, and said, "The Navy and the pirates are inherently hostile existences. The result of that war was indeed that Kaido fled in embarrassment with some of his Cotters in the form of a blue dragon. It is precisely because of this that the Navy took the opportunity to fight the beast pirates. The idea of the regiment's complete destruction. I will accidentally drown when the naval fleet is shipwrecked." And Jack didn't dare to refute Ion, just opened his mouth to tell what happened next. "It's just that what awaits us in the Wanakuni is the revolutionary army that has already captured the Onigiri island, and under the suppression of the man called Yi Xiao, including Brother Yin and Brother Quinn, many tired and seriously injured Cotters in NEI fell one after another, and in the end only the boss of Kaido was still fighting with Drago." But Jack raised his eyes and said with clenched fists, "Boss Kaido must not be dead, including Brother Jin and Brother Quinn, and most of the Cotters are still alive." Ian asked with a calm expression, "Oh, why are you so sure?" "Because during the coma, I woke up a little earlier than the Revolutionary Army expected, so I watched the Revolutionary Army transport some of the Cotters such as Brother Jin and Brother Quinn with my own eyes." According to the conversations of those members of the Revolutionary Army, what should be the purpose of the laboratory? What kind of experimental materials should Brother Yin and Brother Quinn be used as experimental materials? Jack gritted his teeth. As for Boss Kaido, it must be the same. Boss Kaido's physique and vitality are so terrifying, it is absolutely impossible to be killed. Really? The Revolutionary Army actually did this kind of unconscionable human experiment in private? It seems that this matter needs to be reported to the world government, and the danger level of the Revolutionary Army has been raised again. Ian pushed his glasses and asked while scolding the Revolutionary Army for what they had done. "Besides these, have you heard any important information? For example, the destination, the route of the flight, the combat strength of the guards, etc. If it is valuable information, maybe it will be helpful to rescue Yin and Quinn." Help. Hearing this, Jack tried his best to think about it, but he shook his head helplessly while frowning. When Ion saw this, there was a look of regret on his face, and in his heart he dispelled the idea of sending Jack to accompany Yin and Quinn. At present, it seems that the rough-skinned Jack did wake up earlier than expected, but it should only be a little bit of information overheard from the members of the Revolutionary Army who were responsible for escorting Yin and Quinn. Innocent. As for the so-called experiment, it is naturally the experiment in charge of Lugo, whose full name is now Biological Evolution Factor Research Project. The 100 Beasts Pirates includes the officials, including Kaido, were used as experimental materials, and Ion didn't think there was anything wrong with them. When those villains are raging on the sea with their own power, spreading killing and fear, they should have the same consciousness of being killed. Not to mention that Ion is letting them play the last remaining heat for this, make effective sacrifices for the future of the sea. Then there's no way, Jack. Ion sighed and said in a comforting tone, "After I reunite with the Navy, I will report this news to the Navy headquarters and the world government as soon as possible, and then try my best to find the location of the Revolutionary Army laboratory." After a pause, Yamato continued, "For Yamato's sake, if there is news, I will notify Yamato as soon as possible." Hearing Yen's remarks that were quite face-saving and even went against his stance, Yamato patted Yen's shoulder quite moved and said, "Thanks, Ion." Ian said with a bit of shame on his face, "You're welcome. I didn't mean to rescue the pirates, just to fight the Revolutionary Army." Immediately, Yamato put his hands on his hips and taught the remnants of the 100 Beasts pirates in front of him with the other. "Then did you hear? Ion will try his best to find Jin and Quinn. As for you guys wanting to make a big fuss in Wano country, you are just trying to vent your anger. Maybe the laboratory is in the Wano country? The periphery of the Wano country is surrounded by extremely bad weather. Except for knowing a special way, it is difficult for any ship to leave unimpeded, so their laboratory is in the Wano country." Ji Wood retorted with some dissatisfaction. Bullshit, Yamato retorted without hesitation. How many years has the Wano country been scourged by you? How could the Revolutionary Army have the opportunity to secretly set up a laboratory in the Wano country in advance? As soon as these words came out, the remnants of the 100 Beasts pirates who were present couldn't help but become speechless. I have to say that Yamato, who is relatively familiar with the 100 Beasts pirates, can be regarded as hitting the deepest thoughts of these guys all at once. In addition to wanting to take the opportunity to rescue their companions, they were more for revenge against the Revolutionary Army and to vent their inner anger. Really? That's how it is? Yan, who was beside him, rubbed his chin and said, since that's the case, then you can't just let go of you guys. Immediately, Ion pulled out the soul-chopping blade from his waist and spoke calmly. Either you will die under my sword, or you will come with me wearing Shanghai Loshi chains. 542. The 540th chapters of the imminent war in the country of Wano. In an instant the expressions of the remnants of the 100 Beasts pirates present changed. Death, of course, is not the pursuit of pirates. In addition to various desires, what they pursue is the so-called freedom, and they have just regained their freedom under Yamato's release, and it is almost impossible for them to wear Shanghai Loshi handcuffs and become prisoners of the navy again. Only, seeing Ion's expression getting colder, the remnants of the beast pirates swallowed their saliva, but they also understood that based on the reaction of Jack and Tim to Ion, it was almost impossible for them to be this man's opponent. However, when the eyes of these 100 beast pirates remnants turned, they soon noticed the existence of Yamato, and their eyes suddenly lit up. Hey, no, Yamato-sama, we are companions. Sir Yamato, you can't ignore us. Help, Yamato-sama. For a time, many remnants of the 100 beasts pirates cried out to Yamato for help. However, Yamato frowned and said dissatisfiedly, who is your companion? I have never officially joined the 100 beasts pirates. In the past, the 100 beasts pirates was the target I wanted to defeat. As soon as these remarks came out, the hearts of the 100 beasts pirates remnants who were present were half cold. When Ion saw this, he raised his eyebrows slightly and said to Yamato, really? You didn't think about sheltering these guys? If that's the case, I'll be relieved. Otherwise, because of your kindness, I wouldn't be able to deal with them. In an instant, these 100 beast pirates remnants became more and more panicked, and their request to Yamato became more intense. But Yamato's expression never wavered, and he even revealed his disgust for the 100 beasts pirates, until a pirate opened his mouth and said, Sir Yamato, don't you also want to deal with the Revolutionary Army? We are an indispensable fighting force. Hearing this sentence, Yamato's expression became moved. It is indeed Yamato's original idea to find a way to gather more forces to expel the Revolutionary Army from the Wano country. Although Yamato knows that the world government is also eyeing the Wano country, even if the Revolutionary Army is really expelled, it may not usher in a better result, but it is necessary to gather enough power under his command. Of 273, Yamato fell into a sinking in the groan. This opened the mouth as if he had made up his mind. It's not impossible to get my shelter, but it's absolutely impossible to use the name of the beast pirates. Immediately, Yamato's voice stopped, and the overlord's domineering appeared unconsciously on his body, and announced loudly, Samurai group, I will set up a warrior group of 10,000 beasts. If you are willing to give up your status as the 100 beast pirates, then I will allow you to join my warrior group of 10,000 beasts. For a time, the remnants of the 100 beasts pirates present couldn't help but be a little stunned. For these pirates, the 100 beasts pirates is the name they used to be proud of. Although the 100 beasts pirates is almost practically destroyed now, it is better to let them voluntarily abandon this name. Hesitation appeared on his face, and Yamato also turned his head and asked Yan, hey, Ion, join the warrior of all beasts. I'll leave you a position as the deputy leader. Ion's expression twitched vaguely and refused. No, I'm not interested in being a samurai. After a pause, Ion's eyes swept over the remnants of the 100 beast pirates in front of him and said, but if these sea debris are willing to abandon their pirate status and follow you, I can barely pretend I haven't seen them. As Ion's words sounded, it was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Compared with death or being thrown into the underwater prison, it seems that following Yamato, the daughter of the former governor Kaido, is not so unacceptable. For a time, many remnants of the 100 beasts pirates voluntarily and enthusiastically joined Yamato's newly established beasts warriors. In the end, Yamato turned his attention to Jack and Gigi, who had been silent for a while. At the same time, the situation in Wano is also surging at the moment, as the Navy successfully established a foothold in the Kuri area of Wano country, while sending a large number of navies to look for Ion along the coastline. It was also constantly investigating the information of Wano country and the Revolutionary Army. After almost a day of investigation, with a large number of naval intelligence personnel and even Admiral Palsolino personally dispatched. A large amount of information was gathered in the hands of Admiral Crane, which also gave Admiral Crane an understanding of the situation in the Wano country. The basic judgment has already been made. At this moment the Revolutionary Army eliminated the 100 Beasts pirates and overthrew the current general of the Wanyo, the Black Charcoal Orakai, and was frantically trying to find a way to occupy the Wanyo land. However, even though the Revolutionary Army has the reputation of destroying the 100 Beast pirates, as an outsider it is still instinctively resisted by the local forces of Wano country. In particular, the anxious action of the Revolutionary Army to occupy land and seize political power has led to the emergence of resistance forces of various sizes in all parts of the Wano country. It's just that compared with the Revolutionary Army, the storms that the local resistance forces in the Wano country can set off are too inconspicuous. If there is no interference from other forces, it will only take a week at most. Then the Revolutionary Army will push all the local resistance waves, enough to initially bring all areas of the entire Wanyo except the Julai area under control. The Revolutionary Army cannot be allowed to completely gain a foothold in the country of Wano, otherwise the threat of the Revolutionary Army will only be more serious than that of the 100 Beast pirates. During the emergency meeting organized by General Crane, the image projected by the video phone bug showed a very tired expression, and even the Marshal of the Warring States period, whose eyes were still a little red, clearly shouted, "Although Lieutenant General Ion's whereabouts are still unknown, he can no longer wait like this." Lieutenant General Crane. "Yes, Lieutenant General." He stood up and replied. The Warring States Marshal also had a solemn expression and ordered, "This time, the Wano country combat troops are still under your full command. Be sure to prevent the Revolutionary Army from occupying the Wano country, otherwise, with the natural barrier shelter of the outer sea area, it is likely to breed a threat to the peace of the entire sea crisis. In addition, it will only take 5 days at most, and Lieutenant General Garp and 3 CP0 teams will arrive at the Wano country as reinforcements." Hearing this sentence, the spirit of the naval generals present could not help but be shocked. Justice wins. P.S. Normal update will resume tomorrow. 543 Chapter 544 Where did Dad go? As the phone call for this emergency military meeting hung up, the Marshal of the Warring States period, who was sitting in the Marine Fantayo office of the Navy headquarters, was almost instantly paralyzed. "Yan, where did you bastard die for, Laozi?" The Warring States Marshal slammed the desk hard, his tone full of complexity. "Growing up, this bastard has never given himself peace of mind. When I was a child, I was frail and sickly, and when I grew up, I gradually became the top powerhouse in the sea, but there were still frequent accidents, and now I even suffered a shipwreck and disappeared. And because of this," the Warring States Marshal suddenly realized that the bastard's combat power was already an indispensable part of the Navy. If Ion hadn't been shipwrecked and disappeared, then under the joint efforts of Ion and Palsolino, it should not be impossible to expel the Revolutionary Army from the Wano country, or even wipe it out. But when the top combat power is only Palsolino, the situation becomes quite complicated. Now in the entire New World Sea area, the only top-level combat power that can be mobilized is Lieutenant General Garp. It's just that the Warring States Marshal did not forget the father-son relationship between Lieutenant General Garp and Drago. It is obviously unrealistic to want Lieutenant General Garp to deal with Drago with all his strength. Therefore, even if Lieutenant General Garp was able to rush to the Wano country, it could only be used as a guarantee that the naval force would not be destroyed. Fortunately, the world government seems to attach great importance to the Revolutionary Army and dispatched 3 CP0 teams to assist at one time, which may play a role in finalizing the word, but not necessarily. However, the most important thing now is to rely on Lieutenant General Crane. In any case, the Revolutionary Army cannot actually obtain the ruling power of the Wano country, otherwise the Revolutionary Army will monopolize the resources of Halestone and use Dora. The dangerous thoughts that Grid has shown in the past will definitely try to subvert the sea. It's just that the naval force is alone. The longer the delay, the greater the variables will be. Just when the Warring States Marshal was fighting hard while thinking about the situation in which the Wanakuni would be difficult to ride a tiger, he was thinking about how to dispatch more combat power from the naval headquarters to support. Dong dong dong. There was a quick knock on the door, and then the office door was opened directly. Feeling this rude behavior, the Warring States Marshal quickly covered up the classified documents on the action on the table while frowning and scolding angrily. "I didn't say there's nothing urgent, and don't bother me." However, when the Warring States Marshal saw the figure standing at the door, the voice suddenly stopped. "I saw Sara and Ying standing side by side at the door, but there were obvious tears on their faces that made people feel distressed, and the red eyes seemed to overflow at any any time. The Warring States Marshal's face twitched fiercely, and then he tried his best to put a smile on his face and said, Kong, Ying, why are you here? Didn't Grandpa say that he would go back to accompany you as soon as possible tonight? Dad. Ying's mouth was slightly flattened, and she said sobbing, Where's Dad? I want Dad. The Warring States Marshal felt bad in his heart and quickly stood up from behind the desk and walked towards Sara Yuing, comforting him. Didn't Ion go out on a mission? He'll be back soon. Liar, lie, lie. It's just that in the past there was always a look of a good girl, and her expression suddenly became angry. The violent overlord's domineering burst out so that the entire naval building had a strong sense of vibration. At this moment I could feel the domineering arrogance of Ying, who has been admired by Zifa countless times at close range, and even the eyes of the Warring States Marshal could not help showing strong surprise. This level of overlord's arrogance, as a man who also has the qualification of a king, Marshal of the Warring States period, is more aware of this level of domineering than Zifa. Even if he looks at the whole sea, it is relatively rare. And when Marshal of Warring States was surprised, and he was completely at a loss as to how to comfort Ying, who used to be very well behaved, Sara drank sharply. Ying, calm down. When the sky suddenly shouted this, Ying seemed to be startled, and even the domineering arrogance subconsciously put away. The wet eyes looked at the sky with incomparably pitiful eyes and said, Cho Kong, these people are lying to us. My father is already dead. They are all lying to us. I don't like Malin Fanduo anymore. Woo. Hearing the words, Kong couldn't help but pursed his lips tightly, and then raised his eyes to look at the Warring States Marshal, as if hoping to get an answer from the Warring States Marshal. Ugh. At this moment the Warring States Marshal did not dare to look directly at Sara and Ying in front of him for some reason. Ian suffered a small shipwreck, so for the time being I just lost contact with the main force. I believe Ion's trace will be found soon. Sara's slightly red eyes stared at the Sengoku Marshal and asked calmly, Grandpa, what is the probability that father is still alive? The Warring States Marshal gritted his teeth, not willing to lie to his most beloved Sara and Ying. Sara's expression became complicated, and he took a deep breath and said, It turns out that I understand, Grandpa. Keep busy. Ying, let's go. I believe that Grandpa is more anxious than us at this moment, so don't put any more burden on Grandpa. Immediately, Sara pulled Ying and walked out of the office. Hey, Sara, Ying. Marshal Warring States chased a few steps outside the office, but Sara Yuing didn't mean to stop and quickly disappeared around the corner of the corridor. The Warring States Marshal was anxious and subconsciously wanted to catch up, but his footsteps stopped again, and he looked towards the pile of office documents in the office. The two successive wars have created a lot of problems that need to be dealt with, and when a large number of combat forces are deployed, it has also led to emergencies in many branches and subdivisions. As a naval marshal, the Warring States Marshal has too many things to deal with personally. At this moment it is simply lack of separation. It's okay. Sara is quite sensible and will comfort Ying well. The Marshal of the Warring States period comforted himself, and immediately after urgently dealing with the commotion in the naval building caused by the outbreak of the fire, he threw himself back into his busy work. Outside the office building, Ying, who was being pulled by Sara, paused, wiped the tears on his face, and said firmly with red eyes full of light, Kong, I'm going to find my father. 544 Chapter 545 Images prepared in advance. What a willful speech, Ying. Sara replied in a helpless tone. Have you considered the very serious consequences that will arise? Would those things be more serious than losing my father forever? Ying's eyes were firmer than ever before. It is very likely that father is now alone in the rough sea, waiting for rescue, but it won't help us when we arrive at Wano country. Sara calmly analyzed. Ying shook his head suddenly, as if to show his attitude of refusing to listen to any advice, and said willfully, It doesn't matter even if there is a glimmer of hope. Father must not be left pitifully in that place called Wanakuni. Sara noticed that he and Ying seemed to have attracted the attention of many navy around, and quickly pulled Ying aside and said, It's better to discuss this matter with Grandpa, or find a way to discuss it with your mother. I do not want it. Ying rejected Sara's suggestion without hesitation, then turned her head and planned to walk in the direction of the port. Hey, Ying, I said you don't even know how to get to Wano country, right? Sara said in a helpless tone. Ying's expression froze, but her eyes remained unshakable. That kind of thing doesn't matter. Even if it's a swim, I have to swim to the Wano country, not to mention that there are many interesting partners in the sea. They will give me a ride. Tisk, what an idiot's speech. Sara shook his head helplessly and said, Come with me, Ying. I've already figured out how to go to the Wano country. Ying's expression was stunned for a moment. She looked at Sara in surprise and asked, Are you going to? Sara smiled helplessly and said, Since my sister is so self-willed, what else can I do as a brother besides being self-willed with you? Just hearing this sentence, Ying's face couldn't help showing an embarrassed expression reaction. She gently bit her thumb and said, "But Sara's health is so bad. What if you die halfway through?" In this way, Ying not only loses her father but also her brother. In an instant, Sara's smile completely froze on his face, and a sense of rejection and frustration rose in his heart. "But it's okay." Ying patted Kong on the shoulder with a confident expression on his face and said, "I have learned how to fight during this time, and I will protect you, Sara, then trouble you," Sara said feebly, then stretched out his hand and pulled Ying towards the direction of the home yard. "Sara, then what is the method you said to go to the Wano country?" Ying Buwen asked. Sara explained in a low voice, "When I was in the office just now, Grandpa subconsciously covered up the documents on the desktop, which were probably secret documents related to combat. For today's Marin Fando, the most important battle is nothing more than the war in the country of Wano. Based on this, it is very likely that Grandpa will mobilize warships to the country of Wano for support in the near future." "Then what are we going to do at home?" Ying asked. "Are you an idiot? We are going to leave Marine Fando this time. We must make adequate preparations in advance, prepare things that may be useful, and then find a way to sneak into the warship." Sara proposed a relatively simple and feasible plan. 274. Then, after Sara quickly returned to the courtyard, he was quickly packing food, weapons, and other necessary items with Ying when he suddenly thought of something, and then dragged Ying directly to Yan's room. "Empty. What are you doing in your father's room?" Some of the eyes that saw Siren couldn't help but sparkle again. "My father once explained to me that if he has any death accident and is at a loss, then he can come here to open an organ," Sara answered while looking for the mechanism that Ion had explained. Crack clap clap. Then, in Ying's somewhat confused eyes, the big bed in the center of the room fell directly into the ground, revealing an underground passage. Why is there an underground passage in father's room? Could it be that father used to secretly go out to play here? Hearing Ying's question, Sara shook his head, also full of confusion. Regarding the secret in his father's room, Sara was also told by Ion in a very serious tone a few months ago. "Go down and have a look." However, out of trust in Ion, Sara didn't think much about it at all, dragged Ying and walked into the underground passage, and after Kong and Ying entered it, the entrance of the underground passage also after disappearing, the big bed was restored in the distance again, and the rows of lights in the underground passage also lit up, illuminating the road ahead for the sky and the light. At this moment, in front of Kong Yueying, a video phone worm suddenly opened its eyes, and a pre-recorded image appeared in front of Kong Yueying. Yo! In the video, Ion, who was fishing on a boat, waved at Sara and Ying. Seeing this, Ying couldn't help getting excited and asked, "Father, are you still alive? Where are you?" The relatively attentive Sara has noticed that Ion's background is at twilight. Obviously, this is probably just a pre-recorded image. "At this time, maybe something has happened to me," Ion in the video said in a helpless tone. "It's a pity. It seems that I have become a loser, and I have even affected you. I hope you can forgive my father's incompetence and willfulness. In the next life when your father can't protect you, Kong, I hope you can protect your sister, Ying. Don't be self-willed and listen to your brother more. If you can, I hope you can live incognito or simply pursue your own ideals instead of thinking about avenging your father. It's not a pity that my father died in pursuit of his ideals. The only pity is that there is no way for you to see the new era that your father wants to create for your generation." Immediately, in the image, Ian stretched out his hand and touched the glittering glint in the corner of his eye, and then showed a smile again and said, "Father's backhand in Marinfondo will delay you, so let's move on along the underground passage." Kong, Ying, at the end of the passage there is a little self-preservation gift that father can prepare for you and leave Marinfondo. Lots of tools. Besides, father will always love you both. With the end of the last sentence, the image was finally frozen in Yan's warm smile, as if he wanted to leave a good impression in Sara and Ying's mind. 545-546 chapters officially started the war. Third more. Woo-oh. In an instant, Ying's cry could not help but echoed loudly in the underground passage. "My father is indeed dead. Woo-oh, brother, we don't have a father anymore. How to do? After receiving the last words left by Ion, Sara's expression also collapsed abnormally, and his heart, which could barely keep calm, also became a mess. What is the meaning of the words left by the father? Could it be that the death of my father was not just a shipwreck? That's right, it's definitely not a shipwreck. How could that stupid father die because of the so-called shipwreck? Although he didn't know how strong his father was, Sara gradually realized that Ion was definitely the top figure in the sea. Has father been plotted against or killed? Did my father hope to change something, try to create a new era, and then fail and die? As for the murderer, the information revealed in father's words was nothing more than asking them to leave Marine Fando as soon as possible. So, the enemy is the Navy, or the world government. There were bloodshot eyes in Sara's eyes. Unprecedented sadness and anger filled his heart, and he even vaguely felt that the whole world was moving away from him, and Ying's cry seemed to be looming. "No, calm down, calm down." Sara bit the tip of his tongue hard, panting hard to calm himself down, and muttering quickly, "My father said that all pure anger is just incompetent rage, and you must maintain relative calmness at all times to make anger become power." Immediately, Sara dragged Ying quickly along the underground passage while constantly analyzing the information revealed by Yan in his mind. First of all, is there any fraud in the image? Was the underground passage not built by the father? Moreover, some of the words Father Sama said seemed to conflict with the current situation to some extent. But one thing seems to be certain: the Navy and the world government cannot be trusted for the time being, and they must keep a distance. While Sara's heart was still in a mess, Sara and Ying soon reached the end of the underground passage. "This is..." Sara's eyes widened, looking at the things in front of him incredulously. Even Ying was subconsciously distracted by the things in front of him, and temporarily forgot to cry. At the same time, Yan, who was used to doing everything he could do according to the worst plan, was completely unaware that the warring states marshal could not hide the news of his disappearance, and even let the news spread to Kong and Ying in the naval school. Let Sara open the escape plan prepared for them in advance. That escape plan was prepared by Ion in the worst situation, that he accidentally revealed his identity, and even was besieged to death. In order to avoid the world government will liquidate Ion's blood and put Sara and Ying in danger. "Hey," I said, "Ian, come and help Busy. Go and move that big rock away." The image and temperament have gradually been completely adapted to the identity of the boss, Yamato. He is constantly commanding the One Beast warriors composed of the remnants of the 100 Beasts pirates to clean up the ruins of the Demon Island. But he noticed it aside Ion, who was looking up at the sky with dejected eyes. And Ion looked in the direction Yamato pointed, and found a mountain that was half collapsed to the ground. Ion's mouth twitched, took a sip of a cup of hot tea, and replied calmly, "Can't move." "Didn't you say that you are the top powerhouse in the sea? Can't even lift a single stone?" Yamato questioned again. "My strength is not reflected in this," Ian responded. "Tisk, it's not reflected in this aspect. What else can there be?" Yamato said contemptuously, and then shouted at Jack, "Jack, that rock, move away." "Yes, boss." Jack responded uncomfortably, then suddenly raised the small half of the mountain by himself and walked towards the beach step by step. In this regard, Ion's expression is still stern, and in response to Yamato's eyes, there is no change in his expression, and he said, "People can't be compared like this. A strong physique doesn't mean everything. For example." Yamato asked in disbelief. Yan took another sip of the hot tea and replied, "Jack can never touch his back." In an instant, many pirates around who heard the sentence cast angry glances at Ian, but quickly retracted their gazes. While Yamato frowned slightly, he asked inexplicably, "Is it so difficult?" Immediately, Yamato turned his hands upside down, raised his chest, and touched his back. Standing on Yamato's side, Ion's eyes swept away inadvertently, and he couldn't help sighing inwardly. "It's so turbulent that the bandages can't restrain it." Immediately, Ion's expression straightened and reminded Yawa, "Stop playing. Quickly clean up the ruins, find out the treasure left by the beast pirates and a lot of weapons, and can't stay in the island of ghosts. Don't forget, there is a possibility that the revolutionary army will turn back and the entire island of ghosts will become our grave." When Yamato heard this, he nodded and joined the work of cleaning up the ruins himself. After all, for Yamato, the warrior of all beasts, which seems to be a head-scratcher, there are indeed members. However, weapons and equipment, living materials, and operating funds are not prepared at all, so the only way is to find the things left by the 100 Beast pirates. And Ian took another sip of hot tea, and while warming up his body, he looked in the direction of the main island of Wanakuni from a distance. The war in Wano should have already begun, right? At the same time, a war broke out in the Rabbit Bowl area in the middle of the Wano country, Guri area, and the Flower Capital area. The Navy in white military uniforms and the Revolutionary Army in grey cloaks are fighting each other fiercely. It's just different from the war between the Navy and the pirates. As a kind of regular army, the Navy and the Revolutionary Army play a war sequence that is not pure blood and courage. Bang bang bang. In this Rabbit Bowl area, which is dominated by wasteland landforms, the Navy rarely felt the feeling of being suppressed by firepower. A large number of members of the Revolutionary Army poured firepower into positions prepared in advance. Even if there were occasional strong admirals who tried to break through the position with personal bravery, they would be attacked by specially made sea tower bullets and blocked by the combat power of the Revolutionary Army. 546 Chapter 547 Distinct Tactical Systems. Revolutionary Army. In a command post established on the top of a hill, General Crane observed the direction of the battlefield from a distance, and his expression could not help but gradually become solemn. If the clothes on both sides were ignored, then Lieutenant General Crane would even think that the Navy was on the opposite side, and his side was wandering flying soldiers. Lieutenant General Crane's eyes can be said to be vicious, and after just a short battle for half a day, she was aware of the problem. Unlike each Navy general who led his own subordinates to attack, the defensive line formed by the Revolutionary Army consisted of 3 or 5 people working together as a team, and the 2 teams were vaguely horned as a group, and 3 groups were tied together in a position. Groups like this are faintly dotted on the defense line set up by the Revolutionary Army like stars with hidden laws, forming a large net with crossed firepower and almost no dead ends to block the naval offensive. What tactic is this? Lieutenant General Crane inexplicably felt a feeling of being crushed tactically and said incredulously, "That guy Darag has grown to such an extent that he can set up such a line of defense." In the absence of his mind, Lieutenant General, he suddenly felt a sense of trepidation. In this battlefield with only 1,000 people, the advantages that the defense line laid out by the Revolutionary Army can reflect is not very big. However, what if it was a battlefield of tens of thousands of people? General Crane has a hunch that if the scale of the battlefield is expanded to more than 10,000 people, the situation may be the result of being crushed. "Sister Crane, what's wrong?" Noticing the change in the expression of Lieutenant General Crane, who has always been calm, he guarded the command post. Jun couldn't help but be a little surprised. Hearing this sentence, General Crane recovered slightly, put down the telescope in his hand, and said, "If I'm not mistaken, what the revolutionaries are showing today seems to be a very advanced tactical system." "Tactical system?" Jun asked with some doubts. Lieutenant General Crane said with a frown, "It's different from the concept of always attaching importance to individual martial arts. It seems to pursue a tactical system of group cooperation." On the side, Lieutenant General T. Dolphin said in disapproval, "Doesn't this just mean that the individual strength of the Revolutionary Army is weak?" "No, it's not that simple," Lieutenant General Crane said with a bit of worry on his face. "In front of the eyes or from the bright side, it just makes people feel that these revolutionary armies cooperate with each other tacitly. But if it is a large core battle, as long as the top combat power does not reach the gap of the crushing degree, then the tactical system in front of me will be fully exerted. If so, the power that can be exerted can be quite terrifying. The concerns of the world government and the warring states are not wrong. The Revolutionary Army does have the ability to endanger the world, and they cannot be allowed to occupy the Wano country." Speaking of which, Lieutenant General Crane's attitude was unprecedentedly firm, and he said, "Don't make unnecessary temptations, and immediately try to break through the defense line of the Revolutionary Army." As Vice Admiral Crane continued to issue various orders, including General Paul Salino, there were also 6 Vice Admirals of the Navy headquarters who shot at almost the same time, trying to forcibly shred the defense line of the Revolutionary Army. Almost in an instant, Paul Salino turned into a yellow flash and appeared above the Revolutionary Army. His mouth slightly twitched. "Feel the weight of the light." The next moment, Paul Salino's hands crossed his chest, flashed a dazzling light, which was the prelude to the ultra-large-scale attack move 8-foot Kyan Goyu. However, just when the Revolutionary Army's position was about to be baptized by countless terrifying light bombs, a terrifying pressure suddenly oppressed Paul Salino, so that Paul Salino instantly produced a kind of mountain range. The illusion, the whole person fell madly towards the ground. Elementalization. In the next moment, Paul Salino's body disintegrated into countless photons, got rid of the terrifying gravity, and when he returned to human form again, he turned his eyes and looked at a blind middle-aged man standing in the Revolutionary Army's position. 275. "Where did the monster come from?" Paul Salino pushed his sunglasses and said with a twitchy expression, and the ground under Yu Xiao's feet suddenly cracked a small piece, carrying Yu Xiao, and flew up to the sky above Paul Salino, and said calmly, "As an admiral of your excellency, is it too much to take action against these young people directly? If your excellency doesn't dislike it, you can try your best to be your excellency's opponent in the next smile." After all, before Paul Salino could respond, he smiled and waved the staff and knife in his hand, and a purple flying slash burst in the direction of Paul Salino. Hey, you're talking too much about yourself, aren't you?" Paul Salino said in a slightly dissatisfied tone, and instantly condensed the Sky Kong cloud sword composed of a large number of photons from his hand. Boom. Good weight. When Paul Salino came into contact with that purple flying slash, he subconsciously had this feeling in his heart. That seemingly invisible flying slash seemed to contain the weight of several naval battleships. Almost in an instant, Paul Salino, who had made a mistake in his judgment, was pushed horizontally hundreds of meters away, and left the sky above the defense line of the Revolutionary Army. This is fluttering fruit. No, this is supposed to be the ability of heavy fruit. Paul Salino's thoughts turned sharply, and he quickly judged the ability of the blind middle-aged man in front of him, and it suddenly became difficult. This is a powerful devil fruit that is completely opposite to the piao fruit eaten by golden lion Lion Shiki. The ability of Piao fruit is to make objects completely free from the influence of gravity and float under the manipulation of those who are capable. The heavy fruit is the strength and direction of gravity that can be used at will and even does not need to rely on any objects at all and can directly manipulate the gravity of a certain area out of thin air. The Tiankong cloud sword in Paul Celino's hand flashed, and while the purple flying slash flew back towards the sky, he said a slightly solemn expression, "Tisk, monster." However, before Paul Celino could finish his words, he stepped on a small piece of soil and approached Paul Celino with a smile. The staff and knife he held in his hand seemed to have a terrifying gravity condensed. The next moment Paul Celino's tightly closed eyes revealed a little whiteness, and at the same time the staff and knife in his hand moved towards Paul Celino with the momentum of IAI. Gravity knife tiger. Boom. In an instant the terrifying gravity swept out like a tsunami along the direction of the sword's swing. Not just the smile of fighting Paul Celino in the sky, but the other vice admirals of the Navy headquarters who tried to tear apart the defense line of the Revolutionary Army with their personal combat power were also intercepted. 547 Chapter 548 Strategic Retreat. Of course, not everyone has the combat power of a Lieutenant Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Perhaps looking at the whole sea, the Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, there is a visible gap between their strength and the top level, but each of them is truly powerful and can be called the core combat power of the Navy. For example, Peach Rabbit Jun and T Dolphin are much more powerful than the General Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Therefore, despite the emergence of dozens of powerful revolutionary forces in the Revolutionary Army's positions, they could only barely intercept the ravages of the Vice Admirals of the Navy headquarters with mutual cooperation. In this way, it is inevitable that the Revolutionary Army line of defense will be torn open one after another, allowing the rest of the Navy to break through. In the face of the strong suppression of the Navy, Darag, who stayed behind the Revolutionary Army line of defense, did not intend to take action at all, but issued one order after another through the special communication device of the Revolutionary Army, directing the whole army to constantly communicate with each other, cover and retreat with layers of interception. For the Revolutionary Army, the number of times that the regime has been quietly overthrown in a rioting country is not rare, but in that case, in addition to the weak Kingdom Army, the Revolutionary Army needs to deal with some thugs and pirates who take the opportunity to make trouble. It was the first time for the Revolutionary Army to really face an opponent like the Navy, which was a valuable experience. For this reason, more than half of this group of people participating in the defense line are the backbone of the military command of the future Revolutionary Army scheduled by Darag. Especially in the future, once the Revolutionary Army really starts a wave of war all over the world, it is impossible for the Revolutionary Army in every region to maintain an advantage in high-end combat power. Even more precious. However, Drago used this to allow these backbones to accumulate experience, but at the same time, he did not have the slightest care. Soon, the overall defense line of the Revolutionary Army began to retreat in an orderly manner, while constantly covering the companions, while constantly adjusting the line of defense between the retreats, mobilizing more strength to try to defeat the officers of the Navy headquarters who had broken the formation one by one. For a time, from a distance, it seemed that the Revolutionary Army had begun to retreat under the impact of the Navy, and gradually it was on the verge of defeat, only holding on to its tenacious fighting will. However, Lieutenant General Crane also faintly felt something was wrong. Drago never appeared, and the retreat of the Revolutionary Army was too orderly. The actual number of casualties seemed to be very small. What is Darag planning? Are you deliberately delaying time? Lieutenant General Crane guessed the biggest possibility, and his brows couldn't help frowning. It's just that Lieutenant General Crane has no more choices. The area where the Navy landed is called 9 miles, and if you want to reach the flower capital, the core area of Wanakuni, unless you choose to make a big circle, otherwise only forcibly pass through this rabbit bowl area. In this way, only by threatening the city of flowers can the Revolutionary Army shrink its strength to resist the Navy, pin the forces of the Revolutionary Army in the city of flowers area, and avoid spreading to more Wando areas. According to the information gathered by the Navy so far, there is a considerable gap between the average strength of the members of the Revolutionary Army and the elites of the Navy headquarters. However, the Revolutionary Army seems to have initially mastered a large number of weapon resources left over from the Wano Kingdom and the 100 Beast Pirates, resulting in the Revolutionary Army owning a large number of firearms and equipment. Boost. Lieutenant General Crane gave orders again, directing the Navy to continuously launch a storm against the Revolutionary Army. Immediately, in addition to the monster-like strength between Polusalino and Yixiao who were fighting in the air, and the battle was indistinguishable for a while, the Revolutionary Army organization formation on the ground continued to pass the exchange space for time. Strategic retreat. For a time, the war that started in the central area of the rabbit bowl gradually moved closer to the edge of the flower capital. The battle between the two forces, especially the extreme powerhouses such as Palsalino and Yixiao, produced aftermath but gradually affected the lower-level civilians of the Wando country. In order to avoid being affected, and also out of fear of war instinct, most of the civilians in the rabbit bowl area, which were originally sparsely populated, began to flee to the surrounding areas. When Yamato built a large raft with wood and returned to the Wano country with the samurai regiment of 10,000 beasts, all he saw was civilians fleeing in a hurry with their luggage on their backs. "Hey, what happened?" Jimu jumped suddenly, stopped an old man with a disheveled face, and asked with a ferocious expression. However, as soon as Jiji's voice fell, he was kicked by Yamato and flew to the side, rolling around on the ground several times in a row. "Didn't I already say it? We are not pirates. How can our attitude be so vicious?" Yamato angrily scolded the old man for teaching him a lesson, and turned to ask the old man with a smile on his face, "Excuse me, what happened?" But shocked by the series of changes, especially the muscular man behind Yamato, the old man took a few steps back with a pale face. Seeing this, Yamato comforted again. "Don't be afraid. They may have been members of the 100 Beasts pirates before, but now they are from me. It's fine." However, hearing this sentence, the old man's expression was even more panicked. "The Beast Pirates? This name is only for the civilians of Wano country, and it is almost no different from the demon that has tormented them for decades. Follow. Whatever you do, I don't want to run away, and after so many years of running away, it's almost enough." The old man sighed, turned, and sat directly on the ground, looking like he was being slaughtered, and said, "There is no treasure in the luggage. As for the food, I have been hungry for several days. Whatever you want to do with the rest, you can do it." But the next moment, as Yamato handed a rice ball to the old man's indifferent eyes suddenly lit up. Looking at the hungry look of the old man gobbling down, Yamato couldn't help showing helplessness on his face. Even in the former Wano country, even though it was poor, there were not many cases where the low-level civilians suffered from starvation. But with the Black Carbon Orokai ruling the country of Wano, the alliance with Kaido constantly seeks the resources of the country of Wano, manufactures sea towers, and builds weapons factories, resulting in the production of a large amount of waste, labor reduction, environmental pollution, and so on. This also caused the fragile agricultural system of Wano country to be almost completely destroyed, and Black Carbon Orokai and Kaido would not consider importing food, not to mention the bad weather in the outer waters of Wano country, the possibility of large-scale commercial exchanges. In this way, famine is the most common situation at the bottom of Wano country, let alone rice that can be made into rice balls. Even a mouthful of clean water is difficult for the bottom-level civilians to drink. 548 Chapter 549 Flowers that should not exist. Furthermore, when the forces of the Revolutionary Army began to spread completely in Wano country, a lot of information about the bottom was gathered in the hands of Yan and Drago. Among them, the biggest sigh in Ion's heart is the tenacious vitality of the civilians of Wano country. In the absence of food, public security chaos, and even most of the water resources have become polluted water, the civilians of Wano country can still survive. Many thanks. And as the rice ball was quickly eliminated, the old man's face turned straight and he thanked Yamato. "You're welcome. I have also tried that feeling of hunger, and understand how desperate it is to be hungry." Yamato waved his hand indifferently and asked, "Why do you seem to be fleeing? Did something happen?" Hearing the words, the old man sighed deeply and said, "The war has begun again." "What?" Yamato asked in shock. "Revolutionary Army." "Who went to war with the Revolutionary Army?" "I don't know, but the direction of the war is over there, so hurry up and run for your life." The old man pointed in the direction he came from and said. Yamato frowned and asked Ion, who was beside him, "War? Ion, what do you think?" But suddenly, Yamato found that Ion was frowning and thinking, and couldn't help shouting again, "Huh? Ion." Yan seemed to come back to his senses and said, "Yamato, maybe I need to leave." "What?" Yamato asked in confusion. "I need to confirm whether the Navy is fighting the Revolutionary Army. If it is the Navy, then I must also participate in this war." After a pause, Ion looked at Yamato and said in a serious tone, "As for this war, I don't really want you to be involved in it. After all, even if Yamato's combat power is not bad, there is still a gap with Durag, but I think you won't listen to what I say." So, Yamato." Ion looked at Yamato's amber eyes and said, "Check the situation of Wano Kingdom with your own eyes, and then follow your own will and make appropriate actions." After that, before Yamato could answer, Ion's figure flashed, but he disappeared in place in an instant. In just a few breaths, Ion's figure disappeared from Yamato's line of sight and swept towards the battlefield of the Navy and the Revolutionary Army at a very fast speed. I hope hope this flower that has been cultivated for a few days can really come in handy. Aion looked back at Yamato's direction and said inwardly, but even if Yamato's final choice disappoints Aion, it doesn't matter, and Quan should use her as a witness to prove to the Navy his whereabouts during the whole process of losing contact. In this way, Aion's completely blank experience for the world government and Navy in the past few days can be completely filled, and there is no need to worry about subsequent doubts and investigations. Of course, the ideal situation is that Yamato can develop according to the trajectory set for her by Aion and be a pawn that can stabilize the situation in Wano. Next, it's time to let the war evolve to a level that you are satisfied with. Thinking of this, Ian pushed his eyes casually, speeding up a bit again. At the same time, the war between the Revolutionary Army and the Navy has spread all the way from the center of the rabbit bowl to the peripheral areas, and the bustling flower capital area is faintly visible. And in this fierce battle that lasted for nearly a day, the number of the Revolutionary Army into the battlefield also continued to grow, showing a kind of Revolutionary Army that gradually could not bear the pressure of the Navy and began to shrink and disperse into various parts of the Wando. The illusion of military strength. What an ugly scar. Standing in an attic in the capital of flowers, Drago looked at the many traces left by the rabbit bowl area in this war and couldn't help sighing. Boss, this is something that cannot be avoided. Standing next to Drago, the purple clothes on his body were slightly damaged, and he said calmly, the rabbit bowl area is already one of the most desolate areas in Wano, which can minimize the damage caused by the war. After a pause, he smiled and asked with a little more doubt, it's just, boss, why do you want to let the battlefield spread to the vicinity of the flower capital? If a war is waged in the flower capital, it may not necessarily lead to the complete collapse of the country. Smile. This is the decision made by the Chief of Staff, Drago replied. Hearing this with a smile, his expression became a little more convincing. I see. If it's that man, there must be his reasons. Right. During the 2 years that Yu Xiao joined the Revolutionary Army, his understanding of the Revolutionary Army gradually deepened. Even though Yu Xiao knew that he still had many secrets of the Revolutionary Army that he had not contacted, he also understood that if Darag was a Revolutionary Army, then the mysterious Chief of Staff is the brain of the Revolutionary Army. Smile. Do you think the Flower City is something that should exist in Wano? Drago asked suddenly. Hearing this sentence, he couldn't help but be a little silent with a smile. In the past, Yi Xiao took the initiative to self-destruct his eyes in order not to see the ugliness of the world, but the wider range of seeing and domineering also allowed Yi Xiao to see the state of the bottom of the country more clearly. Compared with the prosperity and beauty of the Flower City that gathers all the wealth of Wano, the rest of Wano is almost barren and impoverished. Everywhere, lack of food, chaotic law and order, poor environment. 276. Suddenly, Yi Xiao thought of a possibility and asked in shock, could it be that the goal of the Chief of Staff is the capital of flowers? Yes, for the sake of longer-term peace, short-term pains sometimes have to be endured. Drago pressed his hands on the guardrail, leaned forward slightly, and said firmly, the previous system of Wano Kingdom was too rigid and old-fashioned, and it could no longer keep up with the sea, let alone chasing the tide of the times. So the decision of the Chief of Staff is to completely destroy this prosperous flower city built on the suffering of all civilians in Wano country, completely cut off the previous system of Wano country, and let the so-called general rule system accompany the flower city completely, become history. Also let this war affecting Wano country further stir up the desperate and dead environment of the entire Wano country, and then after destroying the rotten and false prosperity of the flower capital, it will allow the wealth and people gathered in the flower capital to flow. It really spreads into the rest of Wano's veins. Otherwise, Wano country will only be like an endless loop, and the rest of the region will never be able to develop except the flower city. Only in the ashes of the flower capital will the new future of Wano be born. 549 Chapter 450 The Real War Stage. At this moment, even with the measure and knowledge of a smile, he couldn't help being shocked by this plan. You must know that the island where Wano country is located is a super large island, and it is completely different from the common islands in the sea. Just the area of the flower capital is enough to be comparable to the entire land of a considerable part of the world government allied countries. As the core area of Wano country, Flower City occupies almost 80% of the wealth and 60% of the population of Wano country. In terms of normal concepts, once the Flower City is destroyed, it almost symbolizes the destruction of the Wando, and many more. At this moment, Yi Xiao suddenly thought of something, seeing the domineering look covering the entire flower capital, sensing the population within the flower capital, and said in surprise, that's why you deliberately played a rude stance in the flower capital before, and even fought a battle with Khorasan over the flower capital, destroying a lot of houses, in order to create great anxiety and panic. Let the flower capital are the residents fleeing. That's right, especially as the war spread from the rabbit bowl area to the vicinity of the flower capital. More than 90% of the civilians in the flower capital have chosen to flee, Drago said calmly, and did not mean to hide. In other words, as the important combat power of the Revolutionary Army this time, it is necessary to communicate with a smile in order to avoid doubts about the plan of the Revolutionary Army in the future. And the answer to Yan in the Island of Ghosts before Yuxiao also made Drago and Yan have further trust in the benevolence and righteousness embraced by Yuxiao. So, Drago said with a sigh, next, let's start the real war with the City of Flowers as the stage. Let the Navy, on behalf of the world government, share the evil of ending the old system of Wano country, and let Wano country enter a new era. Yi smiled and nodded calmly, his closed eyelids lifted a little, revealing the whites of his eyes, and replied, I understand. At the same time, among Marin Fando, the Warring States Marshal gritted his teeth and asked the adjutant in front of him with red eyes, what did you say? Haven't found it yet. The adjutant swallowed nervously saliva. I have never seen the Warring States Marshal look so rude, he stammered. Hold, I'm sorry, Marshal, I've already searched the entire Marin Vando. The warship that left Marin Vando in the last day was also notified of an internal search. There's no news. Boom. The Warring States Marshal fell back on the chair feebly, with a particularly ugly and complicated expression on his face, and muttered, impossible, the two of them are still children, where can they go? Sara and Ying had been missing for a whole night, and the Warring States Marshal didn't take it too seriously at first, thinking that they had gone somewhere to relax. However, when the Warring States Marshal noticed something was wrong and ordered a search, he could not find any trace of Sara and Ying. In the end, the whereabouts could be determined, but Sara and Ying returned to the courtyard and never appeared again. Damn, look for me again immediately. Expand the scope to the surrounding sea area and find them no matter what, Marshal Warring States said angrily. Yes. The adjutant's body suddenly tense, and he responded, and then quickly left the office and went to arrange staff. Blue. Immediately, the phone bug that had been put aside rang. The Marshal of the Warring States glanced at it, took a few deep breaths, and then answered the phone bug. I am the Warring States. The next moment, the voice of the 5 old stars came out. Marshal of the Warring States, why did the Navy of Wano country stop the attack after pushing the front line near the Flower City? The Warring States Marshal replied in a calm tone, Master Wu Laoxing, after the war lasted for a day and a night, most of the Navy was quite tired and needed a little time to repair, and Durag never showed up, and the military force of the Revolutionary Army began to follow the flowers. They are all stationed, and if they continue to attack, it may lead to the destruction of the Flower City. However, listening to the explanation of the Warring States Marshal, several voices of dissatisfaction from the 5 old stars came out one after another from the phone bug. Marshal of the Warring States period. The Navy is exhausted, and the Revolutionary Army is equally exhausted. It is the opportunity to expel the Revolutionary Army from Wano country in one breath, and even eliminate the Revolutionary Army. How can you easily give the opponent a chance to breathe? Yes, as for the destruction of the City of Flowers, that kind of thing is not important at all. Wano country is not a World Alliance country, and even Wano country used to be an enemy of the world government. Even if the entire Wano country is taken, it doesn't matter if it's destroyed. As for Drago, that guy didn't make a move. Maybe he was taking the opportunity to recuperate. After all, even if Drago really killed Kaido, he probably paid an extremely serious price, not to mention what the world government knew. The intelligence shows that Khorasan also led the pirate group to Wano country and fought a battle with Drago in the Flower City. Hearing the last sentence, the Warring States Marshal couldn't help feeling a little surprised. What? Khorasan is in Wano country? Immediately, the Warring States Marshal reacted, recalling that when Khorasan was invited to participate in the war against the 100 Beasts pirates and the red-haired pirates, Khorasan once proposed to take possession of the Harmony country conditions. Khorasan also intends to capture the country of Wano, asked the Sengoku Marshal. No matter what Khorasan's purpose is, the threat of the Revolutionary Army is far above Khorasan, and we will consider Khorasan's affairs after the Revolutionary Army is eliminated, Wu Laoxing said firmly. Now, as the Navy continues to attack, we must nip the Revolutionary Army in the bud. The Warring States Marshal pursed his lips tightly and could only answer, yes. Afterwards, the Warring States Marshal, even from his own strategic perspective, consolidated the naval defense line in the Rabbit Bowl area, threatening the Revolutionary Army's further control and penetration of the Wano country, and waiting for the support of Garp and the CP0 team is the safest practice, especially when the Navy still has a lot of information about the Wano country and the Revolutionary Army is still blank. There is a considerable risk in continuing to attack. In addition, as the core area of Wano country, Flower City has a large number of civilians, and the outbreak of war is likely to cause a large number of innocent casualties. However, under the orders of the 5 Old Stars, they could only convey the order to continue the attack to Admiral Crane. For a time, the front line was advanced to the war between the Rabbit Bowl area and the Flower Capital area, and the war continued to ignite after a pause for less than a moment. 550 Chapter 451. A full-scale war broke out. Bang bang bang. The artillery pieces temporarily disassembled by the Navy from the wreckage of the warship that floated to the shore roared towards the capital of Flowers, opening the prelude to the next round of war. Fight back, fight back. The Revolutionary Army, on the other hand, controlled the artillery made by the 100 Beast Pirates' arsenal in the past to fight back. For a time, before the two sides faced each other, bullets flooded the entire battlefield. At this moment, Lieutenant Flying Squirrel, who was the first to be unable to restrain himself, drew his knife and slashed a flying slash in the direction of the capital of Flowers, smashing all the shells and bullets along the way, and headed straight for the direction of the capital of Flowers, trying to open a gap. However, the flying slash had not approached the capital of Flowers. As if it had suffered some heavy pressure, it shattered directly halfway. The next moment, in front of the Revolutionary Army line of defense, standing with a stalwart smile, he came out and slowly returned the staff and knife in his hand to the sheath. With the appearance of a smile, the expressions of a large number of admirals could not help but look solemn. Smile, it's that monster again. This unknown figure in the sea in the past shocked the Navy this time. This is a monster who has been fighting for a day and a night with General Kazuna Palsolino, but the two sides are still inseparable. There is no doubt that this is a strong man who really stands at the top of the sea. But in the next instant, Palsolino, who appeared above the Navy, crossed his hands, and a dazzling light erupted, and a large number of terrifying light bullets poured out in the direction of a smile. Bakakayanguyu. And just as the countless light bullets approached, the smiling head turned slightly to the side, and the sheathed staff and knife suddenly swung forward. Gravity knife tiger. In an instant, the gravity enough to distort everything was released, and it rushed forward like a wave, and those powerful light bombs bombarded the gravitational wave, but they exploded as if they had hit a wall. For a time, in the middle of the battlefield between the Revolutionary Army and the Navy, countless golden fireworks seemed to light up, and the dazzling light shone so hard that many people's eyes were difficult to open. However, the originally blind Smile was not affected by this light, and he instantly sensed the Navy's intentions through the domineering perception, and reminded loudly, "Attention, the Navy is coming." At the next moment, as the light produced by the bombardment of the light bombs on the gravitational wave dissipated, many vice admirals of the naval headquarters had taken the opportunity to approach the defense line established by the Revolutionary Army in the Flower Capital. However, before Yi Xiao could make any move, Palsolino's figure instantly appeared beside Yi Xiao, and his slightly raised right foot shone with dazzling golden light aimed at Xiao Xiao. Smile, remind others of the premise, but you have to spare yourself. Feel the weight of the speed of light. Light speed kick. Facing the speed of Palsolino's sudden burst of full strength, Yi Xiao only had time to pull out his staff and knife to block it. Armed color overlay. Boom. In the huge explosion, Yi Xiao was kicked out, but after receiving the full blow of Palsolino, Yi Xiao's burly body was still stable, and he quickly adjusted his posture and used the stick in his backhand. The knife slashed in the direction of Palsolino. Whoosh whoosh. A series of purple flying slashes surrounded Palsolino. However, almost in an instant, Palsolino shuttled out of the siege of the flying slashes and reappeared beside Yi Xiao. It's terrifying to be able to fight back so quickly. However, before Palsolino could finish speaking, a terrifying gravity suddenly descended. Crack kick. With a smile as the center, the surrounding ground collapsed like an abyss almost instantly, and Palsolino all fell to the collapsed ground under the pressure of this sudden gravity. Gravity knife meteor strike. Immediately, Yi Xiao suddenly slashed in the direction of Palsolino. For a time, along the trajectory of the laughing stick knife swung down, the gravity rose almost infinitely out of control, and the rocks, soil, and even the steel it touched were instantly crushed into powder. Even the light filled in the air is distorted, but in the next moment the bottom of the ground that collapsed like an abyss lit up with an unprecedented light and then exploded upwards. Boom. The collision of gravity and photons caused a huge shock that exploded, causing the entire ground to tremble as if it were an earthquake. A large number of members of the Revolutionary Army and the Navy had difficulty even maintaining a standing posture. However, this also gave the admirals a great opportunity to quickly break through the defense line established by the Revolutionary Army line while the ground trembled, leading the elites of the headquarters to open gaps everywhere. Back. Faced with this situation, a large number of revolutionary armies skillfully began to cover each other and retreat. For a time, the battlefield began to gradually spread towards the interior of the capital of Flowers. The fire ignited, the houses collapsed, the sound of melee collisions and the roar of gunfire and cannons continued. Just as the battle situation was gradually approaching a street chaotic battle with increasing casualties on both sides, the wind picked up. The wind is up. In just a few breaths, it has even evolved into an extremely exaggerated, terrifying storm. A considerable part of the Navy was engulfed in an instant by the storm before they could dodge, and even the houses they grabbed and tried to stabilize were engulfed by the storm. Durag has this guy finally shot. A considerable number of high-level naval generals who are familiar with Durag's ability have their eyes fixed, and they have all looked towards the roof of a high-rise building in the capital of flowers. Wild wind hunting facing the gazes of a large number of admirals, Drago untied the grey cloak draped over his body with one hand, allowing the grey cloak to be swept away by the storm in an instant, revealing Drago's frantic hairstyle full of its tattooed face, a domineering look. "My colleagues, I haven't seen you for many years." 277. Drago's voice spoke calmly, his eyes sweep from many familiar admirals below. "I really don't want to do it with you guys, but it seems impossible at the moment." Lieutenant General Doberman, with scars all over his body and an extremely fierce appearance, scolded him without hesitation. "Don't be hypocritical, Drago. Today is the end of you, a naval traitor. Why don't you believe me?" Drago sighed helplessly and immediately said, "But it doesn't matter. The wind will pass on my sadness and helplessness to yours." In the next moment, Drago's eyes changed suddenly. On the body. 551 Chapter 452 The wind that destroys the rod. More. However, in the blink of an eye, Durag, who was quite far away from the vice admirals, instantly disappeared in place, and the wind surrounding the entire flower capital became more and more intense. Whoosh! At this moment, Lieutenant General Doberman's domineering sense of sight suddenly sensed something, and the knife held in his left hand suddenly slashed towards an open place. The next moment, Drago appeared in the empty space, and with the raised left hand, the domineering left hand wrapped in armament, steadfastly held Lieutenant General Doberman's knife. "You've been seen through, Durag," said Lieutenant General Doberman. "It's really underestimated. Do you think it's the past?" Doberman. As Durag's voice fell, the vice admirals who were not waiting around Doberman moved towards Durag. A terrifying hurricane suddenly erupted with Durag as the center. Grid engulfed with Doberman. Oops. Seeing this, the rest of the vice admirals sensed something was wrong and tried to break the hurricane to support Doberman. However, boom, the hurricane suddenly exploded, and the violent air waves blew away all the surrounding admirals almost instantly. In that instant, Drago seemed to appear in front of all the vice admirals at the same time, and the fists covered with armed arrogance and wind fell with enough power to hit the flat mountain. Bang bang bang. In an instant, when the rest of the admirals came back to their senses, they suddenly discovered that most of the powerful admirals of the Admiralty had collapsed in the blink of an eye, including Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, Vice Admiral Hwashaishan, and Vice Admiral Doberman, a powerful veteran lieutenant general. How is it possible? It's just a moment. The lieutenants were knocked down. Strange monster. In the terrified eyes of the surrounding navy, Drago continued to stay in place as if he hadn't moved, and at his feet lay Doberman, who was covered in terrifying scars cut by the wind. Around Durag, the only vice admirals who could still stand were Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel, Vice Admiral Jun, and Vice Admiral Plus, and, not a level at all, relatively young, Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, who had never had contact with Drago in the past, was panic in his heart at this moment. It wasn't that Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel was stronger than the other vice admirals just now, so he remained unscathed. In fact, it was just that Drago did not choose to attack him when the hurricane exploded. As for Jun and Kaji, who had really blocked or avoided Drago's attack just now, their faces were quite solemn at the moment. Jun, sure enough, in front of a strong person who does not have the level of an admiral, the navy will be too reluctant to deal with such an enemy, and he may suffer. Plus K said in a low voice. Hearing the words, Jun asked without wavering, "Are there any other options?" Hearing this sentence, Jiaji's expression twitched slightly, and he understood that they did not retreat. Under the circumstance that General Palsalino and Yi Xiao were restrained by each other only by relying on the navy's future to restrain Drago, otherwise, with the wind fruit ability possessed by Drago, it would not take long for him to naval annihilation. Kaji pulled out the two specially made short spears around his waist and said slowly, "Since this is the case, then according to the old method, you are restrained from the front, and I will assist in finding flaws." However, it was Drago's voice from behind that responded to the count. "I don't think so." Jiaji was suddenly shocked. His eyes shifted slightly to the back, and he immediately found Drago's raised fist. "When so fast? You guy is even more wretched than Palsalino. As a man, you let a woman fight head on, while you are hiding and planning to shoot cold shots." The next moment, as Drago's voice came into Jiaji's ears, Drago's fist, which was wrapped in armament-colored domineering and flowing wind, slammed towards Jiaji's back, attack without giving him any evasion at all or an opportunity to fight back. Just right at this moment, I'm in the middle of the month. A golden waning moon seemed to suddenly appear. The famous sword Jin-chan slashed at Drago's fist in that round of waning moon. Boom! The fist and famous sword Jin-chan Yuba Limulus bow instantly detonated. The wind entangled above Durag's fist and instantly flattened houses and the like within a radius of 10 meters. And when Kaji took the opportunity to retreat, the two guns in his hands also spit out a bullet wrapped around a special armed color tyrant. Chi went towards Drago's eyes precisely. However, a gust of wind suddenly rose, but it directly affected the trajectory of the two bullets, swiping past Durag's head dangerously and dangerously. Drago's eyes narrowed, but he felt a bit of a threat from Jun and the bonus. These two guys are not of the same rank as ordinary admirals. No wonder Ion once praised them for the possibility of becoming admirals in the future. But that's just the future. Drago's figure swayed quickly, and after quickly banging Jun several times, he did not choose to fight Jun with all his strength. After all, how could Drago not be clear about the unclear relationship between Jun and Ion? Even the fact that Ion and Jun walked under the moon with Jun when Hancock and Robin were not around not long ago, Drago had learned from the spies who were placed in the Navy. So Drago directly aimed at the bonus. Plus, be careful. Jun quickly chased in the direction of Drago, and at the same time, he also hurriedly and loudly reminded the Count. At this time, Gia couldn't stop scolding her mother again and again, and she didn't understand why Drago ignored Jun and instead chased after him as if he had hatred for him. Do you really think I'm easy to deal with? Drago plus G said angrily, seeing that Drago was getting closer and closer, and shot several bullets aimed at the key points of Drago's eyes, heart, throat, etc. in a row. However, for Drago, who has the ability of wind fruit, it is easy to change the trajectory of the bullet, and he has natural restraint for gunners, snipers, and the like. However, just when Durag subconsciously changed the trajectory of those bullets, what Drago didn't expect at all was that the bullets that had changed their trajectories suddenly collided with each other, and then one of the bullets turned and shot from the side to the position of Drago's temple. The bullet passed and blood splashed on Drago's face. 552 Chapter 453 Cherry Blossoms and the Wind. The wide-eyed plus G's eyes couldn't help but reveal a bit of pity. The bullet that he calculated accurately based on Durag's habit of manipulating the wind did hit Durag, but it was just the color of Durag's armament. Domineering is so strong that it can be forcibly resisted. No, it's not just armed and domineering, but also that physique. As expected of the bloodline of Lieutenant General Garb, the astonishing armed arrogance and physique inheritance, but it was his own carelessness. Gia looked down at his chest, and a blow rapped his fist on it. Blood almost spurted out of his mouth, and a considerable part of the blood splashed on Drago's face. Add up. Seeing this, Jun, who was a bit slower, couldn't help shouting angrily, and the famous sword Jinchan Hui Bibigzan in his hand sent a terrifying flying slash and drowned towards Durag. I'm a bitch. At this moment, Gia, who flew out under the blow of Drago, witnessed this scene, opened his mouth, and a large mouth of blood rushed to his throat, but he was unable to say what he wanted to say. Jun, let's go. The level of this guy is different from what we are today, and it is absolutely impossible to beat this monster without the power of a real general level. Durag, this man is a monster, and his strength is absolutely no less than that of Lieutenant General Garb. Kaji's eyes stared at Drago, and he wanted to raise his hand to aim at Drago with the short gun in his hand again, but after being punched from the front, his internal organs were severely damaged, but there was not even a trace of strength. Can't even mention it. In the face of Jun's flying slash, Drago turned around and waved his hand to the rear, and the violent wind was like a wall, firmly intercepting the flying slash released by Jun. Down. Really, is the current Vice Admiral only at this level? No wonder the pirates in the sea are increasingly rampant. Drago's ruthless and domineering eyes stared at Jun through the gust of wind. His body suddenly moved, and the fist wrapped around the wind seemed to be an extreme eye, and he could burst out with terrifying power at any time to completely destroy Jun. Engulfed. Jun's eyes shrank, and the pressure he felt from Drago was even higher than Paul Salino. The man in front of him is simply a monster who has developed the natural devil fruit, domineering arrogance, and physical skills to the top level. Under the violent gust of wind, Jun first felt a sense of insignificance in the face of the power of nature. At this moment, a familiar cherry blossom flashed out of the corner of Jun's eyes. The next moment, the sea of cherry blossoms came overwhelmingly, pouring down from the sky like a waterfall. Boom! The wind and the cherry blossoms collide, but in an instant, it seems that the capital of flowers, which is full of war and blood, has returned to the dreamlike spring. The next moment, Jun's cloak with the word Buddha fluttered against the wind in Jun's line of sight. A familiar and slender figure stood in front of Drago, and Yan's gentle voice followed. It reached Jun's ears. Fortunately we caught up. Yan, sure enough, you bastard is still alive. At this moment, moment Jun's eyes could not help but sparkle with sparkling tears of excitement and joy. But the heart that had planned to fight to the death was completely relaxed in an instant. That is, Lieutenant General Ion. Not only Jun but even all the navies who were fighting hard in the Flower City couldn't help showing incomparable excitement when they witnessed this scene. The body that was crumbling under the wind and natural disaster seemed to have a backbone in an instant. For a time, the morale of the Navy rose almost at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the cheers even reached the naval command post outside the capital of Flowers. What happened? Lieutenant General Crane, who was battered by the terrifying combat power displayed by Draco, noticed the change in morale and asked quickly. The Navy, who was always watching the trend of the battlefield as a watchman, was also excited at this time and even stammered, "It's Ya, Lieutenant General Yan. Lieutenant General Yan is back." What? Hearing the words Lieutenant General, he couldn't help but be shocked. He didn't care about excitement. He quickly changed the order that he was about to issue. Polisalino will hold Draco, and the Navy will start a full retreat, instructing to attack the Flower. The Navy of the capital began to change its formation with Ion as the core. At this moment, the vision over the Flower capital is becoming more and more amazing. The sky on one side is shrouded in dark clouds, and violent winds are surging from time to time as if to engulf the earth, but the sky on the other side almost appears. The overwhelming sea of cherry blossoms dyes the earth a dreamlike cherry color. It's been a long time. Tephimer Ion, the weak boy who was often sick, didn't expect to grow to this height, Draco said with a bit of solemn expression on his face. Ian pushed his glasses and stood opposite Draco with a bit of sigh in his tone. "Yeah, long time no see, Monkey D. Draco. It's been about 20 years since you defected from the Navy. I didn't expect you to remember me. It's really an honor for me." At the same time, Ion glanced back at Jun, then glanced at the vice admirals lying around and said, "It's really merciless, Draco. These are all your colleagues in the past." "Yan, don't say such ridiculous remarks. Men should follow their own path and will and throw their fists instead of being restrained by ridiculous comradeship." After a pause, Draco slowly raised one hand, slowly clenched his 5 fingers into a fist, and said, "Even if it's you, is it your so-called path and will to bring the world to the abyss of chaos and sin?" Draco, Ian asked in a stern tone, and the overwhelming sea of cherry blossoms behind him seemed to riot along with it. "If that's the case, then whatever your so-called path or will, I will completely stop it without leaving any leeway." While saying these words, Ion made a secret gesture with the palm behind his back towards Jun, implying that Jun took the opportunity to lead the fallen vice admirals out of the battlefield to avoid being caught by the next ones. Battles are involved. Has the little devil who used to lie on the hospital bed learned to speak loudly now? 278. A sarcastic smile appeared on Draco's ferocious face, and in a flash, his fist that almost turned into a terrifying eye slammed towards Ion. "Then try it, Ion." 553 Chapter 454 The war that spread to the entire Flower capital. Boom! Draco's punch towards Yan lost its original target, and the remaining power poured into the ground, almost instantly causing the ground within a few hundred meters to roll like a wave. The next moment, with the wave of Yan who appeared in the air, the overwhelming sea of cherry blossoms suddenly rioted, and waterfalls seemed to be composed of countless cherry blossoms pouring towards Darag. However, in the face of the endless cherry blossoms, Draco's frantic black hair fluttered, but he didn't mean to avoid it at all, but centered on himself and raised a terrifying hurricane head-on. That one after another cherry blossom waterfall. Boom boom. It was clearly the invisible wind and the fragile cherry blossoms, but there was a loud roar between the two colliding. Just as the hurricane and Sakura Falls were in a stalemate, Draco's voice came from the exaggerated hurricane. "It's useless, Ian. As long as the wind blows, it will only get stronger and stronger until it brings a whole new change to this world. Even your cherry blossoms can only flutter with the wind powerlessly." As Draco's voice fell, the scale of the hurricane continued to expand, gradually even evolving to a terrifying level of several kilometers in diameter. "This is simply a natural disaster. Quick, get out of the way. Back up, back up. If you get caught up in a hurricane, you will die instantly." For a time, the Navy and Revolutionary Army that were originally around Darag and Yan almost retreated desperately to avoid being engulfed by the terrifying hurricane. With the physical quality of ordinary people, once they are involved in the terrifying hurricane, perhaps it's not just as simple as being thrown away. I'm afraid it's not impossible to be torn apart. It's too exaggerated. That man named Darag, together with Jun, the comatose vice admirals, were taken away from the Flying Squirrel Admiral near the battlefield, and he said with a somewhat shocked expression, even though Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel only witnessed the power of red-haired Shanks and Beasts Kaido not long ago, compared to Darag, who is a natural ability, the scene caused by Darag is exaggerated. Still, let Lieutenant Flying Squirrel swallow saliva subconsciously while watching the collision between between the sea of cherry blossoms and the hurricane in the distance, Jun still said confidently. But in the end it will definitely be Lieutenant General Ion. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel heard the words, and his tone couldn't help showing a bit of happiness. Fortunately, Lieutenant General Yan returned safely, otherwise I'm afraid no one can stop the monster Darag. Jun nodded, and while paying attention to the battle between Drago and Ion, he also devoted his energy to the command and dispatch of the navy. In a peripheral area, as the battle between Yan and Drago became more and more unusual, the continuous battle between Paul Salino and Yi Xiao also temporarily eased. What a terrible monster! Smile. Poor Salino pushed off the sunglasses with one lens off, narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at the smile in front of him, and said, "But now it seems that even if the two of us win or lose, it is no longer the center of gravity that determines the direction of the battlefield. How about we just sit down and talk and let the time pass? Is this the ambiguous justice that General Porisalino is famous for?" He smiled and said calmly, "It's just that the old man is different from you. If you can win the battle, then the old man can go to support the leader and leave the Lieutenant General Yan." "It's a terrible speech, but have you misunderstood something?" the monster Porisalino said with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. "What gave you the illusion that you could take me down?" The next moment the collision of gravity and photons broke out again, and the aftermath of the battle was no less powerful than the exaggerated hurricane and sea of cherry blossoms. However, the area of the capital of flowers is quite large. Even if the battle of these four top combat powers occupies a considerable area, there are still many areas where the Navy and the Revolutionary Army are still at war. For a time, the war between the Revolutionary Army and the Navy became more and more intense in the capital of flowers, and countless buildings collapsed along with it. Originally, some people who were lucky enough to be reluctant to leave the prosperous and beautiful place Flower City began to flee for their lives in the barren areas around the Flower City, bringing their family and without any obstruction from the Revolutionary Army. Quite a few people did not forget to bring all their valuables. Since the remnants of the 100 Beasts pirates in Wano country have been thoroughly swept away by the Revolutionary Army, even the Revolutionary Army has secretly dredged the Kimi, Luhao, the roads in the White Dance and other areas have wiped out all the beasts and bandits along the way. Therefore, at this moment, in the eyes of the warriors of all beasts, it is almost a wave of refugees who have successfully escaped from the capital of flowers. Crouching on the top of a hill, Ji would put one hand in front of his eyes to block the sun, looked at the residents of the Flower City below who appeared every other day, and couldn't help sighing. "I didn't expect that the untouchables of the Flower City still hid so many things. If you can go down and grab it, I'm afraid the harvest will be quite rich." "Right." Jack Earn, who was as burly as a hill, reminded in a loud voice. "Ji Wood, the current boss forbids any looting." Yes, I was just joking." Ji Mu shrugged, turned his head to look at Yamato next to him, and found that Yamato didn't pay any attention to him at this time, just staring at the refugee tide below with complicated eyes. "War," Yamato murmured. "In the eyes of the Navy, the civilians of Wano country have fled, and it is normal to stay away from the war. In the eyes of the Revolutionary Army, these have gathered most of the wealth and population of the Wano country, and they will be scattered everywhere, bringing new life to Wano country. But for the vast majority of the native Wano people, including Yamato, the feeling is that the Wano country is gradually sliding towards the abyss of war, and the entire Wano country seems to be completely destroyed, and it's not far away. Without a little action, Wano country will perish. Whether the Revolutionary Army, the Navy, or the world government, they don't care about the future of Wano country at all." Yamato clenched his teeth, and the 5 fingers holding the mace were getting tighter. "What must be done? What must be done? If this continues, Wano country will be destroyed." 554 Chapter 455 Reappearance of the White Emperor's Sword. Third more. Inside the Flower City. Boom. The collision between the hurricane and the cherry blossoms became more and more intense. Under the constant expansion of the hurricane that was blowing stronger and stronger, even the seemingly endless sea of cherry blossoms was stirred up. "Ahahaha, Ian, my ability is to completely restrain you. Let me die." Drago's wild laughter echoed in the capital of flowers with the strong wind, and it also made Ion in mid-air seem to be crumbling under the gust of wind. "You got." Ion's expression was extremely solemn, as if he had encountered an extremely difficult situation, which also made the hearts of many navies who were concerned about Ion tighten. On the surface, Drago's wind fruit does have a considerable restraining effect on Ion's ability, and the tiny cherry blossom petals can't resist the gust of wind. Even though the number of cherry blossoms that Ion manipulated has reached an exaggerated level that can be called an endless ocean, it still began to retreat under the continuously expanding hurricane. "Not good." Seeing this, Lieutenant Flying Squirrel frowned and said, "Jun, we need to find a way to support Lieutenant General Ion, otherwise otherwise the situation may get worse and worse. But Jun shook his head and said confidently, "It's not yet Lieutenant General Ion's strongest posture, so don't worry." "The strongest posture?" Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel asked inexplicably. Jun's eyes flashed a few scenes of clear memories and said slowly, "Yes, the pure white formed by countless cherry blossoms, even after 6 years have passed, is still extremely shocking. Its name is." At the same time, countless cherry blossoms madly gathered towards Ion, and the pure white wings slowly opened behind Ion. Final scene: White Emperor Sword. The pinnacle of cherry color is pure white. The interwove billions of blades gives birth to a posture called the White Emperor Sword. Ion's voice echoed in the City of Flowers. In the sky-high hurricane, Ion's posture was not shaken in the slightest, and the pure white light seemed to be turned into the light of justice. Durag, this is the posture that I didn't show when I dealt with Shanks, and it's the strongest posture that only the enemy I swore to kill will show. At this moment, Jan, who is almost middle-aged, has almost recovered from the so-called secondary disease, but in order to make his battle with Drago appear incomparably real, and to convince the world government and navy that he has done his best, Ion had to fall ill again. In fact, for Jan, if he is fighting a powerful enemy with similar combat power, he will show the ultimate enhanced destructive power, but the degree of exertion depends on his swordsmanship and physique. This kind of practice of giving up his own speed and accuracy's numerical advantage and opting for a risky melee fight can only show that Jan is definitely sick. The level of sickness is even equivalent to a mage filling himself with various buffs and then playing hand-to-hand combat with a berserker naked. However, after all, it is acting. What's more, as we all know, the name of naval hero of Ion is based on the final scene by Disord penetrating the ancient weapon Pluto, so Ion can only use final scene by Digian to penetrate the ancient weapon Pluto. White Emperor Sword and Drago have a friendly battle to the end. Fortunately, Sara and Ying are not around, or else it will definitely infect them, right? In addition to ranting frantically in Yen's heart, on the surface he is going all out and doing everything he can. In the next instant, the White Emperor Sword, which was made of pure white, gathered in Yan's hand, slashed towards the hurricane that seemed to engulf everything in front of him. Pure white light falls, no collision, no sound, only that hurricane had a white line from it, and then it collapsed directly. Breath of the Wind. With a power that can be said to be devastating, he will knock down many vice admirals in an instant and claim to have killed the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air, Kaido's Durag alone. A look of shock for the Gav. Is this the legendary 100 million knives is one knife? It's an exaggerated power. Durag, this is the power gathered by hundreds of millions of tiny blades. Your wind alone can't destroy it. As for the so-called restraint, it is the biggest joke in the world. Yan's figure flashed and instantly appeared not far in front of Drago. The White Emperor Sword in his hand pointed at Drago and said, Durag, as a navy traitor, you who are trying to lead the sea into the chaotic abyss with dangerous thoughts, you used to hide in hard-to-find corners, but since you have taken the initiative to show up in the name of justice, it's time for you to end here. Do not make jokes. Drago roared suddenly, and the gust of wind that was visible to the naked eye madly gathered towards Drago's arms, as if to turn those arms into eyes that could tear everything apart. Armed and domineering, covered, domineering and domineering, entanglement. In an instant, the eye of the wind, surrounded by a large number of black and red lightning, slammed towards Ion. The will to reform the sea is definitely not something that justice can defeat. Ion, Durag, don't you still understand the path you insist on? Is there no future? In the roar of Drago and Ion, the two collided with a bang, and the terrifying aftermath was almost dyed white on one side of the capital of flowers, and countless gusts of wind erupted on the other side. The sky is torn apart, the earth is in turmoil. Even though Ion and Drago have been deliberately restraining the aftermath of the battle, the power of the head-on collision is undoubtedly true. For a time, all the navy and revolutionary army in the capital of flowers had a feeling of trepidation, as if they might be turned into powder at any time by the aftermath of the two forces that were constantly colliding with each other. Is this the real power of those two monsters? How terrifying! Just judging from what you have seen and heard will instinctively generate fear of staying away. The Durag who forced Lieutenant General Ion to use the unseen White Emperor Sword is definitely a dangerous monster in this sea. Amid the occasional trembling voices of the navy and the revolutionary army, the war in the capital of flowers did not stop at all, but gradually reached a climax. The navy carrying the name of justice and the revolutionary army carrying the concept of renovation are all fighting in this area called the capital of flowers. The Flower City, an area that represented the prosperity and glory of the Wanakuni, was also destroyed bit by bit in this war. 555 Chapter 556 Candidates for the Future Marshal. And this war that broke out in the isolated Wando country was watched by countless forces in the sea this time. Following the big incident of the the capture of red-haired Shanks, one of the newly promoted 4 emperors. 100 Beasts. Kaido died one after another in Wano country, and Navy hero Ion was shipwrecked. Life and death are unknown, and events such as the emergence of the Revolutionary Army who have been hunted by the world government cannot be described as shocking. Under this series of shocking events, Wano country almost forcibly attracted the attention of countless forces in an extremely rude way. This ancient kingdom of seclusion and isolation has a long tradition of samurai, superb forging craftsmanship, and Wano kingdom of sea tower resources, which has become a battlefield for pirates, revolutionary army, and navy. Even though the outer waters of Wano country have extremely bad weather several days after the death of 100 Beasts Kaido, there are still a large number of intelligence personnel who risk their lives to sneak into Wano country and rush to the country smoothly. This is the Wanakuni War that lasted for nearly 2 days. Among them, in addition to a smile that is comparable to the strength of a naval admiral, the most striking thing in the whole war is the return of the Navy hero Ion, and shows the rumored end scene. White Emperor sword posture fight to the death with Durag. The victory or defeat between these two is likely to affect the balance of the ownership of Wanakuni. Holy Mary Joa among the powers. Durag. Sure enough, this man has become a serious problem. The blonde 5 old stars looked at the images synchronized through the naval channel and said dissatisfiedly, 279. In this matter, CP0 had a serious dereliction of duty, and even allowed Drago to develop the Revolutionary Army to such a degree that he even took the opportunity to kill Kaido and occupied the Wano country, but he did not notice any intelligence in advance. I have roughly estimated that the total number of revolutionary troops involved in the war may have exceeded 10,000 people, which means the curly-haired Wu Laoxing narrowed his eyes slightly and said speculatively, the overall number of the Revolutionary Army may still be more than 20,000. If it is not prevented and the Revolutionary Army can successfully occupy the country of Wano, then with the country of Wano as the soil, the number of the Revolutionary Army may increase rapidly, and then it spreads in the New World with the Wano country as the center. When Wu Laoxing heard the words, his tone couldn't help but become solemn. If this is the case, with the influence of the world government and the navy in the New World waters, it will be very difficult to stop the expansion of the Revolutionary Army, or completely eliminate the Revolutionary Army, and Drago's dangerous thoughts are also it may spread completely in the waters of the New World. The 5 old stars watched the situation of the Wano Kingdom War through the video phone bug, and when they discussed this, they couldn't help but have a look of dread. Thought, this is what the 5 old stars are most afraid of, and at the same time, they also understand that they may really shake the existence of the world government's rule. If there is no tie connected by ideas, then it is impossible for pirates, kingdoms, civilians, etc. scattered all over the world to form an alliance with the same interests, especially now that the world government is clearly formed by nearly 200 powerful world alliance countries. Coupled with the existence of the navy, it can be said that the contradiction that should have been aimed at the world government has been transformed into the conflict between the world government's allied countries and the allied countries, the conflict between the pirates and the navy. And the thoughts that Dragna had inadvertently revealed in the past were far less dangerous than those 800 years ago, but they were also a threat to the world government. So since Drago left the navy, the world government has been following the trail of Drago, trying to completely obliterate this threat. It was just that the CP0 organization could still hold on to Drago tightly at the beginning, but as Drago became stronger and stronger in the past 10 years, Drago and the Revolutionary Army he formed have almost disappeared. That guy Durag has indeed seized a great opportunity. Blonde 5 old stars after thinking about it for a while, but the tone was slightly relaxed, and he said, however, this is also a good opportunity for the world government. Even if this war cannot completely eliminate Durag and the Revolutionary Army, since the Revolutionary Army intends to occupy the Wano country as a breeding ground for ideas, then say no, it is possible to use Wano country as a cage for the Revolutionary Army. After a pause, the blonde 5 old star touched his beard and said, Durag's combat power is obvious to all. I'm afraid it will not be weaker than those monsters like Whitebeard and Kaido. In addition, as a person with the ability of wind fruit, it is unlikely that he wants to completely destroy him. There are more after Wano country's concern. It can completely expose him to the bright side all the time. With the words of the blonde 5 old stars, the other 5 old stars present began to think. Drago's thoughts are the most dangerous, and the second is that the strength he has shown is also difficult to handle. If a man of this level is bent on escaping, I am afraid that even if the 3 major naval admirals are dispatched at the same time, he may not be able to stay. Good advice, but the long-haired 5 old star nodded, looked at the image projected by the video phone bug again, and said, Lieutenant General General Yan's strength is quite terrifying. The so-called end-scene White Emperor sword posture is really amazing. It is especially terrifying in terms of destructive power. Maybe there will be a chance to kill Darag. Indeed, Lieutenant General Ion's combat power is probably similar to Lieutenant General Garb, and it should be better in terms of destructive power. The curly-haired 5 old stars said with admiration while affirming. Marshal of the Warring States period had adopted Lieutenant General Ion. It was a very wise choice. Having said that, the curly-haired 5 old star tapped his fingers and said, perhaps the next admiral can consider Lieutenant Admiral Yan. Lieutenant General Yan has never had any pursuit of power. He resisted promotion many times when he was young. He often kills time by fishing, so he doesn't have to worry about his inappropriate thoughts in pursuit of more power. I just don't know if Ion will be dissatisfied with the world government. After all, it was for the information of the Virtual Circle organization before. The blonde 5 old stars questioned. That is to ask the CP0 organization to lead a psychologist to talk with Lieutenant General Ion to confirm his inner thoughts, said the 5 old stars with curly hair. If you send the CP0 organization, there may be some misunderstandings that shouldn't be there. The long-haired 5 old star thought for a while and said, CP9's Lucci had contact with Lieutenant General Ion, so let Lucci go with a psychologist. 556 Chapter 557 The situation of upheaval. And under the attention of many forces in the whole sea, this war that broke out in the flower capital of Wanaka can be described as incomparably heroic. Just as this war lasted for half a day, the entire flower capital collapsed, and the beauty and prosperity of the past were no longer restored. However, as the war continued, the gap between the Revolutionary Army and the elite navy became more and more obvious in terms of individual strength and physique. Even though the Revolutionary Army had an obvious numerical advantage, the situation of the war was gradually tilted. However, at this moment, a giant sickle suddenly broke into the battlefield between Ion and Drago, and slashed straight towards Ion's neck under the horrified eyes of many navy who had no time to stop it. Clang! While the White Emperor sword in Yen's hand was frighteningly blocked, Drago's fist that seemed to be wrapped around the eye of the wind suddenly landed on Yen's body. Even at the moment when the fist fell, Ion's pure white wings wrapped around his side seemed to have a considerable blocking effect, but the whole person still flew out with a bang. Bang bang bang. During the half-day battle between Ion and Drago, Ion was blown away for the first time in an extremely embarrassed posture, and he barely stopped after hitting hundreds of meters in a row. Hey hey! Amidst the angry eyes of the navy, the giant sickle was carried by Khorasan on his shoulders, and his mouth with clown makeup grinned open, revealing an exaggerated smile. My stupid navy brother, how does that blow taste like? Khorasan. Ion covered his chest with one hand, but his mouth couldn't stop overflowing with blood, and Jun angrily pulled out the famous sword Jin Chen Hui and lay down on Lusong and shouted, Khorasan, what do you want to do? Do you want to be deprived of Kai Wuhei's identity? Hey, hey, don't scare me. Khorasan responded to the anger of the navy with contemptuous eyes and said, this is Laozu's territory, but your navy has destroyed Laozu's territory. Laozu is just a reasonable counterattack. What is your territory? Jun asked. Drago took 2 steps forward, stood beside Khorasan, and announced, at the expense of part of the flower capital and the white dance area, Khorasan is now an ally of the Revolutionary Army for the time being. The next moment, in a corner of the battlefield, members of the Don Quixote family also began to forcefully intrude, attacking the navy as reinforcements of the Revolutionary Army, which shifted the anxious situation in the original battlefield. To play such a small trick, Khorasan, do you want the kingdom of Dressrosa to be destroyed? Jun asked sharply. Lieutenant General Jun, let me seize the Wano country area with my own ability. That is the promise given to me by your Sengoku Marshal. Khorasan shrugged and said, and now the Revolutionary Army is the ruler of the country of Wano. Mr. Darag thinks that he doesn't need so much land, so he gave me some of the land. Isn't that a very reasonable thing? So, now it's your navy who broke into Laozu's territory. If you are interested, leave immediately, otherwise don't blame Laozu. Speaking of this, Khorasan's mouth grinned, revealing frightening white teeth. Killing is on. Void soul chopping blade holy crying mantis. Liberation. As Khorasan's voice fell, Khorasan's form changed rapidly, with a bunch of irregular sharp horns on the top of his head and an extra arm, and not every arm was holding the ferocious and exaggerated giant scythe. The aura of awe suddenly burst out. This gesture, Jun's expression suddenly became serious. After Khorasan had a big fight with Tiger in the Holy Land Marijoa, Khorasan, who had briefly blocked the former admiral of the navy and the current commander-in-chief of the world government Cyborg Kong, was swept away. The navy lists it as an extremely dangerous capability. According to the information summarized in the Steel Bone Air battle, under this stance, Khorasan's body hardness increased, his speed increased, and his strength increased. increased significantly. It may not be possible to have absolute certainty to take him down. Trouble. Jun clenched the famous sword Jin Chen Yubeo in his hands and knew that he was probably not Khorasan's opponent, but Jun had already made up his mind and would never allow this guy to interfere with Ion's battle. However, at this moment Ion raised his hand in the direction of Jun, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, and said in an unquestionable tone, "Don't interfere." But Jun, this kind of battle is still a little early for you. It's enough to leave it to me. Ian was talking, but he suddenly coughed and spit out a big mouthful of blood. Oops. In an instant the Navy who witnessed the scene realized that the problem was serious. Under the sneak attack of Khorasan just now, Lieutenant General Ion forcibly endured the storm-like punch of the monster Indirag with his body, and he may have been seriously injured. Seeing this, Khorasan said with a sarcastic and cheerful laugh, "Ahahaha, my stupid righteous brother, don't hold on. If possible, I don't want to kill the so-called naval hero like this, otherwise the Navy will trouble me." However, Drago didn't mean any nonsense. His body moved hundreds of meters in an instant, and his fist slammed down towards Ian like a storm, with a gesture of taking the opportunity to kill Ian. Boom. With one punch, the ground collapsed. Ion, who couldn't stop coughing blood, dodged Drago's attack with a awkward posture, and immediately slashed at Drago with the White Emperor sword in his backhand. Clang. However, the blow that was likely to pose a threat to Drago was blocked by the combined force of the four intertwined scythes. Khorasan's mocking and somewhat labored voice sounded and said, "It was a heavy blow, Ion." But with Dirag as the center, the hurricane resurfaced, instantly engulfing Ion, who was briefly dragged by Khorasan. Bastard Khorasan. When Jun saw this scene, he didn't hesitate any longer. He signaled the flying squirrel to command the Navy to start retreating. With a flash, he did not hesitate to face the hurricane soaring towards the sky. "I'm just like Chen Afeng." However, just as Jun swung countless flying slashes, the sky on the other side suddenly turned white, and an extremely cold air wave also rolled towards the hurricane. No waiter Binja. 557. The 558th chapter, Yamato's debut. Between the frantic flying slash and the extremely cold no servant Bing Fang, the hurricane that soared into the sky was torn apart in an instant. Boom. Huge air waves exploded in all directions, and Ion also broke away from it in a flash, and appeared in front of the Navy side in an instant. Cough cough whack. There was another violent cough, and Ion's face was like white paper, and he spat out a big mouthful of blood again. This scene caught the eyes of many intelligence officers who were observing the battle from a distance, but they understood that the rumors that Lieutenant General Ion was sickly and physically weak in his youth were not false. Looking back now, the sudden gap between many intelligence personnel was extremely polarized in Lieutenant General Ion's past battles. Either win the battle unscathed or be defeated and captured. That is to say, the weakness of this monster-like man is always in his physique. The weakness of his physique makes him far less capable of resisting blows than a strong man of the same level. And some of the vice admirals who have gradually recovered in the short half-day of Ion and Drago's continuous battle, they jumped in front of Ion, trying to stop Drago's pursuit. Ian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked at the vice admirals in front of him, and said in a weak voice that could not be concealed, "You are not Dirag's opponents. Get out of the way. I haven't lost the battle yet." Just when the lieutenant generals were about to persuade Ion, Yamato, who was all white and maintained the shape of Okatsu true god and wrapped around flames, landed not far from Ion from the sky. Immediately, Yamato slowly changed from a beast shape to a human and beast shape. While retaining quite a few characteristics of the form of the true god of Big Mouth, he stood up like a human, and carried the mace on his shoulder with a hearty tone. Said, "Yan, you are indeed a weak person, and it took less than a day for you to leave my side, and you got hurt like this." In an instant, many vice admirals turned their angry eyes towards Yamato in unison. For today's Navy, Ion, as a Navy hero, is almost a representative of the Navy. To ridicule Ion for being weak is undoubtedly a provocation to the entire Navy. Yamato saw this, but did not flinch at all, but said boldly, "What, want to fight? You bastard Navy who broke the peace of Wano." And as Yamato's voice fell, on one side of the battlefield, headed by Jack in the form of ancient species Mammoth and Gigi in the form of ancient species Triceratops, the warriors of all beasts rushed to the ground. Behind Yamato, the samurai group of 10,000 beasts at this moment had the momentum of attacking the entire army of the 100 beast pirates in the past. Those are beast pirates. Almost instantly, the Navy recognized the identities of Jack and Gigi, and suddenly became vigilant. Some of the vice admirals pointed their weapons at Yamato, who was standing in front of the warrior of all beasts at the moment. "No, don't be nervous." Ion took a deep breath and walked out from behind the vice admirals. After a short rest, his face seemed to have improved a lot, and he said, "The woman in front of me is called Yamato. She was the one who saved me when I was in a shipwreck. Although she has Kaido's blood, she is not a pirate. Her identity should be regarded as a samurai of the country of Wano. Immediately, quite a few admirals looked at Yamato with a lot of kindness. However, Yamato was quite dissatisfied with Ion's introduction. He tapped the mace on the ground and said imposingly, "What does it mean to be a samurai in the country of Wano? My lord Kojiki Oden is now the leader of the warriors of all beasts, and he is also a samurai who will regain peace for the country of Wano sooner or later." 280. So, Yamato, have you made up your mind and are going to take action? Ion asked. That's right. Immediately, Yamato jumped to the top of the mammoth head that Jack had transformed into and announced loudly, "You group of outsiders who are at war in Wano country should almost stop." As Yamato's voice fell, with Yamato as the center, a terrifying tyrannical arrogance suddenly erupted, making Yamato at this moment seem to have become the center of the entire battlefield. Who is that? What does she want to do? What happened? Under the watchful eyes of a large number of Navy and Revolutionary Army, Yamato announced domineeringly, "The country of Wano should not be a battlefield that was destroyed by you unscrupulously. If you want to fight, get out of the country of Wano and fight on the sea. Otherwise, let me be your opponent." As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the Navy and the Revolutionary Army were different. "Why do you say such a thing?" Among them, Lieutenant General Doberman, who is extremely hot-tempered, said without hesitation, "Do you know whether the Navy is here to help Wano country drive out the Revolutionary Army? If you don't know anything, just get out of the way and don't get in the way here." As for Drago, who was standing opposite, his face full of tattoos trembled viciously and said, "What? The last time you were lucky enough to escape, how dare you come back and make trouble this time?" For a time, a sentence containing contemptuous words could be said to be coming into Yamato's ears in an endless stream. However, Yamato has long been aware of these reactions. This level of humiliation is nothing compared to the past when Kojiki Oden sacrificed his dignity to dance in public in order to protect the people. "I am a samurai who will inherit the will of Kojiki Oden, protect the country of Wano, and bring peace to the country of Wano." Yamato's amber eyes were brighter than ever before, and he knew very well that there was still a huge gap between the Revolutionary Army and the Navy for the warrior of all beasts that he had formed. But this is not a reason to back off. At this moment, Yan's eyes that were watching Yamato moved, and he promised, "Yamato, help me hold Khorasan. After the Navy wins this war, I promise that the Navy will withdraw from Wano and will not cause trouble to Wano." The rest of the vice admirals heard the words, and their expressions changed, but with the terrifying prestige that Ion had accumulated in the 2 consecutive wars, they did not choose to refute Ion, but tacitly agreed. "Ion, with me and you the bond between, I believe what is said." However, Yamato's tone changed, but he said, "It's just that our positions are temporarily different, and now I just want to stop this war. So, if the Navy wants to continue fighting now, then I will also become the Navy's opponent." 558 Chapter 559 War is just an extension of politics. Listening to Yamato's answer, Ion's face was calm, but he was quite satisfied in his heart. It seems that Yamato has understood that the current situation of the Wano country, whether it is the victory of the Navy or the victory of the Revolutionary Army, is not in line with the position of the country of Wano. In other words, before the country of Wano is completely strong with the status quo of the country of Wano, no matter the victory of either side, it may just be the next beast Kaido. Today, Yamato should have been completely wary of the world government. This is also one of Ion's original expectations for Yamato, making Yamato a representative of the interests of the Wando country itself, thus balancing the direction of this war. As a result, the situation in the Wano country will also become more and more complicated, and the pure and irreconcilable conflict between the world government and the Revolutionary Army will gradually evolve into various exchange of interests, making the sea towers of the Wano country. Stone continues to attract the energy and attention of world governments. On the surface, Yan expressed a bit of distress over Yamato's words, as if he was willing to fight against his benefactor, but he secretly deduced the current situation in his heart. After all, war is just an extension of politics. The fundamental purpose of the world government has always been to prevent the Revolutionary Army from gaining the Kingdom of Peace, and the ideal result is of course a complete attempt to destroy the Revolutionary Army. Then, after it is clear that the combat power possessed by the Revolutionary Army cannot be completely eliminated by today's Navy, especially when Yan has been seriously injured and the combat power has declined, it should be enough to completely dispel the expectations of the world government to eliminate the Revolutionary Army. Right. For the rest, as long as the world government can achieve its goal of preventing the Revolutionary Army from completely acquiring Wano, then the only choice the world government can make is armistice. In this way, the Revolutionary Army can also initially complete the change from darkness to lightness, highlighting the power of the tip of the iceberg and slowly paralyzing the world government. At the same time, it can also continue to cultivate members of the Revolutionary Army with the help of the next controllable conflict, war consciousness. Of course, the appearance of some special accidents cannot be ruled out, such as the hidden monsters Frood and Fmaru of the world government that appeared briefly in the Kingdom of Alabasta before. I hope there is no need to enable the backup plan. Ian thought helplessly in his heart, but he was not absolutely sure. Under Yamato's rather domineering speech, in addition to the Admiral's dissatisfaction with Yamato, Drago mocked without hesitation. What a arrogant speech! The right to speak in the sea must be obtained by strength. The next moment Drago's figure flashed, and the fist wrapped around Lu Feng suddenly slammed towards Yamato. Tisk, I also want to take revenge for the blow at that time. Let you bastards see my true power. In the face of Drago's attack, Yamato didn't have the slightest intention to back down. Between the black and red lightning, the mace slammed towards Drago. Thundering gossip boom. In an instant, under the interweaving of black and red lightning, the collision between the fist and the mace caused a terrifying aftermath, and the two were still in a stalemate in the air. Do you think you are the only one who can entangle with Overlord? Drago said angrily, but a burst of black and red lightning erupted from his fist. For a time, the collision of two completely different Overlord colors almost caused the airwaves to explode frantically in all directions, and this exaggerated collision made many Navy and Revolutionary Army feel shocked. That woman's combat power is so strong, enough for a head-to-head confrontation with Drago. How many top-level monsters in the sea exist in Wano country today? And they're all monsters that don't have any reputations. Even Lieutenant General Crane, who stayed in the command post from a distance, couldn't help but have such a question in his heart at this moment. The smile that was enough to rival General Paul Salino, and now there is another woman who can confront Drago head-on. What's more troublesome is that Lieutenant General Yan's injury. Can we continue to fight? Not only Lieutenant General Crane, but even the 5 old stars who felt that they were commanding the war remotely from the Holy Land Mary Joa also raised such a question. Khorasan, how dare that bastard dare to interfere in the affairs of Wano? Did he forget that Wano was also the enemy of his ancestors 800 years ago? The curly-haired 5 old star said in a dissatisfied tone. And still assisting the Revolutionary Army to deal with the Navy? Have you completely forgotten the honor of your own bloodline? It's very likely that Khorasan's purpose at the beginning was as he said. He just wanted to win the country of Wano, whether it was cooperating with the Navy to deal with the beast pirates, or cooperating with the Revolutionary Army against the Navy. He doesn't care. The long-haired 5 old star said. The blonde 5 old star nodded and said with approval, it's greedy. As expected, pirates are all a group of guys who only look at interests. As one of the arms business giants in the underground world of the New World Sea, it is estimated that Khorasan can't wait to get Halustone to exchange various interests continuously. Right? After a pause, the blonde 5 old star said, let the officials of the world government contact Khorasan immediately. If he insists on assisting the Revolutionary Army, then the title of King of the World Alliance countries and the title of Shishibukai will be deprived, and many more. At this moment, the usually rather silent, skinny 5 old stars spoke slowly. Since Khorasan greedily wants to get the Halustone, then it's better to give him a part. Now that Lieutenant General Yan is injured and the influence of the combat power is unknown, it is impossible to completely destroy the Revolutionary Army. After a pause, facing the inquiring eyes of the other 5 old stars, the skinny 5 old stars then explained, it's really too hasty to deal with the Revolutionary Army now. Even if it is delayed until Lieutenant General Garp arrives, it is estimated that it will be of little use. It is better to stop the war and maintain the status quo, and take the opportunity to keep the country of Wano for 800 years. The hidden dangers were completely eliminated, and the Revolutionary Army, Navy, and Khorasan were divided into the Wano Kingdom. With Khorasan's level of greed, it is impossible to maintain an alliance with the Revolutionary Army after the pressure of the world government and the Navy has subsided, and the Revolutionary Army will be completely trapped in the rotten situation of Wano country. When the time comes, we will find a good time to concentrate our combat power and destroy it in one fell swoop. Speaking of the last, the eyes of the skinny 5 old stars can be said to be flickering with pressing sharpness. The curly-haired Wu Laoxing expressed his approval and spoke to the skinny Wu Laoxing. It's a good plan, but Wano country is your hometown. Once the split is successful, maybe the name Wano country will completely disappear in the torrent of history. 559 560th chapters. This is it we? The skinny 5 old star was silent for a few breaths, and then answered with a blank face. It's just a place that is extremely rotten. It hasn't changed in 800 years. It's better to completely eliminate this hidden danger that doesn't understand the general trend at all. In that case, soon, a rough preliminary plan was negotiated by the 5 Old Stars and then passed to the Warring States Marshal, who would specifically direct the Wano Nation Navy to implement this plan. Just as the conflict between Yamato and Durag became more and more intense and they remained evenly matched for a short period of time, Admiral Crane personally arrived at the front of the Navy, and his eyes first swept away from Ion, who had an irresistibly pale face and blood on the corners of his mouth, and passed. "Thanks for your hard work." Witnessing the unfortunate death of Ion, who had already suffered a shipwreck, Admiral Crane couldn't help but flash a trace of guilt in his eyes and said, "After all, at that time, it could be regarded as the negligence of Lieutenant General Crane, which led to the accident caused by completely forgetting to notify Ion when he abandoned the ship and fled." Immediately, General Crane opened his mouth and announced, "The Navy side decides to stop the war." As Lieutenant General Crane's voice sounded, the entire ongoing war in the City of Flowers slowly came to a halt, and even the continuous and violent collision of Laughter and Salino stopped. However, Drago briefly blasted Yamato away with a single blow, but he said to Lieutenant General Crane with an extremely dissatisfied expression, "Lieutenant General Crane, do you think you can stop the war if you want it? I'm here today to completely wipe out your navy. Durag, do you think you can do it?" The pale-faced Ion pointed at Drago, the White Emperor sword still in his hand, and released an exaggerated slash again. Boom! It was another powerful collision, and Drago, who forcibly resisted the blow, took a few steps back, and his gaze towards Yon was obviously full of fear. When Lieutenant General Crane saw this, he understood that this was Lieutenant General Ion trying his best to maintain his might to fight for a truce for the Navy, and immediately said with a contemptuous expression, "Durag, I'm afraid you have misunderstood something. The Navy just heard the words of this Wano country samurai and understands that the Navy seems to have caused a certain amount of damage to the Wano country in this operation." Lieutenant General Crane, who originally wanted to describe it as a certain degree, turned his eyes and suddenly found that the flower capital area that looked very beautiful and prosperous before, now after the war between the Navy and the Revolutionary Army, almost completely reduced to ruins. Cough. A considerable degree of distress. Lieutenant General Crane coughed lightly and continued, "And the world government, after realizing this, issued an instruction that the Navy must stop the war and respect the sovereignty of Wano, so the Navy intends to stop the war." Funny excuse. Hypocritical justice. A sarcastic expression appeared on Drago's face, and the wind entangled in his body suddenly expanded, shouting like a hurricane that could devour everything at any time. "Since the storm of war has started, how can it stop so easily? In addition to the corrupt system that the Revolutionary Army wants to eliminate, it also needs to clear the bloated and hypocritical justice of the Navy in order to make the sea truly progress." However, before Lieutenant General Crane could refute Drago, Yamato shouted directly, "Stop talking to me here, Drago. Want to fight? If you fight, then I will be your next opponent." As Yamato's voice fell, many members of the Warrior of All Beasts behind him showed the ability of animal-type devil fruits, especially Jack Drought, who had a great reputation in the sea in the past, and it made Durag's expression even more. He twitched slightly. "A truce is not impossible." Immediately, Drago said in a very dissatisfied tone, "It's just that the Navy must withdraw from the Wano country, otherwise I will doubt the purpose of the Navy." Hearing this sentence, people with considerable brains in the Navy have understood it, and Drago has also dispelled the idea of war. These words are actually negotiating with the Navy. Immediately, Lieutenant General Crane responded unwillingly, "These words are exactly what I want to say. As an unrecognized and dangerous organization, the Revolutionary Army's rash occupation of Wano country may cause dissent from the entire sea. The reason for the truce of the Navy this time is also considering to the position of Wano country, so give the Revolutionary Army a chance to withdraw from Wano country. It's ridiculous. It's the Revolutionary Army who wiped out the 100 beast pirates and tyrannically ruled the country of Wano. The Revolutionary Army is based in the country of Wano to maintain the peace and prosperity of the country. One of the purposes. This kind of dangerous thought and organization that is not recognized will only bring greater danger and turmoil to the country of Wano. If the Revolutionary Army is completely for the country of Wano, leaving is the best choice." Listening to the arguing between Drago and Lieutenant General Crane, Yamato on the side felt a sense of powerlessness. Although Drago and General Crane seem to be thinking about Wano Kingdom, in fact they don't care about Wano Kingdom's real thoughts at all. Is it we? Thinking of this, Yamato had already expected this, but he couldn't help clenching his fists tightly. However, it is the only thing Yamato thinks he can do for the country of Wano to prompt the Navy and the Revolutionary Army to truce. Otherwise the country of Wano is likely to be completely destroyed in this war. 281. Next, even if the war ends, the really hard road has just begun. Yamato witnessed the dilapidated ruins of the flower capital in front of him, and swore secretly secretly in his heart, just no matter what, we must let Wano country achieve real peace and freedom. If there is no one to truly protect Wano country, let me, who inherited the name of Kojiki Odin, come. In the end, after the negotiation between Vice Admiral Crane and Drago, the Guri area was acquiesced as the naval garrison, the White Dance area was in the hands of Khorasan, and the Zaimei Township and Linghao areas in the north were controlled by the Revolutionary Army. As for the Rabbit Bowl area and the Flower Capital area, which had been completely reduced to ruins in this war, both the Navy and the Revolutionary Army silently divided them into a war buffer area and an area for outlaws. However, based on what Aion knows about Yamato, she will probably be the boss in these two regions and then figure out how to fight for peace in Wano. It's finally over. As both the Navy and the Revolutionary Army slowly retreated, Aion, who returned to the naval camp, couldn't help coughing up blood again and fell into Jun's arms with a look of being unable to hold back, and said feebly, "Be sure to keep the severity of my injuries a secret, otherwise the Revolutionary Army may have some crooked thoughts." 560 Chapter 561 Your home is gone. Lieutenant General Aion, your injury? Jun asked with a bit of heartache between his eyebrows. It's okay, it's just that Drago's bastard's punch severely injured all my internal organs. Even if I master the return of life, it may take a long time to cultivate. Ian replied weakly. The implication is that Aion intends to use this excuse to leave the place of Wano and return to Marin Fando to recover from his injuries and continue his leisurely fishing routine. After all, in its current form, in order to limit the Revolutionary Army and expand the deterrence of the Navy in the waters of the New World, there is a high probability that a new naval branch will be established in Wano. So as long as Aion slips fast, he doesn't need to worry that he will be left to sit here, and the unfortunate one is likely to be Lieutenant General Garp, who is coming here. Thinking that there is no chance of encountering Lieutenant General Garp again in Marin Vatican from now on, Aion's appetite became so sad that he turned his grief and anger into food. And listening to Aion's weak words, the admirals who were present couldn't help but show some admiration when they looked at Aion. Seriously injured internal organs. What is this concept? Even for the Sea of monster level per capita physique, serious internal organ injuries can be described as extremely serious injuries, which may be fatal at any time. It turned out that Lieutenant General Aion's injury was already so serious that it was no wonder that he had been coughing up blood repeatedly on the battlefield. But even so, Lieutenant General Aion never showed any retreat on the battlefield. I am afraid that Lieutenant General Ian had already made up his mind to fight with his life and blood at that time, right? Arrogant Navy model, iron-blooded man. For a time, a series of evaluations silently emerged in the hearts of the Vice Admirals. Many of them were obsessed with Yan's unprofessional work in the past. The Vice Admiral, who was dissatisfied with his fishing style, was even more ashamed. This man named Tefemer Yan perhaps just did not care about the so-called power and reputation, and chose to silently guard the Navy and justice, so he went fishing every day as the first line of defense to guard Marin Vando. It was only now that he had truly experienced a life-and-death war like this that this man had completely demonstrated his consciousness and justice. Lieutenant General Yan, after your injury recovers, if there is a chance another day, we will go fishing together. Lieutenant General Hwashaishin said with a smile on his rather rough face. When you have time, let's learn swordsmanship together. Train well. Lieutenant General Ion. Lieutenant General Ion, if there is a chance, I will help you avenge the bastard who attacked you in Khorasan. You don't need to worry about military affairs, we will handle it. For a while, as Vice Admiral Hwashaishin spoke first, the rest of the Vice Admirals also expressed their goodwill towards Ion. Ion, who did not understand the reason for the 180-degree change in the attitude of these Vice Admirals towards himself, subconsciously said politely, "Then, that's hard work for you all." The rest of the lieutenants responded repeatedly, "Don't talk so much, Lieutenant General Yan. You hurry down and cultivate." Military doctor. What about the military doctor? Don't be stunned, Jun. Quickly help Lieutenant General Ion to recuperate, and let the military doctor quickly treat Lieutenant General Ion. Yes, let Lieutenant General Ion live in my room first. In the successive suggestions of the Vice Admiral, before Ion could say anything, he was directly supported by Jun and left. Then, Ion heard from a distance that Admiral Crane and the rest of the admirals were allocating various busy and heavy tasks. The war has indeed ended temporarily, but in the war that lasted for nearly 3 days, the Navy still has a lot of follow-up matters to deal with, especially with July as the center of the defense line. Preventing the Revolutionary Army from raiding is the top priority. It is conceivable that in the next week these Vice Admirals will need to drag their injured and tired bodies to handle a lot of military affairs so that the Navy can initially stabilize in the July area until Vice Admiral Karp and the rest of the Navy warship support arrives. Thinking of this, Ion, who was finally helped by Jun back to her room to cultivate, couldn't help feeling a bit of lazy guilt. However, Ion's current situation is that of a seriously injured admiral, and it is indeed not suitable for getting up and busy working, so he can only helplessly lie in Jun's room and do nothing. Speaking of which, it seems that it will be my birthday soon, right? It is estimated that I will have returned to Marin Vatican by then. As soon as the birthday is over, it will be 31 years old. I heard Drago say that Luffy seems to be about 12 years old. Does that mean there are still 5 years before Luffy goes to see Luffy? Maybe it's going to be trouble. If Luffy is not Drago's son, then with Yan's character, he will definitely choose to completely control Luffy now. What era is the Tide player, the protagonist of the sea? The two-hit kill of Soul Chopping Sword Sparrow B directly annihilates the soul, and then uses Soul Chopping Knife Flow Blade Ruohuo to burn the body again, ensuring that Luffy will not leave any traces. Just when Ion was thinking about how to deal with the trouble of Luffy, the sliding door characteristic of Wano country was knocked, and then General Tsurunaka walked in with Jun. Lieutenant General Yan, how do you feel? Lieutenant General Crane asked. The military doctor has already prescribed me medicine. As long as I don't do serious strenuous exercise, it will not endanger my life. Ian replied with a disapproving smile. That's good. Immediately, Lieutenant General Crane's face showed a look of hesitation. Seeing this, Ian asked suspiciously, Did something happen? Now, the situation in Wano Kingdom is supposed to have completely stabilized. The Revolutionary Army and the Navy are opposed to each other, and Khorasan and Yamato are used as a check and balance as an unstable factor. The next Wano country will be a small-scale continuous conflict between the Revolutionary Army and the Navy and a competition for sea tower resources, but it can ensure that the citizens of Wano country can live a stable life under the resources of all parties quickly. If you accept the changes in the outside world, there should be no more accidents. And Lieutenant General Crane sighed deeply and said, if you were cultivating, you shouldn't let these things affect you. It's just inappropriate to hide your words. Please speak. Hearing this, Ian felt a strange feeling inexplicably. Immediately, Admiral Crane said slowly, Kong and Ying disappeared. Yan. For a moment, Ion only felt that his eyes were dark. Could it be? Is this retribution? I just stole Kaido's home in Wano country, and when I turned around, my son and daughter were gone. 561 Chapter 562 Rare Submarines. At this moment, Yan's face had a faint tendency to turn green. Ian put Sara and Ying in Marin Fando to grow up, except that he hoped that Sara and Ying could get in touch with their peers more, not just on a deserted island beyond the company of animals, is to understand that Marin Vando is a relatively safe place. Lieutenant General Yen Sengoku is also extremely guilty and sad about this matter, and he has already tried his best to find the traces of Sara and Ying, so you don't need to worry too much, Lieutenant General Crane said comfortingly. Yan's expression twitched slightly, and he asked with difficulty, what is the problem? Immediately, General Crane briefly outlined the whole process of the disappearance of Sara and Ying that he knew clearly, and then said, at the moment there are only two possibilities. Either some spy lurking in Marin Fando sneaked away from the sky and Ying. When Ian heard this, his eyes couldn't help but narrowed slightly, and he subconsciously thought of the world government. In addition to the Navy itself, only the world government and the Revolutionary Army have the ability to capture people in Marin Vadodara. So, world government? Ian's eyes showed a hint of coldness, and a series of extremely dangerous thoughts suddenly popped up in his mind. Now that Ion's Ryutsu has increased to the level of 33 cars, even if he still can't fully grasp the solution of Soul Cuttering Sword, Ro Blade is fire, he should be able to do it with one or two swords. This is also one of Yan's biggest cards at the moment. But soon, Ion calmed down and retorted, however, Ying's combat power is comparable to that of most naval officers. It is very unlikely that Ying and Ying want to sneak away without making any movement, and there is no chance of leaving any traces of battle. There is another point that Ion did not say, that is, Sara's physique is relatively frail, but Sara is also a domineering king. If they are really in danger, Sara and Ying's arrogance will completely alarm the entire Marin Fando. Lieutenant General, he heard the words, nodded in agreement, and then said, indeed, so I also think it is more likely that Sara and Ying, who secretly left Marin Fando through some method. After a pause, Lieutenant General, he continued, according to the story of the Warring States Marshal, Shikan and Ying knew about your shipwreck, and they may make a decision to go out to sea to find you when they are extremely excited. Hearing this, Yan's eyes froze, and he realized something in an instant. That idiot Sara, didn't he secretly activate the backhand he left behind in the courtyard? If so, the corners of Ian's mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly, and he felt that his whole person was a little bad. You must know that there is one of the inheritances that I have prepared for Kong and Ying, in order to avoid the occurrence of Robin's childhood when he was helpless helplessly wandering in the sea to survive. Placed there are some of the research results of the laboratory that Ion has invested in over the years, the most important of which are the dual-purpose submarines built by imitating the Pluto giant ship and the Ark Proverbs, which are quite harmless exoskeletons, prosthetic limbs, lineage factor drugs that can promote human evolution. Seeing Ion's sluggish appearance, Admiral Tsuru shouted again and again, "Ion, Ion!" That Yan raised his head, looked at Lieutenant General Crane with dull eyes, and said weakly, "Can you let me be quiet first?" Lieutenant General Crane opened his mouth and tried to say something comforting, but swallowed it back abruptly. "Lieutenant Admiral Yan, if there is any new progress at the Navy headquarters, I will notify you as soon as possible." After saying that, General Tsuru shook his head at Jun, who was hesitant to speak beside him, then took Jun out of the room and closed the door for Ion thoughtfully. And Ion looked up at the roof helplessly, but he knew very well that if there were no accidents, there would be absolutely no new progress on the Navy's side, because the original intention of the submarine design was to ensure the safety of Kong and Ying, to prevent them from being surrounded by the Navy and the world government and difficult to escape. In addition to having a sturdy shell similar to the Pluto giant ship, the submarine also let Coruscant add a silent barrier that can be maintained all the time, preventing the perception of domineering and even worrying about it. Kuzan will take the possibility of freezing the sea, and that submarine also has the ability to fly very fast. Now, all Ion needs to worry about is how to find that submarine in the vast and boundless sea. Phone bug. After the small phone bug in Sara was damaged last time, Ian hadn't had time to give Sara a new phone bug. As for Ying, she wouldn't bring this thing at all. Lifeguard. Ion suddenly thought of this possibility, but quickly rejected the plan. Even the speed of the naval battleship is far behind the submarine, and if the submarine has been sailing in the depths of the sea, even Ion cannot dive into the sea. And many more. Ian sat up suddenly, reached out and rubbed his chin, and muttered, "If I remember correctly, all the island locations known to the Revolutionary Army were added to that submarine, and it has a relatively complete chart for the pirate's voyage. The record pointer is indeed an indispensable item for the Great Route. For the Navy and world government with complete charts, there is no need to completely rely on the record pointer needle. This is also the strategic importance of nautical charts, allowing the Navy to traverse the Great Route at will, without having to move island by island like the pirates, and then wait for the magnetic record to fill the island. Set off again. And in that submarine, it should also record the location of Wano country, so Sara and Ying's destination is likely to be Wano country. Yan's eyes lit up, and his thoughts became clear. A few days later, after the Navy initially completed the various lines of defense that needed to be arranged in the Guri area, a meeting was held on arranging candidates to stay in Wano. 282. After all, it is impossible for most of the Navy's powerful lieutenant generals to stay in the Wano country area forever. Even according to the high status of the G1 branch, it is only arranged for a long-term admiral and a vice admiral to be stationed. According to the preliminary decision of the world government and the naval headquarters, an extremely important naval branch should be established in the July area to restrain the Revolutionary Army and monitor the second half of the New World waters, echoing the G1 branch, so as to stabilize the New World Sea area. 562 Chapter 563 Candidates for the G9 Base Commander. Thirdmore, following Lieutenant General Crane's words, the admirals present were not surprised. If there is no Wano country, then the Navy may not consider establishing a new naval branch in the depths of the New World waters. It's just that the harsh climate in the outer waters of Wano country has instead become a natural barrier, enough to prevent a large number of pirates from attacking the Navy branch. Coupled with the fact that the Navy's raids on the Beast Pirates and Red-Haired Pirates achieved substantial victories, it is also very necessary to take the opportunity to stabilize the deterrence of the Navy in the waters of the New World. In a sense, the establishment of this naval base can be regarded as the first counter-offensive after the Navy had to completely withdraw from the New World waters due to the situation. At this moment, the admirals present can feel excited. Perhaps it does not seem impossible for the Navy to completely end this so-called big pirate era. And Vice Admiral Crane continued to speak after seeing the reactions of the vice admirals present. If there is no accident, the naval branch in the Guri area will be named the G9 branch, and a G5 branch will be established between the original G1 branch and the G9 branch. G5 branch? Wasn't that branch destroyed by pirates? Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel recalled and asked. That's right, but in order to strengthen the Navy's influence on the waters of the New World, the Navy headquarters plans to rebuild the G5 branch. In this way, the three branches of G1, G5, and G9 will be able to form a connection, support each other. Lieutenant General Crane replied. For a time, the vice admirals present nodded their heads one after another, expressing their approval approval of this resolution. It can be said that with the victory of the Navy against the Red Hair Pirates and the 100 Beasts Pirates this time, even if there is an element of sneak attack, it has completely boosted the morale of the entire Navy so that the Navy is no longer afraid of the so-called Sea Emperor. Immediately, Lieutenant General Crane asked, however, regarding the candidates for the G5 branch and the G9 branch base director, the Navy headquarters has not decided yet, so I would like to ask everyone's opinions and attitudes. Lieutenant General Hwashaishin took down the cigar in his mouth and shook the ashes before speaking. The G5 branch is easy to solve. It only needs to send a reliable lieutenant general to stabilize the situation. On the contrary, the G9 branch also needs to contain and monitor the extremely dangerous revolutionary army, and it already belongs to the New World. In the depths of the sea, it is not impossible even to be attacked by those sea emperors. Yes, the G9 branch may be called the most dangerous branch in history. I am afraid that it must have the strength of a general to sit in town. While Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel said in agreement, the rest turned their attention to General Paulsolino, who was sitting on the side with his head down and his nails clipped without speaking. Paulsolino's expression did not change in the slightest, but instead followed the opening. It makes sense. I recommend General Sakaski. His rockberries are actually very strong on land. It may not be long before the revolutionary army can be completely wiped out. In an instant, the corners of the admiral's mouths could not help twitching, and they had no intention of answering. General Sakaski has been in the G1 branch for a long time. Although he is not the head of the G1 branch in name, he has almost made the G1 branch his own basic business after so many years. It is absolutely impossible to agree to such a change. Paulsolino's words meant that he didn't want to get involved in the Kingdom of Peace. Actually, at this moment T. Dolphin added up and said, I think the most suitable base commander for the G9 branch is Lieutenant General ION. Lieutenant General Berman subconsciously objected as the proposal of the addition sounded, this isn't it right? After a pause, Lieutenant General Berman explained, of course, I'm not questioning Lieutenant General Ion's strength and justice. He is the base director of the G9 branch, but Lieutenant General Ion is now seriously injured and he may not be able to recover in a short time. But besides Lieutenant General Ion, who else can be the G9 branch base commander? Lieutenant General Karp. Don't forget the relationship between Lieutenant General Karp and Durag. No one can tell them. Cough cough. Before he could finish speaking, Lieutenant General Hwashaishin, who was sitting beside him, coughed a few times, reminding him not to question Lieutenant General Karp at will. Perhaps for the Navy that is growing up in the new era, Lieutenant General Karp's reputation has gradually ceased to be loud, but veteran lieutenant generals like Lieutenant General Hwashaishin know very well how much Lieutenant General Karp is to the Navy. In the chaotic history of the past decades, Lieutenant General Karp turned the tide several times, killed Rox, arrested One Piece Roger, and captured Golden Lion Chicky. Similarly, this time it was precisely because Lieutenant General Karp restrained Whitebeard's actions, otherwise the naval operation would never be successful. Lieutenant General Karp's credit and justice are also unquestionable. Even if he betrayed the Navy with extremely dangerous thoughts in Durag, Lieutenant General Karp still stands in the Navy, and the world government does not dare to pursue the reason. It seems that at present the only suitable candidate is Lieutenant General Karp. It just so happens that Lieutenant General Karp will arrive in Wano country soon. When the official appointment of the Navy headquarters is reached, we will be able to return to Malinfan after handing over the defense. Much. Lieutenant General Ghost Spider said blankly, but it's really a pity for Lieutenant General Ion. Lieutenant General Ion's resume just happens to lack the experience of being a base commander. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel said helplessly. When the rest of the Navy heard the news, some of them couldn't help but feel a little regretful. After all, if Lieutenant General Ion wants to be promoted to Admiral of the Navy in the future, his experience in commanding the Navy as a base commander is also very important. No way. If Lieutenant General Yan's current injury makes him the G9 base commander again, it's really a bit too strong. Lieutenant General Ghost Spider said. In fact, as long as it is a Vice Admiral who knows the relationship between Vice Admiral Karp and Durag, even if he dares not question it on the surface, he also understands that this is a hidden danger. Just as Lieutenant General Ghost Spider said, the three generals basically have their own heavy responsibilities on weekdays, and Lieutenant General Yan is seriously injured. The only suitable candidate at present is Lieutenant General Karp. Even Lieutenant General Crane understands this truth, so this meeting is actually just a walk through the process. However, at this moment, cough cough, a weak cough sounded outside the door, and Ian, whose face was slightly pale, pushed open the door of the conference room. I said, why wasn't I notified of such an important meeting? 563. The 560th chapters. Who agree? Who is against it? Lieutenant General Ion. Why are you here? Lieutenant Lieutenant General Ion, how is your injury? Please sit down. Please sit down. For the appearance of Ion, the admirals present were surprised at first, and then they were concerned about Ion's injury. On the other hand, Ion's slightly pale face showed a gentle and firm smile, and then replied, "Don't worry, everyone, with justice, I won't collapse so easily. It's just that when Admiral Tsuru and Jun heard these words, they couldn't help but groan in their hearts. After all, they knew very well that in addition to the physical injury, Yen was suffering from the disappearance of Sara and Ying even in his heart. Under this double torture of body and mind, why did Ion appear here? Immediately, General Crane explained, "Lieutenant General Ian, this meeting is not intended to bypass you, but considering your injury and state, it did not disturb your recuperation." And Ion, who sat down in an empty seat beside the Crane, said sternly, "Lieutenant General Crane, please don't regard me as a junior who needs to be taken care of today. I am a man who bears the rank of Lieutenant General of the Navy headquarters, but I have done all the obligations and responsibilities that I need to bear." Awareness. As soon as these words came out, all the admirals in this temporary conference room could not help showing admiration when they looked at Ian. "Do you still bear the consciousness of justice without hesitation even though your body is full of scars?" At this moment the Vice Admiral sincerely admired Ion's sense of justice. This man is indeed a Navy hero. Even Lieutenant General Crane had an inexplicable sense of reliability towards Lieutenant General Ion at the moment, especially compared to Lieutenant General Garb, who is usually unreliable. Lieutenant General Ion, who also bears the title of Navy hero, is too reliable in his awareness of justice. And Ion glanced at the many admirals who attended the meeting, and asked knowingly, "I don't know what issues are being discussed now." Lieutenant Admiral Yan, the Navy headquarters intends to establish a new G9 branch in the Guri area of Wano country, and is discussing the candidate for the base commander of the G9 branch. Jun explained briefly. Ion nodded, rubbed his chin in thought, and then asked, "If you don't mind, if so, can I recommend a candidate for the base chief of the G9 branch? Who is Lieutenant General Ion who thinks it is suitable?" Lieutenant General Crane asked. Ion spat out a name slowly. Tefamer Ion. The admiral present was stunned for a moment, and then he reacted, and Jun even objected subconsciously. "Lieutenant General Ion, if your injury needs to be repaired." The rest of the admirals heard that. Although they did not express their opposition, they also persuaded Ion. "Lieutenant General Ion, I absolutely agree with your qualifications to serve as the G9 branch base director, but it is more appropriate for you to return to Marin Vando to recuperate first in your physical condition." "That's right, and Lieutenant General Ion, you are now one of the mainstays of the Navy. Staying in Marin Vando may be more deterrent to the pirates in the whole sea." Lieutenant General Yan, perhaps the defense of the G9 branch is very important, but it is also extremely dangerous here, and a war may break out at any time. Hearing the voices coming from his ears, Ian felt helpless in his heart. If it was under normal circumstances, Ion would not continue to stay in Wano country, and even in his heart he was ready to return to Marin Vando to continue his small days of paid fishing. It's just that there is a high probability that Sara and Ying, the two uneasy bastards, are heading towards Wano country. Only by staying in Wano country by himself can Ion completely ensure that when Sara and Ying arrive, Ion can erase all the unfavorable information that may be leaked in time. Otherwise, in Wano country, a chaotic place full of revolutionary army, pirates, navy, and world government, once it is disturbed by Sara and Ying, it will definitely be a big trouble. If nothing else, it's just a very high-tech submarine, and it's quite difficult for Ian to explain it. "Everyone, please listen to me." Cough. Ian said. He couldn't help coughing for a few breaths, then stopped, and then said, "The establishment of the G9 branch by the naval headquarters here is naturally a good thing for the future of the Navy. If the G9 branch can be stabilized normally, it will be enough to greatly deter the pirates in the New World waters. It's just that the situation in the country of Wano is quite complicated, and the level of danger of Darag is also quite terrifying, and there are also dangerous characters like Khorasan mixed in it." Cough. Ian covered his cough lightly with his hand, then pushed his eyes, and said in a state of being seriously ill, "In addition, the location of Wano country is deep in the waters of the New World, so the G9 branch is actually on the cusp of the storm at all times, and it may be subverted at any time. Although this kind of thinking is too rude, I think that only if I continue to stay in the G9 branch can I deter Darag and the rest of the enemy who are eyeing the Navy." After a pause, Ion said with a shallow smile on his face, "As for my injury, you don't need to worry. I will never fall until the so-called big pirate era is ended by the Navy." For a time, the admirals present couldn't help staring at Ian in silence, and even Paul Salino, who had always been indifferent, looked at Ian with awe. "Lieutenant General Ion, it's not that he doesn't know the danger of the G9 branch. It is precisely because this man is aware of the danger of the G9 branch that he intends to bear this danger himself. himself. Lieutenant General Crane, who was also moved by it, asked seriously, "Lieutenant General Ion, are you serious?" "That's right." Ion nodded, then spoke. "I don't know everyone present who agrees, who opposes. I've always been very supportive of Big Brother Yan." For a while, with the addition of the Count almost without hesitation, the rest of the admirals also expressed their positions. Lieutenant General Ion's irresistible consciousness. "How can I object?" "I agree," Lieutenant General Doberman said with a grim expression. "If Lieutenant General Ion is willing to serve as the base commander of the G9 branch, that is indeed a perfect result." "I agree." Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel nodded. "If Lieutenant General Ion's injury recovers quickly, I also agree," Lieutenant General Hwashaishan said with a gentle personality. 564 Chapter 565 New G9 Branch Base Director. The matter was almost settled as the admirals of the Wano country expressed their approval for Ion's inauguration as the base commander of the G9 branch. After all, even the Warring States Marshal had to carefully consider the opinion that most of the Navy's powerful lieutenant generals agreed. What's more, whether in terms of strength, qualifications, or status, Yan is actually the best candidate for the G9 branch base leader. The only thing to worry about is Ion's injury. A few days later, a humble port in the July area. "I said, Ion boy, really don't need the old man to stay here to help you watch for a while," Lieutenant General Garp said carelessly. "No need, Lieutenant General Garp, my injury has almost recovered." Ion, who was a little pale, declined. 283 Hey, okay, this, but your boy refused. "Zaya, he can't blame me for not speaking and staying," Lieutenant General Garp said, and then turned around and boarded the naval battleship. Now, with Lieutenant General Garp arriving in the Guri area and leading a considerable number of naval warships that stayed outside the waters of Wano country into Wano country, numerous admirals will also leave this newly established branch of G9 and begin their return towards Maranvando. After all, most of the naval generals who participated in this war still have heavy military affairs, and many of them are the base chiefs who guard the branches of the Great Route. They must return as soon as possible to avoid the emptiness of the naval headquarters and other naval branches under attack. As the order for the warships to set sail was issued, in addition to the 5 naval warships reserved for temporary use by the G9 branch, the rest of the naval warships began to set sail and leave Wano country. For the Navy, after nearly half a month, they have roughly figured out the severe weather conditions in the outer waters of Wano Kingdom. Even though the degree of danger is still high, the time node and currents that can successfully leave the Wano country waters have been roughly figured out, which is enough to ensure the success rate of the fleet's passage. On the main ship of the naval fleet leaving Wano country, Lieutenant General Garp found that Lieutenant General Crane was still looking in the direction of Wano country with a solemn expression, and he could not help comforting Lieutenant General Crane. "Zaya, don't worry, if even Yen can't keep the G9 branch, even if I were to be the base commander, the difference would not be much." "No, I'm not worried about Lieutenant General Ion's combat power, but other things," Lieutenant General Crane replied. "What's the matter?" Lieutenant General Garp asked. Lieutenant General Crane sighed helplessly and said, "I'm afraid that the disappearance of Sara and Ying will cause extremely serious irritation to Lieutenant General Ion, and even Lieutenant General Ion decides to stay in the G9 branch. Maybe it is because he is unwilling to return to Maranvando and face the Warring States." "Shouldn't it be? Ion boy is not a man who is easily defeated by emotions," Lieutenant General Garp said disapprovingly. "Ugh." Lieutenant General Crane sighed deeply again and did not speak again. Standing beside Admiral Tsuru, staring deeply at Jun of Wano country, which kept getting smaller and smaller within the range of sight, he suddenly said, "Sister Crane, I'm going to try to be the base commander of the G5 branch." Admiral Tsuru looked at Jun with a little surprise. Lieutenant General Garp guessed even more without hesitation. "Jun, you don't simply want to be closer to Ion kid?" Jun did not refute Lieutenant General Garp but tightened his grip on the famous sword Golden Sword and then said, "My strength is too weak. If I want to make my knife sharper, it is one of the best ways to continue to hone myself as the base commander in the New World Sea area." In the end, Jun's eyes looked extremely firm. Too weak. In front of Drago, Jun can deeply understand that there is still a clear gap between himself and the real top people in the sea. I seem to be further away from Lieutenant General Ion. Jun has not forgotten the battle that he once agreed with Ion under the moon, but even though that battle has not yet started, Jun already understands that he is going to lose. Obviously, he has never slackened his kendo practice in the past 10 years, but the gap between the two sides is becoming more and more obvious. Feeling of powerlessness. The feeling of powerlessness that can't help Lieutenant General Ion. The feeling of powerlessness that can only stare at Lieutenant General Ion's back. The feeling of powerlessness that is as deeply felt as Lieutenant General Ion is leaving him. Must be stronger. I have not finished what I want to say to Lieutenant General General Ion. Admiral Tsuru stared deeply into Jun's eyes as if feeling Jun's determination, nodded and said, "That being the case, Vice Admiral Jun, please be prepared to be hard-working. Even compared to the G9 branch, the risk of the G5 branch is much lower, and it is closer to the G1 branch and the Navy headquarters. Get reinforcements faster, but the pirates in the New World waters are crazy." Jun clenched the famous Sword King Chen Haibao in his hand and replied word by word, "That exactly what I hoped for." Different from the emotion and melancholy of most navies in the naval fleet that left, Ion, who had bid farewell to his colleagues and left, briefly dealt with the military affairs of the G9 branch and then returned to the G9 branch navy that is still under construction today. In the base office, as Ion opened the office door, there was a figure in a gray cloak in the office. Ian walked into the office without the slightest change in his movements and closed the door. "Durag, what are you doing? It's still broad daylight." In front of Ion, a close friend and comrade, Drago's ferocious facial features full of tattoos grinned almost the same as Lieutenant General Garp, weighed the lunchbox in his hand and said, "Congratulations on your promotion to the G9 branch base commander. So I brought you a snack from Wano country by the way to congratulate you. It tastes pretty good. Who is in the mood to eat snacks?" Sara and Ying haven't yet. With Durag opened the lunchbox and saw the nodding that was full of color and fragrance, Ian couldn't help but stop talking and then pointed his finger at the desk and said, "Let it go." Drago shrugged, then took out the snacks in the lunchbox and placed them neatly on the desk before speaking. "Don't worry too much about Sara and Ying. Doesn't the life card show that they are in good condition? With our control over Wano, as long as Sara and Ying arrive in Wano, we will know the news soon." After a pause, Drago patted Ion's shoulder and comforted, "Besides, things like sons and daughters naturally have their own path. It's useless to worry too much. Instead of wasting energy on them, it's better to think more about our future. P.S. I have a cold again, and my head is dizzy. I rested early today, only to watch 566th daily schedule." Yan. Ion was eating a snack and looked at Drago beside him in amazement. "What's wrong?" Seeing this, Drago asked inexplicably, "Isn't this dessert delicious? It tastes good, but it's suddenly a little hard to swallow." Ian wiped his mouth, looked at Drago speechlessly, and asked, "What a mess. What do you say about the future?" "Naturally it is the future of the Revolutionary Army." Drago's expression became solemn and he said, "With the occupation of Wano and showing that it is not weaker than the Sea Emperors, the Revolutionary Army is now probably the #1 enemy of the world government. Right? Coupled with the development of the Island Commune plan, the Revolutionary Army is now it has begun to gradually move towards the bright side, and it is finally here." Immediately, Drago took out a newspaper and a reward order from his arms and handed it to Ion. Ian took the newspaper and glanced at it and found that the headline on it read, "Durag, the most dangerous man in the sea, the new emperor of the sea." The details in the page are about Durag's sneak attack on the 100 Beasts pirates and illegal occupation of Wano, causing extremely serious harm to the sea, etc., depicting Durag as a pirate no different evil existence. As for the avatar of Drago on the reward order, the reward amount has been raised again to the level of 3 billion. Ian said unexpectedly, "Sure enough, the news agency on the bright side is a neutral institution independent of the world government, but the world government is fully capable of manipulating and controlling the content of the newspaper. This newspaper can completely use it as the material to perfectly smear the Revolutionary Army. Tisk, treat me as a pirate and one of the so-called 4 emperors of pirates." Drago said helplessly, "Isn't this name quite handsome?" Ion gave full affirmation and said, "At least it's much more interesting than something like Sakura Dragon." After a pause, Ion beckoned to Xiaojin, who was basking in the sun in the office window, and motioned for him to pour himself 2 glasses of juice from the castle, and then handed one of them to Drago, and then showed a smile, said, "And from the side, doesn't this fully show that the world government has not noticed the real power of the Revolutionary Army, and it has not found the shadow of the Revolutionary Army in the Island Commune plan at all?" Drago drank the juice in one gulp, and still said with some dissatisfaction, "Just being slandered as a so-called pirate really makes me feel uncomfortable. What does it matter? As long as you can create a bright future, even if you can't bathe in the sun, it's just a trivial matter to bear the infamy of destroying the world, let alone being slandered as a pirate," Ion said nonchalantly. Drago's expression was slightly surprised, and he couldn't help but tease, "I can't see that my chief of staff still has this kind of consciousness." Ian couldn't help but rolled a glance at Drago, then took out a stack of documents from Xiaojin's castle and handed it to Drago, saying, "This is a daily schedule that I wrote in my spare time during this period of recovery. On the whole, the Revolutionary Army and the Navy maintain a rhythm of 2 days for a small conflict, 3 days for a big conflict, and rest on weekends and holidays. On the whole, the conflict between the two sides has been back and forth and the situation is inextricable. Look, if there is no problem, let's make arrangements according to the schedule. Drago then flipped through the document and found that dozens of conflicts and wars that the Navy and the Revolutionary Army could create according to the terrain, humanities, resources, etc. of Wano country were written on it. The purpose of these conflicts and wars, in addition to training the Revolutionary Army, is to continue to attract the attention of the world government and gradually create a sense of paralysis for the world government. Will this appear not real enough? Drago asked worriedly. If Lieutenant General Garp is the base commander of the G9 branch, then it is naturally more appropriate for the Revolutionary Army to take the initiative to provoke and attack. But since I am the base commander, it is more worry-free to adopt this method. As for the specific, I will arrange the details. Don't worry. After a pause, Ion continued. In addition, even if the war between the two sides has temporarily declared a truce, the world government will still send 2 additional CP0 teams to Wano country. Support when the time comes. We have to find a way to get rid of them without leaving a trace. No problem. It should be enough for me to deal with this matter with a smile. Drago put away the stack of documents and reminded, by the way, the spy that the organization planted in the world government heard an interesting rumor. What rumor? Ion asked. The world government intends to deprive Mihawk of the title of Shivyukai on the grounds of saving Shanks, and will include Yamato as one of the new candidates for Shivyukai. Drago said. Ian rubbed his chin, nodded and said, isn't this a good thing? The world government uses the name of 7 Wahei to win over Yamato, a local force in the country of Wano, which fully shows how much the world government pays attention to the country of Wano. After a pause, Ion murmured, since this is the case, it is necessary for the Revolutionary Army to cooperate with Yamato and let Yamato show her value in front of the world government. In this way, the entire Kaiwahei can be firmly controlled. I said, Chief of Staff, even if the Yamato guy's strength still has a certain gap with mine, but it is definitely at the top level of the sea. Don't be too arrogant. If you let Yamato grow to the level of Kaido, even you, it's hard to grasp, isn't it? Drago reminded. And Yamato's thinking completely belongs to the local warrior concept of Wano country. I am afraid it is difficult to completely harmonious with the road of the Revolutionary Army. Plus you killed his father. Maybe that white wolf will bite you back in the future. Listening to Drago's reminder, Ion unconsciously tapped the desk with his fingers and thought about it. Yamato bite me? At this moment, Ion couldn't help recalling the bits and pieces of the few days he was in contact with Yamato, then smiled and said, don't worry, I can still control Yamato. At the same time, the famous Big Mom pirates 4 stars Charlotte Snag and Charlotte Cricket arrived at the edge of the North Sea. Snug looked down at the direction indicated by the 100 Beasts Kaido life card in his hand, and then looked at the sea area in front of him that was as calm as the New World Sea area, and said incredulously, is Kaido in the North Sea? 566 Chapter 567 Life Factor Research Institute. Under the surface of a barren island in the North Sea, steel channels with an overall color tone of white spread almost all over the island. Life Factor Research Institute. This is the research institute established by Yan for Lugo. Compared with the scale of 6 years ago, with Yan's continuous investment from Bailey, this institute has expanded more than several times, and the number of pure scientific researchers has reached thousands. I heard that there is an excellent research material, right? Like gas, with horns on top of his head. Caesar Courant with a flattering expression was constantly talking to a young man in a white coat with an indifferent expression. Hey, isn't this inappropriate? Why didn't you tell me there are excellent research materials? My research is also very important. Please give me some of the research materials. Lugo, are you listening to me, you bastard? At the end of the day, Caesar couldn't help but get angry and exasperated, and said subconsciously, ignore me again. Believe it or not, I will have the number of SAD made this month. Hearing this sentence, Lugo was busy preparing some medicine in his hands, and his indifferent eyes turned to Caesar and said, SAD is related to the amount of artificial fruit that the Lord needs. If you are bent on dying, then I can only satisfy you, Caesar. Suddenly, Caesar's expression completely stiffened, and he didn't dare to refute Lugo, who seemed to have just grown up in front of him. P.S. To clarify, in the comics, although Lugo and Luffy are the same pirates, Lugo is about 7 years older than Luffy. Although Caesar didn't know who the Lord Lugo was referring to, Caesar had a deep understanding of how terrible Lugo was. 284. In the beginning, Caesar, who was originally researching for the world government on the island of Punkhasad, was attacked, and when he was brought to this laboratory, Caesar completely despised Lugo, who looked rather immature, until Lugo personally conducted research for Caesar, a surgical transformation. Since then, Caesar has clearly recognized that the man named Trafalgar Law is a monster who can trample the forbidden area of life at will. In terms of biological research, it is even more terrifying interesting than Vegapunk. Much more. Logo, don't be so harsh. I just wanted to get your attention and make a joke, Caesar said weakly. Please figure out your own position, Caesar. Logo's tone reminded without the slightest fluctuation. If you don't cooperate, I can completely take out your brain and then extract the knowledge related to SAD and hand it over to another researcher to be responsible for the production of SAD. Hearing this sentence, Caesar felt a chill on the top of his head on the spot and did not doubt that Logo possessed such unscientific ability, and a twitching smile appeared on his face to please him. Ro, don't say such scary things. It's scary. You think I'm joking with you? Logo ignored Caesar's flattery, turned his head and continued to do the experiment. Guru. Caesar swallowed his saliva and fear suddenly erupted in his heart. Just let Caesar escape or resist Logo's words. Let's not say whether Caesar has such courage. More importantly, Logo took Caesar's heart away. Well, physically take away. Caesar believed that as long as he dared to escape, Logo might try to transplant his heart into other animals for experiments without saying a word, or slice it and fry it. But out of his enthusiasm for research, Caesar was reluctant to give up just like that. After all, last night he inadvertently saw that the data analyzed from that piece of research material was quite astonishing, and more importantly, he saw some interesting and familiar rankings of lineage factors on that piece of data. Logo, that, Caesar said cautiously. I was careless last night, really just careless. Not at all, because I was curious about your research progress and peeked at the report. I just accidentally saw the lineage factor analysis data of the research material. Facing Rona's frighteningly indifferent eyes, Caesar stammered, sweating all over his body. That sort, as if I've seen it before. It was only then that a slight expression appeared on Logo's face, and he muttered, oh, that's right, you seemed to be Vegapunk's assistant before. Right. As soon as he heard this, Caesar retorted instinctively as if he had a stress reaction. Not an assistant, a colleague, and a scientist who almost surpassed Vegapunk in research level. Logo nodded expressionlessly. Oh, what? Logo, what do you mean by that expression? I'm the second-ranked genius scientist in the world's government science class, and I'm only a little bit worse than Vegapunk. At the end, Caesar noticed the impatient look in Logo's eyes, and his voice gradually weakened. After Logo Buletin hastily processed all the medicines in his hand, he turned around and walked outside the research room, and said, since you want to meet that research material, then follow along. I hope you can make a difference. Caesar was overjoyed immediately, and hurriedly followed, saying, no problem, Logo, please believe in my strength. As for Caesar's assurance, Logo's attitude was always non-committal, with an indifferent expression, leading Caesar to the depths of the institute, passing through one security door after another, and came to a place that seemed to be mixed with sea-floor stones. In front of the gate made of other metal. Here, I haven't been here, Caesar murmured in surprise. Logo ignored Caesar's self-talk, but after a series of tedious verifications, he opened the door that was nearly 30 meters high in front of him. The next moment, a huge black steel stood in the room, surrounded by nearly 30 cages, holding shadows one after another. That is, as Caesar walked in unconsciously, his eyes widened as he looked at the cages. The Flame Calamity Yin with a reward of 1.39 billion berry, the Pandemic Quinn with a bounty of 1.32 billion berry, and these famous officers of the Beast Pirates. Guru. Caesar couldn't help swallowing his saliva nervously, then turned to Logo and asked, how could it be? Why did the officials of the 100 Beast Pirates who were said to have been destroyed in the newspapers appear here? Caesar, the research materials should be treated equally. The reward amount is only their value in the outside world. In the laboratory, they should be classified according to their own research value. Logo said calmly, then walked to the giant monument and said, the most valuable research material here is this, Caesar. And Caesar turned his eyes and looked at the head that seemed to grow on the steel. His legs fell to the ground subconsciously, and shouted in horror. Kaido. 567 Chapter 568 of the Attack of the Desert Four Generals. Third more. Kaido. Caesar's terrified voice continued to echo, and even his voice became extremely sharp unconsciously. Where's the annoying kid from? Little devil, lean on Laozi and watch Laozi chew you up and taste the fresh meat. That guy seems to be called Caesar. Among them, the Pandemic Quinn, who was fat and covered in chains of sea tower stones, leaned his head against the edge of the cage and stared at Caesar, saying, yes, Caesar Current used to be the same as me as M. In response to the noise of the research materials, Logo calmly pressed a button in his hand. In an instant, a blue electric light burst into every cage, causing the villains of the 100 Beast Pirates to let out a series of painful howls. Immediately, in the faint smell of meat, Logo spoke calmly. As research material, please keep quiet, otherwise I don't mind keeping your mouths permanently closed physically. Only if that's the case, you have to be equipped with liquid food. So can you not cause me trouble? Immediately, the villains of the 100 Beasts Pirates did not dare to make a sound. They just stared at Logo with incomprehensible unutterably angry and hateful eyes staring at the person in front of him who seemed to have no superfluous feelings and just wanted to. Men who study their bodies. Immediately afterwards, Logo turned around and spoke to the still slumped Caesar. Caesar, the act of humiliating in front of research materials is almost over. These are the latest batch of research materials delivered. Anyway, they are some villains who don't deserve to die. You can conduct research at will. The corner of Caesar's mouth twitched slightly. Logo, how did you get these guys? These are already most of the beast pirates. Right. That's not something you should ask about. Logo replied. Your task is to cooperate with me to analyze the lineage factors of these research materials as soon as possible. Listening to Logo's words, Caesar took a few deep breaths, and his eyes swept across the 100 beast pirates officials and Kaido in front of him again. These people in front of me are all big men who were almost impossible to climb up to before. The next moment, Caesar's eyes couldn't help showing a bit of excitement, especially when he looked at Kaido. There was a frenzied look in his eyes. He said, I see, Logo, the bloodline factor data I stole last night was analyzed from Kaido's body. Right, huh? Is it really a P? Logo caught the key words unexpectedly. No, it was an accident. It was an accident. Caesar shuddered and explained again and again. However, what I am almost certain about now is that Kaido is the highest masterpiece of the bloodline factor transformation completed by Vegapunk in the past. All the research results of the lineage factor. Having said that, Caesar's expression became more and more enthusiastic. As long as I can master the research results of Vegapunk plus my genius and wisdom, then surpass Vegapunk is just around the corner. Ha 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 ha. However, at this moment, a series of alarm sounds suddenly sounded in the entire institute, accompanied by faint roars. What happened? Caesar asked, shaking his head left and right. It's nothing. There should be a pirate attacking the research institute. Don't pay attention. Someone will deal with those pirates, Logo said with an unusually calm expression, and then continued to explain the precautions of the research to Caesar. However, after a while, the harsh siren still remained, which made Logo feel that something was wrong. The island where the research institute is located is an uninhabited deserted island. Occasionally, there are pirates with short eyes who make a temporary stop and then explore the deserted island out of the so-called adventurous spirit. It was just a group extermination in vain. After all, this is not a great route, but there is only a lack of strong people, and even the North Sea where there are very few pirates who know domineering. Caesar, who was still a little fanatical at first, was inexplicably flustered at this time and couldn't help asking nervously, Hey, Logo, is it really okay? It seems that something went wrong. Logo put his hands in his pockets and said while walking towards the door where the experimental materials were being held, Caesar, you stay here and don't run around. I'll deal with it. Hey, Logo, don't leave me here alone, you bastard. It's just that before Caesar could fully express his opposition, the door made of halostone mixed metal slammed shut. Boom. Caesar's face twitched slightly, and his eyes slowly turned around. He always felt that the big pirates who were imprisoned in the cage might tear him to pieces at any time. Especially, Caesar swallowed his saliva and turned to look at Kaido's head with only one eyeball on the steel behind him. The tyrannical and domineering eyes made Caesar, a researcher, feel a chill in his heart. As a former colleague of Caesar, Pandemic Quinn's head slammed hard on the edge of the cage and roared in a low voice, Hey, Caesar, let us go. You can do whatever you want. Caesar, who was terrified in his heart, said with a sad face, Quinn, I think so, but my heart is with Logo. What? In an instant, the fierce and domineering gazes of the officials of the 100 Beasts pirates turned into surprise and disgust, and Logo, who had left the specially made room, walked unhurriedly in the direction of the commotion in the research institute and took out the phone bug to get in touch. What's the situation? It's Charlotte Snag and Charlotte Cracker from the 4 generals of the Big Mom Pirates. We are already requesting support from the nearby organization branch. Snag Cracker. Logo's brows wrinkled slightly, and he didn't expect that the enemies who broke into the research institute would actually be 2 big men from the New World Sea area. The bounties of these 2 guys are as high as 600 million and 860 million respectively, which are big pirates comparable to the 3 disasters of the 100 Beast Pirates. Kaido, or the rest. Will the pirates be located? Logo's heart quickly locked the maximum possibility and then calmly said, There is no need to ask for support. Those 2 guys cannot be dealt with by the forces remaining in the North Sea. Start an emergency plan to evacuate to the backup research institute. 568 569th chapter. A little bit compared with the Great Route, the average strength level of the 4 seas can only be equal to the level of the novice village. As for the strength level of Desert 4 generals, at least the Revolutionary Army Northern Admiral Crow Karas is required to be able to cope with one of them, so Logo is very clear that even asking for the support of the Revolutionary Army is meaningless. The big pirates from the waters of the New World world are no less than a dimensional attack to the North Sea. Soon, even though Logo stopped unnecessary requests for reinforcements, this information was quickly passed on to Drager, who was fishing with Ion. What? Charlotte Snag and Charlotte Cricket of the 4 generals of the Big Mom Pirates attacked the Life Factor Research Institute. Drago's tone was full of disbelief, and his face was even more ugly. After all, although the Life Factor Research Institute is a privately established research institute by Ian, it is not a research institute directly affiliated to the Revolutionary Army, but it is also one of the non-staff research institutes, and a large number of research results are also directly shared with the Revolutionary Army. However, compared to Drago's panic, Ion's expression was quite calm. While continuing to fish, he poured a cup of tea for Drago with one hand and said, "Darag, being too noisy will scare the fish away." "Hey, Chief of Staff, isn't your attitude too calm? The attacker is the second of the 4 generals of the Big Mom Pirates, and his overall combat power may be much stronger than most of the vice admirals of the Navy headquarters." "Great pirate." Immediately, Drago couldn't help frowning and muttering to himself, "It's troublesome now. The top combat power organized in the North Sea is only Crow Karas, but even if Karas can contain one of them, the other one cannot be solved. And once the research institute is destroyed, not only will many of the research results hidden in the research institute be taken away, but even more troublesome is that if Kaido and those cotters are released, it may affect the overall plan of the organization. The organization is completely exposed to the bright side of the sea. Damn, how could those 2 guys escape the Navy's surveillance and blockade so easily and arrive in the North Sea? And why didn't the organization's intelligence system pay attention to their appearance?" Ian took a sip of tea without haste and said, "Under normal circumstances, Charlotte Snugger and Charlotte Cricket would not have been able to cross the naval blockade to the North Sea so easily. But now this is a chain reaction. After all, the Navy has drawn a large number of naval elites and combat power from various branches to concentrate on the New World waters. It is not surprising that the regiment found a loophole and sneaked into the North Sea without being noticed. But the organization's intelligence system didn't pay attention to Charlotte Snag and Charlotte Cricket. It's a problem. Did they go straight to the location of the research institute without stopping at all after arriving in the North Sea?" Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. All kinds of guesses flashed in his mind, and he said slowly, 285. "It seems that Kaido's concern with Charlotte Lingling is far beyond our imagination. It is very likely that Charlotte Lingling has kept Kaido's life card in her hand." Drago's expression also became solemn and said, "So the purpose of the Big Mom Pirates is to rescue Kaido? It's really troublesome. Once Kaido is rescued, not only will the hidden power of the organization be exposed, but even Kabukai and the Chief of Staff will be exposed. All your secrets will be revealed." Ion nodded, naturally understanding the seriousness of the matter. Suddenly, Drago did not dare to delay at all, and while speaking, he took out a phone bug from his arms and prepared to contact him. "Trouble, I have to stop Charlotte Snag and Charlotte Cricket from fighting. I hope the Crow and the Bear can catch up." However, Yan stopped Drago's move and said, "The current position of the Crow is too far from the research institute, although the Bear's fruit ability can quickly cross the sea, but he is currently on the Great Route and it will take 2 days to arrive at the fastest or more, and he will not be able to catch up." "Then what?" Drago said subconsciously, and suddenly realized something was wrong. This guy Ion's demeanor was so calm, as if he wasn't worried at all. "Hey Yan, did you keep your back?" Yan looked calmly at the fish float on the water, observed the movement of the fish float, and said, "A little bit, a little bit." Drago's tone was full of suspicion. Said, "The attacker is the second of the 4 generals of the Big Mom Pirates, and almost all of them have the strength to destroy a small country in the New World Sea." Then a little more than a little. Looking at Drago with a serious face, Ian stopped teasing and said with a smile, "Since we intend to use Kaido as research material, it is natural to consider various risks and avoid the worst." After a pause, Ian pushed his glasses and said, "Of course, I didn't expect Kaido to hand over the important life card to Charlotte Lingling. My worst plan was that the world government left some gadgets in Kaido's body that could be located to deal with CP0. However, since 2 of the 4 generals of the Big Mom Pirates collided head-to-head, the results probably wouldn't make any difference." Looking at Ion's calm and confident expression, Drago's mind couldn't help but think of one after another who might be used by Ion as a backup man. It's just that as far as Drago knows, the characters that Yan can mobilize, except for the members of the Revolutionary Army, are almost all powerful people who have won the title of 7 Wuhei. But after Khorasan exposed the fact of capturing the Wano country, the world government and the Navy unsurprisingly began to verify and trace the Kabukai. As for the whereabouts of the internal combat power of the Revolutionary Army, Drago, as the leader, is even clearer. Except for the Crow, he is not in the North Sea. No need to guess, this is the first battle between between those two guys in the sea. According to the traditional saying of the warriors of Wano Kingdom, the first battle to get the head of the second of the four generals is a pretty good result. Ion spoke calmly, then spoke, but this incident also reminded me. Fortunately, the attackers were only two of the four generals. If it was Charlotte Lingling, it would be quite troublesome to support. 569 Chapter 570th Marriage with the Charlotte Family. After listening to Ion's words, Drago couldn't help but relax and said, "You don't need to worry about Charlotte Lingling's problem. Like those sea emperors, their whereabouts have been monitored by many parties, and it is impossible for them to reach the North Sea silently. We can't underestimate any possibility. After all, even if we haven't fully understood the essence of something like a devil fruit, it's hard to predict all kinds of strange abilities. Maybe one of them can cross the sea in an instant." Having said that, Ion's voice paused, but he suddenly thought of something, and couldn't help rubbing his chin. "What's wrong?" Drago asked. "I seem to have really thought of a devil fruit that can instantly cross space regardless of distance." Door fruit. Ian pushed his glasses and said, "If this fruit ability can instantly cross the great route to the four seas, then its significance is extraordinary." Soon, Drago also recalled the information about the door fruit and said, "Sect fruit. If I remember correctly, this should be the fruit ability of a spy lurking in the seven waters of the CP9 organization, right?" After the Revolutionary Army secretly took away Frankie and the ancient weapon Pluto design in his hands, a considerable number of intelligence personnel were still deployed in the Seven Waters, so the CP9 members led by Lucci, when they sneaked into the capital of Seven Waters, their every move hardly concealed the Revolutionary Army. Suddenly, Drago's tattooed face showed a smile and said, "It seems that it is necessary to pay considerable attention to that door fruit person." "No, the most important thing to pay attention to right now is not that door fruit person." Ian raised his eyes, looked in the direction of the sea area of Wanguo, and said, "The real trouble is Big Mom Charlotte Lingling. As long as she keeps Kaido's life card in her hand, it will be a persistent hidden danger." Drago replied with a frown, "The problem is that the Big Mom Pirates is different from other pirates. The intelligence power organized in the Big Mom Pirates is much weaker than that in the world government. Is there no way to infiltrate further? Otherwise, the location of the life card cannot be determined, and there is no way to capture the life card. With the current situation of the sea, I want to eliminate the Big Mom Sea without destroying the original plan of the organization. Thieves is almost impossible to do." Ion asked. "It's hard." Drago shook his head and said, "Most of the officers of the Big Mom Pirates are members of the Charlotte family itself, and the few intelligence personnel in the organization are only insignificant in the Big Mom Pirates. First class, I don't have the qualifications to connect to Charlotte Lingling, let alone take a life card." After a pause, Drago continued, "It is extremely difficult for a non-Charlotte family to become a cotter, and there is no way to achieve it in the short term, unless find a way to arrange suitable personnel to join the Charlotte family, or marry into the Charlotte family." Ian pondered for a while, and his eyes immediately fell on Drago, and asked with some lack of confidence, "Durag, do you mind marrying another wife, or help Luffy arrange it? Let the Revolutionary Army marry the Charlotte family in name," which is exactly what the Revolutionary Army wants. "To break the deadlock development situation will not arouse any suspicion from the world government." After a pause, Ian couldn't help but explain and said, "Of course, if my position permits, I don't really mind sacrificing my own happiness, but I am a navy after all, and I have absolutely no reason to contact the Charlotte family." In an instant, Drago's expression couldn't help twitching. At the same time, in the upper area of the Life Factor Research Institute, Snag and Caligia were wiping out the guards of the Life Factor Research Institute like chopping melons and vegetables. As one of the four generals of the top pirate group, Big Mom Pirates in the sea today, the strength of Snug and Cracker is absolutely monster level. In the face of the guards who were constantly charging from all directions of the steel passage, in addition to slowing down the forward speed of Snug and Cracker, they hardly caused any damage to Snag and Cracker. But what's up with these guys? Continuing to harvest life. On the contrary, there is a strange and panic feeling in Cracker's heart. Why don't these guys seem to be afraid at all? And these guys seem to have animal characteristics. Are they those with animal type devil fruit abilities? It's just that this level is too weak, right? Compared to the Bikrik frame, Snug's expression was rather calm. This is just the North Sea. Even the devil fruit person is not strong. As for the madness of these guys, maybe this place is very important. After a pause, the giant knife in Snug's hand swept across and cut several guards directly in the waist. Said, "Don't worry about it, brother Cracker. Kaido is below us." "Tisk, do you still need to remind me of this kind of thing?" Cracker's tone was somewhat dissatisfied, and he directly activated the ability of Biscuit Fruit to create 10 biscuit soldiers. The next moment, under the sudden charge of the 10 biscuit soldiers, they forcibly pushed back against the constant gushing guards in the narrow passage with the terrifying hardness, opening up a trail with a lot of flesh and blood squeezing traces left. Path of let's go. Even if a group of ants try their best, it will only make me feel sick. However, at this moment a white line appeared on the waists of the 10 biscuit soldiers at the same time and then shattered. How come? Cracker was stunned for a moment, showing a bit of disbelief. Although this is a biscuit soldier made by me, it is also beyond the hardness of steel alloys. How can it be completely shattered in an instant? This is not the level of strength that the North Sea area should have. Immediately, with a knife called Ghost Cry in his hand, Ludo, wearing a white coat, appeared in front of Charlotte Snugger and Charlotte Cricket. What? It's just a kid, Cracker said disdainfully. Facing the ridicule of Caligia, Ludo, who looked indifferent and cold, put the Ghost Cry in his hand on his shoulder and said calmly, "Welcome, I will treat you well. Of course, as experimental material, I will try my best to give you high standard treatment." 570 Chapter 571 Weapon Girl Baby 5. With a look of contempt in his eyes, Cricket said in a high-spirited tone, "The mere Behi kid is talking big here. Do you know who I am? In terms of value outside the research institute, there is a reward of 860 million Bailey's dessert 4 stars." Charlotte Cricket, but Ludo reached out and touched his chin and said, "In terms of research value, your value seems to be nothing." "What the hell are you talking about?" Cracker said angrily. His hands clapped in succession, and one after another burly biscuit soldiers were made. "Brother Cracker, wait a minute." Just when Cracker couldn't help commanding these biscuit soldiers to shred the ranting guy in front of him, Snag stopped Cracker and said, "It's rare to find a person who can communicate normally in this strange research institute. Don't kill it yet." Cracker's eyes twitched and he glared at Ludo Ho and said, "Give you 3 minutes. After 3 minutes I must tear this guy's mouth to pieces." Snag nodded, then looked at Ludo with condescending eyes and asked, "Behi kid, since you know our names, then I won't talk nonsense with you. Answer my questions truthfully. Maybe I will consider persuading the angry brother Caligia." Ludo put one hand in his pocket and held Ghost Cry in the other, and still looked at Snug with no change in his expression, a state of non-committal. "Kid, what's your name? Where is this place? Is Kaido being held here? And what about the guards who are not afraid of death?" Snag asked 4 questions in a row. Facing Snag's inquiry, Ludo blinked, showing a sarcastic smile, and said slowly, "You don't know anything about my information, but I know all about your abilities." Charlotte Snugger, the Prime Minister, a person with the ability of calorie fruit. His fat appearance is actually normal. Deliberately stored heat. When the fruit ability is activated, the stored heat can be instantly exploded, thus exerting far more than normal combat power. P.S. The original book did not explain Snack's fruit ability, so the fruit ability was set according to Snack's title and name. Snack equals Snack. Immediately, Law shifted his gaze from the tall and fat Charlotte Snugger to the Charlotte Cricket, whose appearance was almost identical to the biscuit soldier, and said, "Biscuit Minister Charlotte Cricket, a person with the ability of biscuit fruit can create biscuit creations, mainly making biscuit soldiers with strong strength and hard shells to fight against the enemy, but it seems that due to some special reasons, the real body has always been used to hiding in the body of the biscuit soldier. According to speculation, it is very likely that there is a congenital appearance defect." After a pause, Ludo met Calica's gaze as if he was planning to kill, and said, "However, if you are willing to give up your resistance, at the same time, as a doctor, I can consider changing your shape for you. No matter what shape you have, I can satisfy you. Well, there is no problem with adjusting the height, fat, thin, facial features, or changing gender." At the end, Ludo's tone was quite serious, as if he was trying to impress the Cracker. Asshole. How could Cracker, whose personality is extremely arrogant, endure this kind of ridicule, and immediately manipulated the biscuit soldier to attack Ludo, who was only the size of biscuit soldier's thigh. However, at this moment, boom, the steel passage above the heads of these biscuit soldiers collapsed suddenly, and a soul made of steel stepped on all the more than 10 biscuit soldiers under their feet. Crack kick. Even though the biscuit soldier was extremely hard, it was all crushed in an instant. What? Cracker and Snag couldn't help but jump in their hearts at the sudden scene in front of them. The next moment, the black steel solace were annihilated, and a graceful figure fell from the collapsed passage above. "Baby 5, you are too slow," Ludo said to the graceful figure in a calm and dissatisfied tone. Compared with the appearance 6 years ago, the Baby 5 is no longer the cute appearance of the past. Instead, it has its own relatively independent personality under the deliberate cultivation of Ian. Wearing a dress similar to the maid costume, the clothes made the gradually mature body appear bumpy. Baby 5, who fell in front of Ludo, turned his head and glanced at Ludo, who was once a member of the Don Quixote family, and said with disgust in his tone, "Stop talking nonsense with the old lady, Ludo, you disgusting biological monster. If it weren't for the order of the adult, the old lady would not want to approach your disgusting despising research institute at all. What, is the cold weapon girl also qualified to despise others? Ludo calmly retorted. Baby 5 clamped the woman's cigarette in her mouth with her index and middle fingers and exhaled a puff of smoke. Oh, do you still know anger when studying biological monsters who have gradually lost their emotions? Seeing the taunting of each other between Ludo and Bay 5, which was completely left aside, Snug couldn't help but gradually became angry. They are one of the 4 generals of the Big Mom pirates, now known as the Emperor of the Sea, and they are all monsters with the ability to destroy small countries by one person. 286. Snagger, it's useless even if you stop me. I'm going to make these 2 guys into biscuits and crush them little by little. Cracker ordered angrily. Leave this to me. You can go down and find out where Kaido is. Yes, brother Cracker, Snag said, and then slashed the giant knife in his hand to his feet, directly destroying the channel made of steel and going straight to the bottom of the research institute. Tisk, weapon girl, I'll give you this cradle. The time has been delayed until now, and all the non-combatants in the research institute have been evacuated. You can do whatever you want. I'll get rid of that Snag. Ludo did not continue arguing with Baby 5 and turned around and walked towards the rear passage. As if his nature was different, Baby 5, who was inclined to research on machinery and materials, had an inexplicable natural aversion to Ludo, who studied flesh and blood, and said subconsciously, "You disgusting fellow, don't speak to me in a commanding tone." Seeing this, Cricket said angrily, "I said you 2 brats, who allowed you to go?" The next moment, with the clapping of the cradle, a large number of biscuit soldiers were created and swarmed towards Baby 5 and Ludo. 571 Chapter 572 Freedom Gundam Form. Biscuit Soldier, a creation with a slightly ridiculous name, is actually a famous existence in the waters of the New World. The Biscuit Soldier can be created infinitely. The shell is as hard as steel alloy, and it is almost perfectly manipulated by the acrylic frame, and even the Biscuit Soldier can be equipped with armed color domineering to enhance the defense. In theory, as long as you don't face Whitebeard or Charlotte Lingling, you can destroy the monster of the Biscuit Soldier at will with a wave of your hand. Then the Cracker has the possibility to defeat any enemy of the same level. This is a monster that perfectly exerts a numerical advantage similar to the ability shown on the face of Yan Ming. Charlotte Cricket, one of the 4 generals, facing the swarming biscuit soldiers in front of him. Baby 5 slightly tilted the lady's cigarette in his mouth, but his originally graceful and beautiful figure changed rapidly, and pieces of dark steel quickly emerged and deformed just for a moment. In between, Baby 5 has turned into a small steel fortress, blocking the front of the biscuit soldiers. Crack clap clap. The next moment, a series of sounds of steel running sounded, and countless guns suddenly appeared from that small steel fortress. From a distance, it looks like a steel hedgehog lying on the ground. Ooh, what do you want to break through the old lady? The sound of smoking smoke faintly sounded, and the guns all over the steel fortress roared at the same time. Boom 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 boom. The bullets and shells that were several times denser than the storm rushed towards the biscuit soldiers frantically. Clang clang. A series of continuous steel collisions sounded, and under the scouring of the terrifying bullets and shells, even if the shells of those biscuit soldiers were extremely hard, they quickly cracked and then shattered. As for the surrounding passages that were originally made of steel, they were directly smashed like a sieve, revealing the appearance of a desert island outside. Crack clap clap. Another series of sounds of steel deformation. The steel fortress, with a strong smell of gunpowder, once again changed into the original appearance of Baby 5. Ooh. Baby 5 exhaled a large puff of smoke again, and said disdainfully as his eyes swept across the cracked biscuits in front of him, "The so-called dessert 4 stars only have this level, only to this extent." Inside a cracked biscuit soldier, a voice full of anger came out. The next moment, a shirtless man wearing a purple cape, carrying a giant double-edged sword with a purple hairstyle similar to an exclamation mark on top of his head, emerged from the biscuit soldier's body. Charlotte Cricket, it's just destroying some fragile biscuit soldiers. Has it made you so happy? Cracker's tone was full of contemptuous anger. Biscuits soldiers with the ability to activate the Cracker, different from the previous instant formation. This time it is obvious that a large number of biscuits clearly and continuously form the structure of the biscuit soldier. Bang bang bang. As these biscuit soldiers took shape, their footsteps stepped on the ground and even roared. More importantly, the number and physique of these biscuit soldiers were more than several times stronger than those of the previous ones, almost filling the entire wide steel passage and completely covering the crawlers behind them. The next moment, these biscuit soldiers carried their shields and giant swords and charged towards Baby 5 with a rumble. The terrifying momentum was no less than that of a train roaring at full speed. It's just that this level of quantity and momentum is too small for Baby 5. Quantitatively, Baby 5 has seen the sea of cherry blossoms formed by hundreds of billions of cherry blossoms pouring into the world. And in terms of physique, Baby 5 has also witnessed the transformation of soul-chopping knife Black Rope God's Wrath that is comparable to the island giant samurai. It's too small. A man like you really doesn't make the old lady have any interest. Baby 5 exhaled a puff of smoke and said with disdain and contempt at the corner of his mouth, just use the so-called dessert 4 stars to verify the power of the first generation version of the weapon that the adult expected. Immediately, Baby 5 spit out the lady's cigarette in the corner of his mouth and whispered silently, liberation, devouring the void, weapon fruit, freedom, Gundam form. The next moment, through the gap between the biscuit soldiers, Cracker witnessed an astonishing scene. I saw a large number of dark and unknown steel materials constantly surging and expanding on the surface of the Baby 5, almost instantly smashing the soil above the head and turning it into a steel giant nearly 20 meters high. Immediately, the black steel that stopped colliding and surging continued to compress and solidify, depicting various joints and contours like a human shape on the surface. Immediately afterwards, on the shoulders, back, elbows, etc. of the steel giant, there appeared one after another strange weapons that were completely different from the sea today. What is this thing? A robot? Cracker was stunned at first and then couldn't help but say, even if the shape has changed, it's not the hardness of your devil fruit itself. Who can scare you by fiddling with a toy like this target? However, as a large number of biscuit soldiers rushed to the front of the Freedom Gundam, the giant sword slashed on the Freedom Gundam's body, but not even a little white mark was left. On the contrary, with the movement of the Freedom Gundam, the biscuit soldiers who made the Crackers extremely confident almost fell down in pieces. For this scene, located half of the cockpit inside the Liberty Gundam, the Baby 5, whose body and Freedom Gundam are integrated, is no surprise. After all, the black metal that makes up the Freedom Gundam can be of the same material as the ancient weapon Hades' shell armor. If these biscuit soldiers can destroy the shell armor of ancient weapon Hades, then the position of the 4 emperors would have long been the turn of the cradle. Freedom Gundam's flexible movement is no longer a problem. The rest is to complete the construction of the cockpit so that Lord Yan can drive the old lady normally, while destroying the Liberty Gundam and destroying the biscuit soldiers in front of him. Baby 5 did not forget to light a new cigarette for himself, muttering, it's just that Mr. Yan asked the old lady to complete the drawing of this thing. It is too difficult to implement large-scale mass production. The energy source alone is a big problem. After all, now this Liberty Gundam is essentially constructed from the weapon fruit of the Baby 5 combined with the Void Soul chopping knife Void Eater, and the driving energy source is the Baby 5 itself. As long as the follow-up Baby 5 completes the structure of the cockpit, then Yan can truly experience the feeling of driving a Gundam. 572 Chapter 573 Heat Explosion Sword. Furthermore, it's just that the task that Yan gave Baby 5 is to research the Gundam drawings that are really capable of mass production, so as to cultivate a group of real Gundam troops. After all, according to the intelligence Ion knows, the pacifist robot of the world government is about to complete the preliminary design, and it can be mass-produced in a few years. What's more, in Yan's vision, the ancient weapon Hades, which is positioned almost like a battleship, also needs to escort the troops. Otherwise, once it is approached by all kinds of strange devil fruit abilities, it may not be destroyed. Therefore, the future Gundam units will become the escort of the ancient weapons Hades, thus building a truly ace fleet capable of fighting against the world government. And when Baby 5 was already distracted and worried about how to improve the Freedom Gundam and improve the energy source in the future, Caligia only felt cold all over. Can't you even break the defense? Witnessing that under the impact of a large number of biscuit soldiers like a tidal wave, the Freedom Gundam was not damaged in the slightest, and Calica felt only deep despair. This is Behi, the weak Behi. Why is there such a monster hidden? What the hell is this? Caligia murmured, and then between the bite of his teeth, under the arrogance of his heart, his figure slammed towards Freedom Gundam. The giant sword that was held by the acrylic frame suddenly spun quickly like a drill, and the dark armament color covered it with domineering swing pretzel. The ridiculous name contained extremely terrifying destructive power. Some biscuit soldiers who could not hide under the speed of the cradle were pierced almost instantly, and then hit the leg of the Freedom Gundam with a bang. Squeaky. A series of sounds that made one's teeth soften, and in the picture reflected by the wide eyes of the acrylic frame, the dark steel only appeared a small red dot under the high temperature generated by the frantic rotation of the giant sword. As for the envisioned penetration, it did not appear at all. Boom. The next moment Caligia was kicked out, directly breaking through the steel passage and falling towards the surface of the deserted island. Bang bang bang. Cracker rolled on the ground for hundreds of meters in a row, and then stopped in an extremely embarrassed way, panting for breath, and the round eyes were completely incredible. Then, what kind of substance is it? I can't win. I can't can't break the defense at all. This guy completely restrained me. But soon Cracker barely calmed down and muttered, but it doesn't matter. This thing doesn't seem to have a large-scale attack. It drags him with a large number of biscuit soldiers. As long as Snug rescues Kaido, Kaido will definitely have a way to deal with him. At this point Elegia watched the Freedom Gundam drill out from the ground and approached with a sense of oppression step by step, and slapped his hands continuously to activate the fruit ability. Bang 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 pang pang. For a time thousands of biscuit soldiers in armor and thick shields almost covered the ground in front of Freedom Gundam like small solid fortresses. Obviously Cracker has completely given up the idea of destroying the Freedom Gundam and instead has greatly strengthened the defense of the biscuit soldiers trying to contain the Freedom Gundam. Baby 5 crossed his arms, looked down at the biscuit soldier in front of him and muttered, "It seems like that guy Logo can let me do whatever he wants. Forget it, this is his territory anyway, so I just have to test the weapon." The next moment Freedom Gundam's footsteps stopped and the strange looking weapons on his body suddenly moved, aiming at the biscuit soldiers in front of them. Seeing this, Cricket murmured with joy on his face, "No problem, it's just right. The speed of those biscuit destroying soldiers like bullets and guns will only be slower." However, to the surprise of the Cricket, those weapons did not spit out bullets or shells, but instead flashed dark lights at the muzzle of the gun. Light. What? Cracker. Bang bang bang. The light flashed and the biscuit soldiers, which were in pieces, were instantly penetrated by the dark columns of light that spewed out one after another. Finally, the exaggerated explosion filled all the sights of the Cracker's face. There is only despair. Boom boom boom. The entire deserted island was shaking faintly. Even the research institute that was underground was shaking. Really? What is that bastard weapon girl doing in Baby 5? Do you want to tear down my research institute? While Logo said dissatisfiedly, the whole person still kept one hand in his pocket, carrying Ghost Cry on his shoulder to watch the play, without any intention of taking action, even though Snag, who is not far away, has already completed the achievement of the 1,000 kills, and the whole person is almost like a blood-stained evil ghost. Even so, the guards who kept pouring out from all directions were still rushing towards Snag, not afraid of life and death, and their behavior was comparable to that of a beast. Damn, what kind of monsters are these? There were thousands of lives that died under Snug's hands in the past, but now Snug is reaping life like mowing the grass, but it still makes Snug feel terrified. But Logo's expression did not change in the slightest towards Snag's roaring and killing. After all, these guards are not members of the Revolutionary Army or even human at all, but the failures accumulated by Logo's evolutionary experiments with animals over the years. With Rona's indifferent feelings and rational thinking, he actually doesn't care that these are both failures and are not essentially the product of human beings. It's just that Logo did not directly destroy these failed products due to Ion's will in the past, but instilled these failed products into the thinking that the research institute was their own territory and let them serve as the guards of the research institute. In the face of an intruder like Snug, these guards, who are still beasts in essence, will only continue to attack like crazy until Snug is completely torn apart. What's more, Logo knew very well that after Snagger launched his heat fruit ability, he could burst out a rather terrifying attack. Therefore, in Logo's view, it just so happens that the failed products accumulated by these past researches can consume a lot of Snag's own energy. At the moment when the institute shook violently and disappeared, the blood-stained Snug's rather fat and plump figure suddenly shrunk by more than half, and the originally slightly slow speed suddenly skyrocketed. Logo's is not far away, however, just over 10 meters away from Logo. Seeing that his speed had begun to slow down, Snag suddenly waved the giant sword in Logo's direction. Thermal Explosion Sword. 287 573 574th Chapter TE 4374 Experiment. Thermal Explosion Sword. Contrary to the somewhat ridiculous name is the terrifying power. In the crowded steel passage, as Snug swung his giant sword, all the guards standing in front of Snug were torn apart almost instantly, and a large number of people were swept up. The flesh and blood rolled toward Logo's direction. Facing this blow, Logo didn't seem to have reacted, and the somewhat thin body was blasted away like rags, and the blood splashed. Boom. In the end, the power released by the giant sword spread for hundreds of meters, blasting everything in front of him, and then it gradually calmed down. At this time, Snug, who had just shrunk in size by a circle, gasped and stood up straight. His eyes swept across the large wreckage in front of him, and then he quickly found Rona's tattered body. It's just that Logo was lying on top of a lot of debris at this time, but his chest didn't rise and fall in the slightest. Tisk, did you just die? Only this level is really a waste of Loudza's time, Snag said disdainfully, and immediately thrust the giant sword to the floor, and continued to take out the life card from his arms, intending to confirm the direction of Kaido 100 beasts. However, Snug's palm holding the life card suddenly broke broke, but Snug himself could not feel the slightest pain, and even the movement of his mind could control the relaxation of his 5 fingers. What? Snug stared blankly at this strange scene. Batten. The next moment, Lugo's indifferent voice sounded, and Snag's broken palm suddenly flew towards Snug's back, landing in front of Lugo, who seemed to be unscathed 100 meters away. You got. Snug's eyes widened. He suddenly looked in the other direction, and found that Lugo's body was still lying on the ground in tatters. Twins, Snug said blankly. Lugo glanced at Snag and replied casually, no, it's just as many clones as you want. Immediately, Snug's palm that fell in Lugo's hand suddenly seemed to begin to disintegrate, first the skin, then the flesh and bones. What? In Snag's wailing screams, that palm has completely disappeared, and only a small piece of life card is left in Lugo's hand. Is this Kaido's life card? Lugo glanced at it and then put away the small piece of life card. What kind of abilities do you guys have? I completely felt the pain of the palm being disintegrated. Snag, who was trembling all over, asked. Interesting question. Just why should I tell you this important information? Lugo asked rhetorically. Bastard, asshole. Snag's whole body suddenly turned red, and his body continued to smoke while his figure was slowly shrinking. The only remaining hand grasped the giant sword and slammed it in Lugo's direction. Boom. A slash that was several times more terrifying than before was released, and the steel it passed was blasted into powder almost instantly. Boom. Lugo, who was standing hundreds of meters away, was torn to shreds by the slash, and his flesh and blood were scattered everywhere. So, is it solved? This time Snape spoke with a rather certain tone. After all, that Lugo just used the power of the devil fruit to inexplicably cut off his arm, which is absolutely true. And just now, Snug directly locked Lugo with a domineering look. From Lugo's appearance to his death, the figure of that guy did not move. However, as soon as Snug's words fell, an indifferent voice sounded. No. Snug turned his head suddenly, and was surprised to find that Lugo was still unscathed, and even stood directly next to the corpse that had the exact same shape as Lugo, forming a stark contrast. Even though Snag, as a well-known powerhouse in the New World Sea area, was still completely shocked by this strange scene. What's the matter? Why haven't you died yet? Looking at Snag's chaotic eyes as if he was comforting a dying patient lying on a hospital bed, Lugo explained in a very flat tone. Haven't I already answered you this question? Those are just clones. There are as many clones as you want. What clone? Which one is the real you? Asshole. Snuggle snarled. That Lord did not allow me to directly conduct human experiments on other human beings, so I can only perform experiments by copying a large number of clones of myself. In a sense, every clone is a part of me. When Lugo spoke to the end, the voice seemed to sound from all directions at the same time, constantly echoing in this underground passage. Snag suddenly turned his head and looked in the other direction, only to find that a large number of Luos came out slowly. Weird, puzzled, crazy. Snag only felt that his sanity was being quickly consumed by the scene, and he didn't understand what was going on at all. That was the real Lugo, or maybe everything was Lugo. It's alright, so what if there are too many of these chops? You don't need to pay attention to him. Go down and rescue Kaido and you have achieved your goal. That's right, you don't need to worry about this Behi kid. Snag kept mumbling, then raised his great sword and slammed into his feet. Boom. A big hole was punched in the floor more than 10 meters in an instant. Just when Snag wanted to jump down, he found that there were dense eyes watching him below. Lugo. It's all Lugo. The dazzling white coat completely filled the field of vision below, in stark contrast to Snug's own blood-stained red. The next moment, the corners of the massive Lugo mouths bent at the same time, and the neat voice echoed continuously. Snag jumped down. Snag's pupils shrank, and his figure couldn't help backing away. His trembling body couldn't even hold the giant sword in his hand. Here, what's going on? Why is Lugo everywhere? Blood. A lot of blood. Don't come here. Hey haha, go away. Witnessing Snug's increasingly abnormal performance, Lugo, who was standing directly in front of Snug, picked up Ghost Cry from the tattered corpse in his footsteps and concluded calmly, no, the TE-4374 experiment is over, and the JS0047 series of drugs have completed the first experiment. Snug, thank you for your contribution. After a pause, Lugo slowly pulled out Ghost Cry and said, then please continue to test drug resistance as an experimental body of the JS0047 series of drugs. Room. In the next moment, an invisible global space opened up. Lugo instantly switched places with Snug's giant sword that fell to the ground, and Ghost Cry stabbed Snug in the head. Personality ban. 574 575th chapter. Model worker among model workers. As the Ghost Cry in Lugo's hand pierced into Snag's head, Snug's originally crazy eyes suddenly turned into a daze, and then he fell to the ground with saliva at the corner of his mouth flows out in a controlled manner. From the beginning to the end, Snag had no chance to exert his terrifying combat power and physique at all, and he didn't even have time time to fully display the fruitful ability and domineering ability of the past self-confidence, and his spirit fell into a complete collapse. In fact, when not only Snag but even the cracker itself was talking to Ludo, the body had already ingested the psychoactive drug with the serial number JS0047. Therefore, even though the crackers did not suffer from targeted mental experiments, however, his fighting spirit and thinking were still severely affected. As for Snag, all of his actions had actually become part of an experiment that Ludo had arranged by the way. After all, as a powerhouse at the level of 4 desert generals, he is already quite a terrifying character in the sea, and it is also a good test material. More importantly, Snugger himself was completely unaware that he was the protagonist of the experimental process, and his every move was completely true, so the corresponding experimental process and results had a very high degree of reference. Immediately after taking a calming drug for Snag, Ludo casually snapped his fingers, and those clones that were almost identical to Ludo instantly turned into a pool of flesh and blood. Out of the most basic professional ethics of doctors treating patients, what Ludo said is not completely false. At least, a clone like this Ludo can be created at any time. For the cutting-edge biotechnology of this era, human cloning is not a novel concept, and the artificial soldiers of Germa 66 belong to a kind of cloning technology. However, Ludo doesn't need any medical equipment or a long training period to make his own clone. He can directly manufacture it purely by virtue of the ability to play with creatures like Soul-Chopping Sword and Evil Concubine. As for the materials for making these clones, it was naturally the flesh and blood of those guards that Snag had torn apart. Baby 5 should have already solved it right. Ludo put the ghost cry in his sheath, muttered something, and then walked towards the top of the research institute with one hand in his pocket. It's just that Ludo hadn't walked for a long time. He just came to the middle level of the research institute. He couldn't help but stop. What did this weapon girl do? Disappeared. The entire upper level of the research institute, along with most of the deserted island, disappeared. Baby 5, on the other hand, was sitting on the ground with a charred body on the back of the cradle like nothing else, puffing on the clouds one after another. Ooh, it's so slow, Ludo. How can it take so long as a man to solve the problem? Immediately, Baby 5 stood up and turned around and kicked the unconscious cricket towards Ludo, saying, "Hey, don't say I didn't bring you any welcome gift, just take it." Looking at the comatose cracker that fell in front of him, Ludo, who had always been extremely indifferent, looked up again at the research institute that had disappeared nearly halfway, and couldn't help roaring at Baby 5 on the spot. "You idiot weapon girl, why don't you just blow up the entire institute? Hey, you perverted doctor, the old lady is helping you. How dare you be dissatisfied with the old lady?" Baby 5 replied without hesitation, "It's just a gram rack. As for destroying most of the entire island, idiot weapon girl," Ludo cursed, "the old lady just experimented with the improved weapon on the ancient weapon, Hades. Your research institute's defense performance is too poor." Baby 5 retorted, "Ancient weapons, Pluto's weapons." Ludo almost felt suffocated at this moment, and finally understood why his research institute became like this. "Test the weapons of ancient weapon, Hades, and go to your own research institute to test." Ludo's teeth can be said to be rustling, wishing to dismantle the weapon girl on the spot, but he couldn't help but secretly rejoice. "If I hadn't thought of this attack as an exercise in advance, and had arranged in advance for the non-competence of the institute to carry the materials to transfer, I'm afraid this time would have been an extremely serious loss." For a while, Ludo, whose chest heaved with anger, said angrily, "By idiot weapon girl, I will definitely explain this to that adult. Whatever you want anyway, old lady." At this moment, Baby 5's originally disapproving expression suddenly changed, and his eyes suddenly showed a different kind of gentleness, and he said, "Okay, Ludo, I acquiesced in the matter of Baby 5 experimenting with weapons, but the power of the improved weapons will be so exaggerated," which is what Baby 5 did not expect. Ludo was stunned for a moment at the change of Baby 5, then quickly reacted and asked, "You are Lord Ion?" Ludo is still very clear about the ability of Lord Yan, who seemed to be promoted to the Grand Priest in the Virtual Circle organization, to have his consciousness attached to the rest of the Virtual Circle organization members. "Yes, it's me." Ion controlled Baby 5's body and nodded, then spoke, "And the area of this deserted island is still too small, and it is gradually not enough to accommodate multiple research projects at the same time. It just happens that this place is reserved as the SAD Production Research Institute, and the Life Factor Research Institute is relocated there, a site that is about to be built." Ludo nodded and replied, "Yes, Lord Ion." Ian stepped forward and patted Ludo on the shoulder habitually, and suddenly found that Ludo's height was no longer his youthful figure, so he couldn't help asking with a hint of sigh, "Right now, Ludo, I heard that you seem to have not rested for a long time." "No, Lord Yan, I slept for 3 hours a week ago," Ludo replied respectfully. Yan, 2 288. In the past, Ian always thought that Sakaski was already the most typical model worker, but Lugo was the model worker among the model workers. Before Ian could speak, Lugo took the initiative to speak. Master Yan can rest assured that I have optimized myself to a considerable extent with reference to the structure of dolphin-like creatures, so reducing sleep time can effectively strengthen the management and utilization of time. But you are a human after all, not a dolphin, but the constant tension of the mind may not be beneficial to the progress of the research. After a pause, Ian said directly without waiting for Lugo to explain. Since the research institute needs to be relocated, your research will be put on hold for a while. How about taking a tour of Beihai with me? P.S. During the Chinese New Year, there will be no holidays, but due to various busy things, there will be 2 updates from time to time. 576th Pacifist Plan. Listening to Yan's words, Lugo's face showed obvious hesitation and said, "But Lord Yan, I can conduct more than 3 small experiments during the relocation of the institute. This is an order." This time, Ion said directly in an orderly tone, without giving Lugo any chance to refute. "Lugo, since the last time Khorasan returned to Beihai to visit you, you haven't left the institute for several years. Just this time, I will let you and Baby 5 be my eyes and see Beihai with my own eyes." Variety. "I understand, Lord Yan." Under Yan's order, Lugo no longer struggled but nodded in response. "Then you first arrange the specific matters of the relocation of the institute and then go to the Mara Islands with Baby 5. Yan said. Immediately, Ion's consciousness left the spiritual space of Baby 5 and returned to the body. In a small boat floating on the sea in the offshore area of Wano Kingdom, Ion seemed to have lost his mind a little during the fishing process. Ian lifted the fishing rod and saw that the bait on the hook had been eaten up while he was absent, and said while changing the bait, "It's over. Lugo and Baby 5 have already dealt with Snuggle and Cracker." When Drago heard the words, his expression was a bit surprised and asked back, "So fast?" After all, Charlotte Snag and Charlotte Cricket, as one of the 4 desert generals of the Big Mom Pirates, are well-known fighting forces even in the entire New World waters. However, how long has it been? Has it been resolved? Ion threw the rod toward the sea again and explained briefly. "The power system of Lugo and Baby 5 is actually not the same as those of us. Although Lugo and Baby 5 are not actually good at head-to-head combat, they are extremely dangerous until their intelligence is clarified. Gao, especially Lugo, I'm afraid even you might be killed." Drago's mouth twitched slightly and said, "Yan, you and Khorasan really adopted an amazing monster back then. Obviously they look quite ordinary back then. How did you and Khorasan see their potential?" "No, Drago, you still don't understand at all." Ian cast a glance at Drago and smiled. "Purely in terms of combat potential, Lugo and Baby 5 are completely incomparable to those real monsters in the sea. The power they really possess is science in a sense." After a pause, Ian rubbed his chin and said, "On this point, the scientist of the world government who is known as surpassing human wisdom for 500 years, Vegapunk, is really an existence that cannot be ignored. Whether it is from Gage's mouth or Caesar's mouth that Vegapunk's scientific research capabilities are monster level. It's just a pity Vegapunk is heavily protected by the world government and now in the Navy. Only the old man of the Warring States period and Paul Salino, who is also in charge of defending the scientific research unit, can contact him." Drago pondered for a while, recalling the changes brought to the Revolutionary Army by the Revolutionary Army and several research institutes that Ion belonged to, and also understood that the power called science was quite terrifying, and suggested, "Actually, Seong had been contacted by the CP0 organization privately not long ago. If Seong is willing to participate in a pacifist program led by the Scientific Research Force, the Kingdom of Salbi will be exempted from 30 years of imprisonment." Gold in the sky. After a pause, Drago looked at Ian and said, "If you want to get in touch with Vegapunk, then this may be a pretty good opportunity." Ian hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. "Perhaps the road of revolution cannot avoid sacrifice, but the risk of this plan is too great. If the bear is involved in the so-called pacifist plan, it is very likely that the bear will be mechanized like Frankie, so as to use the bear completes the creation of the pacifist for the prototype." "What?" Drago was stunned for a moment, obviously not quite understanding. "Durag, the advancement of scientific projects is often a process of trial and error, and the same is true for the creation of pacifists," Ian explained. "Unlike Lugo and Baby 5, who can constantly eliminate mistakes through their own abilities, Vegapunk can't complete the pacifist plan without making any mistakes, even if his scientific research ability is strong. So the best way is to directly perform mechanical transformation on the human body, and then complete the drawings for mass production based on this." After a pause, Ion said bluntly, "In my opinion, it is not worthwhile to exchange the life of a bear for a chance to contact Vegapunk and exempt exempt the kingdom of Salbi from the heavenly gold for 30 years. If the hoped-for new era can really come, then I hopefully a pure man like the bear will be one of the witnesses." Drago nodded and replied, "If that's the case, then in the name of the Chief of Staff I will reply to Seong's desire to contribute more to the Revolutionary Army." Immediately, Ion couldn't help but glance at Drago and said, "How many things do you usually throw the blame on me, you bastard?" Drago replied disapprovingly, Each other." Tisk. Ian, who was a little guilty, didn't ask any more questions. He looked up at the sky and said, "It's almost time. See you on the battlefield tomorrow." The tattoos on Drago's face suddenly wrinkled together, revealing a somewhat dirty smile. "Don't worry, I'll be as gentle as possible with you. Don't worry, I'll be rough." Ian rudely slapped Drago, and then motioned for Xiao Jin to start pulling the boat back to the port of the Navy's G9 branch. And Drago was also quietly elementalized, turning into a gust of wind and disappearing above the sea. The next day, the naval patrol arranged by Ion in the July area detected the raid of the Revolutionary Army in time, and the battle started again. Just as the naval patrols were retreating, Jan, who had heard the news, not only informed the Navy headquarters and the world government in time, but also dragged his still-healed body to the battlefield in time. Boom! Drago and Ion met again, and the two top powerhouses in the sea once again showed extremely terrifying strength. Even though the Navy headquarters left quite a few elite navies in the G9 branch, under the circumstance that the only top-level combat power Yan and Durag were restrained by each other. In the face of the attack of the Revolutionary Army, the G9 branch was in the line of defense in the July area is losing ground. If it wasn't for the fact that Yan often risked his efforts to help the defense line of the G9 branch during the battle with Durag, I am afraid that the defense line of the G9 branch would have completely collapsed. 577th chapter is lonely. Fortunately, after the battle lasted for less than half a day, Yamato, who had heard the news, led the warrior of all beasts to arrive in time. After joining forces with Ian, this was the only way to push back Durag, who is now known for his reputation, the most dangerous man in the sea. This sudden battle between the Revolutionary Army and the Navy once again strained the spirits of the 5 old stars and the warring states marshal. It's just that the naval headquarters has limited combat power. Without affecting the rest of the naval branch, it is almost impossible to redistribute a large amount of combat power to the G9 branch. Therefore, the 5 old stars, who are now fully focusing on the situation in Wano, are also discussing intensely. With Yamato's support, Durag was temporarily repelled, but the overall strength of the G9 branch was too weak. Yes, the current situation of the G9 branch is quite dangerous. It is all supported by Lieutenant General Yan alone. It must be put in reinforcements as soon as possible, otherwise there is a risk of being broken by the Revolutionary Army. Hailashii cannot be completely controlled by the Revolutionary Army, and he wants the G9 branch to firmly restrain the development of the Revolutionary Army, trapping that dangerous organization in the whirlpool of the Wano country struggle. Relying only on the Lieutenant General and strength is not enough. The two CP0 teams will soon be able to arrive in Wano country. It should be almost there, right? No, I think it may be possible to continuously expand the influence of the world government with the help of the G9 branch, and then slowly bring the entire Wano country into its hands. Soon, Ian, who was in the G9 branch office while dealing with official duties, received a notice from the Navy headquarters. The Navy headquarters will continue to dispatch elite naval officers to reinforce the G9 branch, and the world government will also support an additional group of personnel to come to the G9 branch. Immediately, after carefully browsing the list of additional personnel sent by the world government, the satisfied look in Ion's eyes flashed. Although on the surface, most of the list is composed of elite talents from all walks of life, nominally because of concerns that the G9 branch is located in the depths of the New World waters, they came to Wano country to manage the civilians in the Guri area, so as to ensure the self-sufficiency of various living materials of the G9 branch, and prevent the civilians of Wano from being instigated by the dangerous thoughts of the Revolutionary Army. But Ion read the words espionage personnel from between the lines and the determination of the world government to control the Wando. After all, in terms of position, the world government will not actively interfere in the internal affairs of other countries, so the world government can only begin to try to control Wano in this obscure way. The most suitable cannon fodder is here. The corners of Yan's mouth twitched slightly, and he muttered indifferently. Even though the battle between the Navy and the Revolutionary Army is now completely within Yan's control, casualties cannot be avoided in the end, and when the world government personnel arrive, then Ion has a way to make these world government personnel become cannon fodder for the Navy. During a fight, death is often persuaded to fight. This should be quite reasonable, right? Ion muttered something, and then when his eyes swept away, he suddenly saw a familiar name in the list of naval reinforcements, Rear Admiral Hope. Subconsciously, the image of Major General Hope's flashing bald head and wise eyes appeared in Ian's mind. For a time, Yan's expression twitched slightly. It's not that Ian dislikes Major General Hope for being incompetent, but if Ian feels that he has too much contact with Major General Hope, his style of painting may be biased by Major General Hope. Forget it. If it happens that Major General Hope comes to support, at least I don't need to worry about the official business of the G9 branch. Thinking of this, Ian threw the stack of official business that was not urgently needed to the corner and began to prepare gifts for Major General Hope. Immediately, Ian began to process a stack of documents spit out by Xiaojin, almost all of which were reports on the progress of the Island Commune plan. This is what Ian is most concerned about recently. Almost every day, Ian will personally browse the relevant documents and control the direction of the Island Commune project. After all, the Island Commune plan is a plan created by Ian based on the background, geography, humanities, etc. of this era, and is walking on a road that no one has traveled. Therefore, in order to avoid the failure of the Island Commune project or to breed some deformed ideological monsters, Ian spends a lot of energy on it every day. It is precisely because of this that when the Island Commune project initially began to enter the North Sea waters, Ian deliberately let Lugo and Baby 5 set off and let them observe the changes at the bottom as Ian's eyes, not by themselves. The big arrogant judge only based on the information reported by the Revolutionary Army must be cautious and objective, not arrogant. Ian read the progress information of the Island Commune project while alerting himself. At the same time, in the seabed not far from the Mara Islands, a submarine with a somewhat peculiar shape was rapidly moving towards the Mara Islands. Inside the submarine, Baby 5 integrates into the hull with one hand and controls the submarine, while the other hand is holding a lady's cigarette from time to puff. And Lugo smelled the pungent smell of smoke. His brows could not help wrinkling, and he reminded Weapon Girl, cigarettes contain a substance that can cause serious damage to the lungs of living beings. Baby 5 asked with trembling fingers holding the cigarette. What's the harm? Just when Lugo was about to give Baby 5 a popular science from an academic point of view, Baby 5 continued to say with disapproval, will it also be affected if I convert my lungs directly to steel? Lugo. In an instant, Lugo's expression completely froze. This kind of question is obviously beyond Lugo's knowledge as a doctor and a biological scientist. After a pause, Lugo asked from another angle, do you think Lord Ion would like you to smoke? You don't understand this. There was a hint of melancholy in Baby 5's eyes. Do you think the old lady smokes cigarettes? The old lady smokes the loneliness when Lord Yan is not around. Lugo's eyes flashed a hint of doubt and he asked with some temptation, cigarettes can relieve loneliness. At this moment Baby 5's tone changed to the kind of gentleness unique to Ion and said, Lugo, don't believe what Baby 5 said just now. I originally wanted to let Baby 5 get rid of the extreme psychology of being needed so as to cultivate Baby 5 to contact various things and cultivate hobbies. The thing is that Baby 5 has completely caught the habit of smoking. I see. Lugo nodded and there was a trace of disdain for Baby 5 in his eyes. 577 Chapter 578 Gentle Base Chief. At this moment half of Baby 5's face was full of disgust and sneered with disdain. Hey, Lugo, what qualifications do you have as a perverted doctor? However, with the slight movement of the other half of Baby 5's face that still had a gentle expression, he snorted softly. Immediately, Baby 5's voice stopped abruptly, and even subconsciously raised his hand and snuffed out all the lady's cigarettes in the palm of his hand. Baby 5, didn't you promise to live peacefully with Lugo a few days ago? 289. Lord Yan, I was just joking with Lugo. In fact, our relationship is very friendly. After all, we were both Don Quixote's family back then. One of the members of the family. That's good. Baby 5, you are all my important companions. If there is a conflict, I will only think that my guidance to you is insufficient. I see, Lord Ion. And with Baby 5's self-talk that looks like a schizophrenic to outsiders, this submarine sailing under the sea also arrived at the outer islands of the Mara Islands. Mara Archipelago is an archipelago that is somewhat similar to the Sea of 10,000 Nations, but its scale is not at the same level as Sea of 10,000 Nations. Among the more than 20 scattered islands in the entire Mara Archipelago, there is not even a medium-sized island. Therefore, even though the total area of the entire Mara Archipelago is close to the standard of a large island, there has never been a kingdom in the history of the Mara Archipelago, and each small island still maintains the structure of a village or a small town. However, even though the sea area is collectively called the Mara Islands due to the dangerous extreme weather and sea kings in the sea, the communication between islands is actually quite weak, and the villages on each island are limited by natural and and man-made disasters. Almost all are struggling between the subsistence line and survival. This is also one of the most common situations in this sea. After all, there are few medium and large islands that can meet the criteria for establishing a kingdom and have a suitable climate. Most of the islands are in this state. When the island commune plan began to expand to the North Sea, the Mara Islands became one of the main goals of the initial island commune plan. Among the information gathered by the Revolutionary Army, the Mara Islands have already begun to build a commune in the Revolutionary Army comrades who have put on the shell of the Lian Chamber of Commerce dealers. Soon after, Logo and Baby 5 put on a less conspicuous cloak. They went ashore at the edge of a small island that didn't even have a name, and then used Ion's eyes to see the island with their own eyes. Even the specific changes that have taken place in this Mara archipelago. At this time, it is far away in the Wano country in the New Era Sea area. In the eyes of the G9 branch of the Navy, Lieutenant General Ion, who is called a Navy hero, has been handling military affairs diligently with his unhealed body during this period, or he has been personally handling military affairs from time to time. Lead the subordinates to patrol the July area. Only occasionally that Lieutenant General Ion was fishing in the sea not far from the port of the G9 branch. However, in the eyes of the navies of the G9 branch, the reason why Lieutenant General Ion was fishing was not because he was lazy, but because he wanted to maintain a calm state of mind and think about the future of the G9 branch. Diligent, strong, low-key, just. In the eyes of all the admirals of the G9 branch, that Lieutenant Admiral Ion is a perfect existence, and even he is very considerate and gentle towards his subordinates despite his high status. Once, in order to relieve the loneliness and pressure of the Navy in the New World waters of the G9 branch, Lieutenant General Ion also specially held a banquet, and Lieutenant General Ion did not hesitate to use the ability of the devil fruit to bring injuries and illnesses. The body personally performed a cherry blossom dance called Mirror Flowers and Water Moon. Dreamy and beautiful. It is a great honor to be a subordinate of such a man. After that banquet, the navies of the G9 branch were deeply impressed by that gentle and powerful man. But for the G9 branch, the war with the Revolutionary Army was the most common tone. On the second day of the banquet, at the edge of the Yuchuan area in the July area, the Navy once again detected the attack of the Revolutionary Army in time. Block these bastard Revolutionary Army. Don't go back. Lieutenant General Yan will be here soon. For the glory of justice, for the glory of the G9 branch, for the glory of Lieutenant General Ion, never take a step back. On a hidden hilltop far away from the battlefield, Ion and Drago were observing the battle from a distance. Chief of Staff, I didn't expect you to have the entire G9 branch in your hands so quickly, Drago said with some admiration. After all, the navies of the G9 branch are all first-class elites in the entire Navy. The overall level of combat power is quite high, and their backgrounds are different, but Ian has now been completely recognized by them as one that needs life maintenance. Sir, this is quite a difficult thing. It's just some small means. More of it is the prestige accumulated in the previous two wars. Ian pushed his eyes and said calmly, in such a hierarchical system as the Navy, when the gap between the two sides is too huge, as long as a certain degree of gentleness is given, it is enough to easily gain absolute moving. And human beings are always a group of conformity. As long as this emotion can cover more than 50% of the people under the emotional infection, unless it is a spy with ulterior motives, it will be firmly grasped by me. After a pause, Ion pointed his finger at the hundreds of naval patrols in the distance and said, the middle-aged bearded man who has been shrinking in the back and the blonde man who has always kept a 5-meter distance from him should all be spies of the world government, and they will be eliminated later. No problem, Drago replied. Then, let's start our third round of battle. With the words of Yan's falling, Yan's body Xinyi flash has disappeared in place, and after a little detour, he headed towards the distant battlefield. Boom. The conflict between the Revolutionary Army and the Navy broke out again, and after Yan showed up to rescue, Drago's action gradually escalated the battle. But just as Ian and Drago were fighting fiercely, the Revolutionary Army suddenly showed its terrifying fangs, ambushed nearby with a smile and attacked Ian, causing Ian to fall into an absolute disadvantage. What's even more dangerous is that the warrior of all beasts side was delayed by the Revolutionary Army, and there was no way to come to help. In the end, it was this critical situation that reached the ears of the 5 Old Stars. The 5 Old Stars came forward to contact Khorasan and exchanged considerable benefits for Khorasan's attack on the Linghao area where the Revolutionary Army belonged, which forced the retreat of the Revolutionary Army that was about to break through the G9 branch. 578 Chapter 579 Dying Injuries. Boom. As the latest situation information of Wano country reached the front of the 5 Old Stars, the blonde 5 Old Stars couldn't help but patted the table and said happily, it's just just that, and the G9 branch is over. The bearded 5 old stars said in agreement. Yeah, fortunately, Lieutenant General Ion held on for nearly half an hour under the siege of Drago and the powerhouse called Yisiao. Otherwise it would be too late even if we talked about Khorasan. And the long-haired 5 old star still said solemnly, that Mandarag is really extremely dangerous. Just before the arrival of the CP0 team, he decisively launched this raid with almost all his strength, and even took the myriad beasts pirates into consideration, forcibly dragging with Yamato's support. Darag is good for the Navy and the world government. He knows too many secrets and rules. I don't know if he guessed the arrival time of the CP0 team, or if he left behind something in the Navy. The final tone of the blonde 5 old star revealed full of doubts. After all, the timing of Drago's raid was too timely and sensitive. As long as it was a little later, the elite CP0 team supporting Wano Kingdom could arrive on the battlefield. According to the original plan, as long as the two CP0 teams arrive, then the combat power of Lieutenant General Ion is enough for the G9 branch to plan a counter-offensive plan against the Revolutionary Army, further reducing the influence of the Revolutionary Army in Wano country. But now, with the help of Khorasan's power, he raided the empty rear of the Revolutionary Army and reluctantly pushed back the Revolutionary Army's attack on the G9 branch. However, Lieutenant General Ion, who has not fully recovered from his injuries, seems to be more seriously injured this time under the siege of Darag and Yisiao. After the retreat of the Revolutionary Army, it can be said that he fell into a coma on the spot and was even serious enough to require medical treatment. Degree. And that smile. Where did that monster that rivals the Admiral come from? It's too much of a hindrance. The long-haired 5 old star said in a bad tone. Fortunately, there are still Yamato and Khorasan in the country of Wano who are holding the Revolutionary Army in check. Otherwise the situation of the G9 branch may be even more difficult. After a pause, the mustache 5 old star said, when Lieutenant General Ion was seriously injured, let the CP0 team arrive in Wano country and confirm as soon as possible whether Yamato is qualified to bear the title of Shivyukai. Otherwise, only two CP0 teams may not be able to stop Dora at the same time. The two monsters, GE and Yuxiao. Yes, but in contrast, the Revolutionary Army launched a large-scale raid on the G9 branch in such a short period of time, which is enough to show the restraint and threat of the G9 branch to the Revolutionary Army, which is also proof that Wi's strategy is effective. Just as the 5 old stars were discussing the situation of Wano Kingdom, at this moment in the eyes of the G9 branch Navy, Ion, who was covered in blood, had been sent to the operating room for rescue. Lieutenant General Ion's injuries are so serious. Many navies who have witnessed Ion's injury with their own eyes are extremely worried at the moment. After all, unlike the last time that Lieutenant General Yen had a good appearance but only his internal organs were damaged, this time Lieutenant General Yen had more than a dozen injuries to his bones, and his right hand holding the knife was almost broken. But even so, when Ion was in a coma, when the rest of the Navy tried to take the soul-chopping blade from Ion's hands, Ion's 5 fingers still held the hilt of the knife, as if Ion's will to maintain justice was always there. No injuries were knocked down. It must be all right, Lieutenant General Ion. Many navies silently prayed for Ion in the operating room, and the military doctors in the operating room were also concentrating on rescuing the man who was admired and respected. However, what no one knows is that the only thing lying on the operating table is Ion's soul-chopping blade, and the real Ion is sitting leisurely on a chair in the corner of the operating room, drinking the unique fragrant tea of Wano Kingdom, under the control of the ability of soul-chopping sword Mirror Flower Shuiyu. These military doctors will undergo an emergency rescue operation with a near death and submit the relevant operation report to the Navy headquarters and the Holy Land Marijoa, so that they can confirm that Ion the wounds are no longer capable of combat. In this way, when the two CP0 teams arrive, even if they are toyed with by Drago and finally wiped out between applause, it will not involve any responsibility of Yan at all, but will highlight Yan's commitment to contributions and credits made to the G9 branch. If you even think about it, ideally, it may be possible to let both the CP0 team and the Revolutionary Army lose both sides, so that the country of Wano temporarily enters a short-term peace that may be broken at any time. Exactly. I've been injured like this. After Major General Hope arrives, it is completely reasonable to let Major General Hope take over military affairs in an all-round way, right? Thinking of this, the corners of Yan's mouth could not help but bend slightly. It just made Ion a little worried, but according to the normal speed, Sara and Yang should have reached the waters of Wano country. But whether it was the Navy's intelligence or the intelligence network of Khorasan and the Revolutionary Army, no strangers from the foreign seas around the age of 6 or 7 have been found in Wano recently. Where did those two little idiots go? Ion sighed softly softly and said secretly, "If it weren't for the information reflected in Sarah and Ying's life cards showing that their state was still normal, Ion couldn't help feeling anxious. When you find those two little idiots, you have to beat them hard. This time you must not be soft-hearted." Immediately after the emergency operation was successful and Yan was sent to the ward, after confirming that there was no problem with the current situation of the G9 branch, he consciously fell into a coma in the ward with peace of mind, and then let the consciousness go to the spiritual space of Baby 5 again. During this period of time, Ludo and Baby 5 traveled around most of the islands of the Mara archipelago, and Yan, who let his consciousness enter the spiritual space of Baby 5 from time to time, also saw the changes with his own eyes. In less than a month, naturally, there is no way to see the obvious changes brought by the island commune plan to the Mara Islands. However, from the spiritual changes of the civilians in those island villages, Ian could feel that the island commune project fell into their difficult lives like an inconspicuous drop of water, and then there was a glimmer of hope. Ripples. The ripples of hope in the eyes of those civilians are more of a hope of getting rid of precarious and impoverished lives. Before the dealer cooperation program, it was publicized by newspapers, which became one of the reasons why the common people rashly believed that the dealers of the Lian Chamber of Commerce began to commune the islands. After all, that seems to be a famous big chamber of commerce in the sea. Shouldn't they deceive them? 579 Chapter 580 The Fool and the World. And when Ian entered the spiritual space of Baby 5 this time, and controlled one of the eyes of Baby 5 to look around, he found that Ludo and Baby 5 were now on the most prosperous island in the Mara archipelago. Of course, even the most prosperous island in the Mara archipelago is only the larger of the small islands. The most important reason why this island can become one of the few relatively prosperous towns in the Mara Islands is its geographical location in the center of the Mara Islands, coupled with the fact that the Navy has set up a small naval base on this island. This island has the basic conditions for prosperity, attracting businessmen and all kinds of people, and even responsible for the Lian of the Mara Islands. Chamber of Commerce dealers are also centered here. Master Yan, do you need to find the Revolutionary Army here first? Baby 5 asked Yan in the spiritual space. No, you can follow your own pace. I just need to watch and it's enough, Ian replied. Soon after walking around the island like a traveler, Ludo and Baby 5 entered the tavern on the island. Of course, Ludo and Baby 5 didn't want to eat, they just wanted to sit in the tavern for a while and listen to the chatter of the drunkards in the tavern. While most of the alcoholics' words are just bragging, there are plenty of real details about each island. 2 glasses of rum and 3 specialty snacks. The bartender looked up at Ludo and Baby 5 in grey cloaks sitting at the table in the corner, and quickly brought the corresponding food. Immediately, with the help of Baby 5's ears, Ian listened to the chats of the guests around him about the latest trends in the sea, bragging about his glorious experience, and complaining that his wife often went out to get her hair and wasting Bailey's money. However, after experiencing several groups of guests, Ian still heard the words Lian Chamber of Commerce and island communalization in a few occasional sentences, thus judging the attitude of the civilians towards these changes. Clang. As the night got darker, more and more guests came to the tavern, but the proportion of civilians among them was decreasing, and there were more people dressed in weird clothes. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Ludo and Baby 5, and a calm voice sounded without emotion. Hello, is it convenient for me to sit here? Ludo looked up and looked around, and found that the other tables in the tavern were almost full, then glanced at the man with blonde hair and dressed like a magician in front of him, and said, "Casual." The blonde man nodded, then sat directly in Ludo in front of Baby 5. He opened his mouth to the bartender. "A glass of rum, a fried rice." Immediately, the blonde man raised his eyes slightly, looked at Ludo and Baby 5, who were wearing grey cloaks and couldn't see their facial features, and said, "The so-called friendship at the same table. Let me divination for you about your future luck." After a pause, the black-gloved hands of the blonde man took out a set of tarot cards from his arms and swung it towards the table. Ludo glanced coldly at the blonde man, but didn't say anything, and he didn't even care. However, with the help of Baby 5's eyes, Ion recognized the man in front of him, Basil Hawkins, who was a member of 11 supernovas like Ludo in the original trajectory, and the devil fruit he ate, it's called scarecrow fruit. What Ion cared about most was that Basil Hawkins seemed to be a rare guy in the sea who had the ability to predict future trajectories. Coincide? Or, this guy came here on purpose? Ion thought secretly, but he didn't mean to speak, but just observed Hawkins' movements with the help of Baby 5's eyes. As for Ludo and Baby 5's ignorance, Hawkins was not annoyed. Instead, he moved his palm back and forth over the open tarot card, and then drew a tarot card and held it in front of him. 290. The next moment, the corners of Hawkins' mouth curved slightly slightly, and he flipped the tarot card between his fingertips towards Lugo and said, "So you are a doctor?" Lugo's expression froze slightly, and he couldn't help feeling a little surprised. Although for today's Lugo, he is actually doing the work of a biological scientist, but in Lugo's heart, he always recognizes his identity as a doctor, and everything he studies is also to heal the fragility of human beings as a whole. "Wonderful." Ian controlled Baby Five's mouth and said, "Then can you do a divination for me?" Hearing this, Hawkins shuffled the tarot cards in his hand and asked, "Of course, no problem. What does this lady want to divination?" "It's as good as it was just now. Divination about my true identity," Ian said. "It's very simple." While talking, Hawkins casually pulled out a card from the tarot. His eyes swept over the contents of the card, and when he was about to speak, the whole person froze. Ian asked. Hawkins' expression changed. He took a deep look at Baby Five and then placed the card in his fingers directly on the table. "I saw that the content of the card was that a person in colorful clothes was moving forward, but there was a hint of sarcasm in those lifelike eyes." "Fool," Hawkins said slowly. "The name of this card is the Fool, the existence of uncertainty." "So what?" Ian asked. Hawkins glanced at Baby Five, his expression completely solemn and vigilant. "The Fool, which represents the unknown and uncertainty, can be interpreted from countless angles, and also represents a mockery of Hawkins' divination. This time, you need to draw another card to assist judgment." As Hawkins' voice fell, the tarot cards covered on the table suddenly floated and stood in front of Hawkins. Obviously, this time Hawkins seems to have activated some special ability. However, as Hawkins saw the tarot cards he had drawn out, his icy expression showed obvious consternation. "World? Why did you draw the world after the Fool was drawn?" Hawkins murmured, and then stared at Baby Five sternly. Hearing this, Yan's heart completely aroused a bit of interest. Perhaps these magic sticks are not necessarily fooling themselves, trying to get something from themselves, but first the Fool card and then the World card. "It sounds very interesting," Ian asked. "So, what does the difference between the Fool and the World mean? Can my identity be judged?" This interesting fortune teller. 580 Chapter 581 Future Divination, Hawkins said slowly after showing some obvious hesitation on his face. "There are countless meanings for the Fool, but the relationship between it and the World is the beginning and the end. The Fool is the first card of the tarot card, and World is the last card of the tarot card. If it is interpreted as a judgment, then," Hawkins said word by word, "Your Excellency will be an existence that will bring this era to an end, or start a new beginning." "How can I trust you with such an exaggerated result?" Ian asked disapprovingly. "You don't need to believe it. This is your destiny," Hawkins said calmly, hurriedly put away the tarot cards in his hand, then stood up straight, turned and walked outside the tavern. It happened that the bartender came over with a tray at this time and shouted at Hawkins, "Guest, your rum and fried rice. Fate told me that this rum and fried rice, the price of the food is high." In the eyes of the bartender, Hawkins muttered a word, then took out 10,000 Baileys from his arms and threw it into the bartender's tray, and then walked out of the tavern without looking back. "What, are you kidding? Why would you encounter that level of existence in such a place?" Obviously, according to the divination, the safest place in the entire North Sea is in this direction. Hawkins, who left the tavern in a hurry, kept talking in his heart, and then he did not forget to start divination about his own destiny. According to the divination before going to the island, his mortality rate on this island is 0. However, as Hawkins draws out the tarot card that judges the possibility of death, there is another, the Fool, representing the unknown. Hawkins' cold sweat immediately seeped out from Hawkins' forehead. This is the first time that Hawkins has encountered. No matter how critical the situation was before, he was able to judge the approximate death rate by divination. The mortality rate cannot be judged, then judge the survival rate. As soon as Hawkins thought about it, his palm trembled slightly and put the Fool back into the deck and activated his ability divination again. This time, 6 tarot cards were raised in front of Hawkins at the same time. Hawkins' eyes swept around, but his expression became completely stiff. "These 6, they are all fools. That is to say, the survival rate is also an incalculable unknown." "Why, they are all fools," Hawkins murmured. The whole person completely stayed in place, and he didn't even know what to do next. In any action, death is unknown, and survival is also unknown. How can it be impossible to judge the survival rate and mortality rate? Has the ability failed? At this moment, a voice sounded behind Hawkins. "Maybe I can answer this question for you." Hawkins turned back suddenly, and found that behind him were the 2 gray cloaks who had just sat at the table with him in the tavern. At this moment, Hawkins regretted his habit of divination for strangers, so he tried to find a suitable scarecrow substitute who could take the damage in his place. And Ion looked at the strangely capable Hawkins through the eyes of Baby Five and said, "Can't judge the survival rate and mortality rate? Maybe it's because I haven't figured out how to deal with you, so your divination can't show specific results." After a pause, Ion continued, "You can now divination information again. Hawkins swallowed his saliva. For the first time, he felt that he was completely exposed to the sight of others. Everything about him was seen through and controlled by this mysterious woman in front of him. Immediately, Hawkins activated his ability again, and 2 tarot cards floated from the deck again. Hawkins' eyes swept away from the faces of the 2 tarot cards, and instantly recognized the names of the 2 tarot cards. Ion, who witnessed all of Hawkins' actions, asked, "What's the result?" "Death and the stars." Hawkins replied with a grim expression. "From this, it can be judged that the probability of my death this time is extremely high, and the probability of survival is very slim. There is probably less than a 5% chance of surviving." Ian subconsciously manipulated Baby Five's body and rubbed his smooth chin with his hand, then said, "Isn't it even 0%? Then, in your opinion, what might that 5% survival be?" Hawkins didn't answer, and didn't show any sign of resistance or escape at all, but looked at Ion quietly. "That 5% chance of survival is almost entirely due to the man in front of him who hasn't made up his mind. Escape and resistance are meaningless, at least in front of this man who has the cards of the Fool and World at the same time." Ian looked at Hawkins in front of him and couldn't help laughing. "You seem to have made a very wise choice, so how about doing me a favor? In return, perhaps I can reverse your odds of survival and death." "Please," Hawkins replied. "I'm a little curious about what you said about let this era come to an end or start a new beginning, so help me with a divination, and help me confirm whether the future I want can be achieved." Ian replied. Hearing this unusually vague question, Hawkins couldn't help frowning, but he didn't answer for a long time. Looking at Hawkins' embarrassed expression, Ian asked speculatively, "If you can't say it clearly, is there no way to divination?" "That's right." Hawkins nodded. Immediately, Ion was a little distressed and said, "It's just that if I tell you specifically, I'm very worried that you will die because you know too much." After a pause, Ion continued, "After all, knowing secrets far beyond one's ability and status is a great danger in itself." Hawkins's expression twitched slightly, but the whole person slowly turned into a scarecrow-like shape, and then threw the tarot cards in his hand in the direction of Baby Five, letting those tarot cards float in the air. Guy in front of Ion said, "Since it is inconvenient for your excellency to speak clearly, then it is up to your excellency to draw the tarot cards in person. Is there such a way?" Ian said a word, and then his eyes fell on the 22 tarot cards laid out in the air in front of him, and asked, "Choose one, or how many?" "You can choose as many as you like. This is also one of fate's arrangements." Hawkins replied. "That's it then." 581 Chapter 582 World Tower Hanged Man. Ion's eyes swept across the 22 floating tarot cards in front of him. In the blink of an eye, Baby Five's arm suddenly turned into a knife, and then in Hawkins' dazed gaze, randomly released a flying slash towards the tarot card. The flying slash passed, and a large number of tarot cards were instantly destroyed. "Since everything is the choice of fate, then the tarot card that was not destroyed under this blow is my choice," Ion said calmly. His eyes swept away from the only 3 intact tarot cards floating in the air. "This is the first time I have encountered this approach, and your thinking is quite peculiar," Hawkins said. Ion smiled and didn't speak, but continued to watch Hawkins turn over the 3 remaining intact tarot cards. The first, the World; the second, the Tower; the third, the Hanged Man. Hawkins, who did not dare to play tricks with Ion, took the initiative to explain the flipped tarot cards. "What your excellency asked just now was, will the hoped-for future appear?" "Right." "That's right," Ian replied. Hawkins, who turned into a scarecrow-like appearance, once again fell on the flipped tarot card and explained, "The world represents the future that you hope for. Whether it is successful or not, it will have extremely terrifying effects. It will definitely bring great changes to the sea, and even affect every corner of the world. The high tower represents collapse and impermanence. The future you hope for may lead to complete collapse. The collapse may be the order of the past, or it may be everything you have now, and more, or the whole world. The last, the Hanged Man, is a guiding card, guiding your actions to get closer to the desired future." Hearing this, Ion asked with a bit of interest in his tone, "How to act?" In this regard, Hawkins shook his head and said, "As for the guide cards, the same picture can be interpreted by everyone in the eyes of different meanings, and this is a tarot card chosen by your excellency, so even if it is carried out in my own way, the interpretation may not be correct for you." Hearing this, Ian frowned, and then he began to carefully look at the tarot card called the Hanged Man. A man hangs upside down on one leg from a tree similar to a gallows. From a distance, it looks as if a spurned sinner is being tortured, but this man has a holy light on his head, and his face is also revealing a sweet expression. The whole gives a very weird and incongruous feeling. At this moment, Ludo, who was standing beside Baby Five, said, "My lord, this guy's adrenaline has just risen slightly. He may be lying or hiding something." Hearing Ludo's words, Hawkins' pupils could not help shrinking, and his straw body took a step back subconsciously. "Oh, interesting. It seems that you know something and and didn't say it. Ian raised his eyes, looked in the direction of Hawkins, and said word by word, "Basil Hawkins, it seems that you have chosen your own destiny. This guy must have a considerable level of intelligence network in the North Sea." When Ian called out his name directly, Hawkins instantly thought of the problem. After all, Hawkins, who has been acting in a low-key manner in the North Sea and who has not yet been a pirate, is not a well-known figure. But even so, after the short contact between the two sides, the two guys had already found out their names. Soon, under the terrifying look under the grey cloak of Baby 5, Hawkins explained with an effort to keep himself calm, "I didn't mean to hide it. It's just that some divination results that are difficult to be completely determined have no meaning to be said." 291. It's pointless to lie, Logo said directly. Humans are creatures that can't go against their own instincts. No matter how well micro-expressions are controlled, the slight adrenaline and nerve fluctuations in your body that come with lying can't be concealed from me. Hawkins was slightly startled by Logo's displayed ability, suddenly felt something, turned his head and looked towards his back. When I saw that there was a small piece of strange pink sarcoma on Hawkins' back. Even though Hawkins' body had been scarecrowed at this time, the pink sarcoma still seemed to be completely integrated with Hawkins. No discomfort at all. More importantly, Hawkins' own straw fruit obviously has the ability to transfer damage, but this pink sarcoma, the appearance of damage transfer is not triggered. "Don't worry, that thing is harmless in a sense," Logo explained calmly. Obviously, Hawkins doesn't believe Logo's statement at all, and this kind of thing is quite scary no matter how you look at it. At this moment, Hawkins finally understood why the mortality rate predicted by the previous divination was so high that he could not survive at all by himself. Hawkins took a deep breath, completely dispelled the careful thought in his heart that he was planning to fool Ian, and said, "The Hanged Man guide card in the divination really requires your own judgment, but the meaning represented by the combination of world and high tower is likely to refer to the red soil continent standing in the sea. That is to say, the future that you hope for is likely to need to subvert the entire red continent." In the end, even Hawkins felt like he was talking in his sleep. As a continent that separates the entire sea from south to north with an altitude of 10,000 meters, the stalwart and hugeness of the late right continent is unimaginable. Once the red earth continent is dumped, it will be enough to trigger a 10,000-meter terrifying tsunami natural disaster that engulfs most of the world, and the subsequent rise in the sea level of the entire sea will cause more than 99% of the entire sea to rise. The island was completely submerged. At that time, it will be the end of the whole world. What terrified Hawkins the most was that the result of this divination was invisibly corresponding to the fool and world that were displayed when he started divination about the identity of the mysterious person in front of him. Therefore, even Hawkins subconsciously concealed this information just now to prevent himself from becoming the leader who drives the end of the world. When Ian heard the words, he glanced in Logo's direction, and Logo nodded, confirming that Hawkins did not lie this time. "P.S. Happy New Year everyone. Everything is smooth sailing, everything is perfect, everything goes well, everything is auspicious." 582 Chapter 583 Twisted Cycle. Red Earth Continent. The Hanged Man. In a protected ward of the G9 branch of the Wano Kingdom Navy, Ion, who was lying on the hospital bed, murmured silently. As for what Hawkins said about the divination, Ion did not doubt that it had a considerable degree of authenticity. After all, there is indeed some kind of power called destiny in the sea, whether it is Mrs. Charlie in Fishman Island or the blank 100 years handed down from 800 years ago. The historical text and other information have almost all proved that the sea has the ability of prophecy, revelation, etc. related to destiny. Of course, Ion does not fully believe in these so-called divinations of fate, but only uses them as a reference. After all, there are some things that the occult knows about that a rational guy like Ion won't notice. Among them, the so-called the Hanged Man will not be discussed, but Hawkins is quite concerned about the Red Earth continent inferred between World and High Tower. Speaking of which, the specific history of the Red Earth continent seems to have been ignored. Ian suddenly thought of this question, and his brows could not help frowning. After all, just as many people ignore the history and essence of the existence of the sun hanging overhead, the Red Earth continent, which is large enough to separate the entire sea from east to west, also gradually makes people ignore its own history and essence. Thinking of this, Ion looked at Zyajin, who was standing aside, and said, "Zyajin, contact Durag and let the organization begin to comprehensively collect all the information and intelligence related to the Red Earth continent." "Sure." Xiaojin called out a few words, and then his eyes were scattered. Instead, he controlled his dedicated phone bug in his own castle to communicate with Durag. Even though Xiaojin can't speak, Xiaojin can communicate in simple words. After conveying the order, Ion turned his attention back to Hawkins. As one of the 11 supernovas who will be in the same period as Luffy a few years later. Hawkins' ability is quite strange, and his own combat power should not be underestimated. Although Hawkins has not yet become a pirate, Yan suddenly realized that as the date of Luffy's departure to the sea is getting closer, the group of supernovas that are enough to stir up the situation in the sea and even shake the status of the four emperors head-on in the future, they have already begun to grow and even emerge. Established in advance, Ian narrowed his eyes and moved his index finger unconsciously on the iron frame on the edge of the hospital bed. Whether it is from the Navy's position or the Revolutionary Army's position, Ion doesn't have a good impression of the so-called pirates. Although the vast majority of pirates are forced to go out to sea due to the corruption of the world government and various kingdoms, perhaps due to natural disasters and other reasons, the undisputed fact is that the vast majority of pirates are to the sea. The source of chaos and killing. The appearance of pirates will only lead to more misery for the civilians in this sea. The 11 famous supernovas in the future are enough to stir up the wind and rain during that period, making the already chaotic Great Pirate Era even more violent. With the resources and channels that Ion has now, it is definitely not difficult to obliterate most of the 11 supernovas in advance in this period. The only thing Ion had to consider was the consequences of acting accordingly. If the Revolutionary Army continuously cooperates with the Navy in secret, the combined strength of the two sides is enough to suppress the pirates of the entire Great Pirate Era at the front. Only the consequence of this will lead to the gradual stabilization of the rule of the world government. In order to obtain the blessing of the world government, more kingdoms will try their best to gather enough gold from the sky to make offerings, thus becoming world affiliate countries. And the Revolutionary Army can also infiltrate more and more small and medium-sized islands that are not noticed by the allied countries in the gradually stable environment. At that time, if the island commune plan continues to develop with the status quo, it will be enough gather the power to directly shake the world government. In this way, it also complies with Ion's original expectations and gathers a large number of resources from islands and civilians who are not eligible to join the World Alliance system, thereby setting off a wave of times that can change the future. Wait, Red Earth continent, world government. Ion, who was lying on the hospital bed, suddenly stood up subconsciously. His hands were inserted into his hair, his eyes flashed with unknown light, and all the details of the conversation with Hawkins continued to emerge in his mind. Cold sweat gradually appeared on Yan's forehead. I see. Is this what Hawkins called the world and the high tower? Thanks to that guy for reminding me, otherwise I would have been completely blinded by the world government and ignored the most important things. Ion murmured, his normally calm thoughts surging frantically. Whether it is Ion, Durag, or other high-level leaders of the Revolutionary Army, the enemy firmly identified in their hearts is the one who stands high on the red soil continent, constantly harvesting the whole piece of wealth, but is very concerned about the chaos of the sea. Inactive world government. To be more precise, in the overall concept of the Revolutionary Army in the past, the synonyms of the world government that did not really establish a kingdom itself are the Holy Land Marijoa, the Draco, and the Hidden Im. As long as the Holy Land Marijoa, the Draconians, and Im are substantially eliminated, the world government will also be completely swallowed up by the tide of the times. At that time, as long as the Revolutionary Army can successfully unify the Navy as one of the most important forces to stabilize the sea, it will be enough to take over the entire era. However, the essence of the world government is the more than 200 countries that join the world. Ion's eyes trembled, and he could vaguely see the future that seemed to be not far away. It is true that the world government harvests the wealth of the world's alliance countries with the help of gold in the sky, but the protection of the world's alliance countries to the world's alliance countries also guarantees the safety of the world's alliance countries in this chaotic sea. The world alliance countries that dotted the seas of the world like stars, they also continued to directly plunder the surrounding small kingdoms and small and medium islands that were not eligible to join the world government by virtue of their own size. Not to mention, the wealth plundered by the pirates who fill every corner of the sea still needs to be spent before it has real meaning. The wealth plundered by the pirates from various places is constantly spent and eventually only flows to the world alliance countries with relatively more stable trade and environment in various sea areas. This is nothing more than a twisted cycle. 583 Chapter 584 The stake of tens of billions of lives. The world government stands on the high cloud and continuously absorbs the wealth of this cycle, while the Navy, pirates, world alliance countries, small kingdoms, and small and medium-sized islands without kingdoms form a cyclical system of mutual hatred and hostility, as well as mutual checks and balances. There is no doubt that, in this cycle, in addition to the world government being the absolute vested beneficiary, the vast majority of the world member countries are also secondary beneficiaries. In the chaotic era of great pirates, the World Alliance countries, as secondary beneficiaries, suffered fewer pirate attacks, had a more stable environment than other islands and kingdoms, and could obtain more wealth. For example, in the past the kingdom of Dressrosa, which was dominated by the agricultural system, almost completely abandoned commercial trade and national defense construction, even if they are based in the waters of the New World, where pirates are most rampant compared to the other kingdoms and islands that have not joined the World Alliance system. The citizens of the Dressrosa kingdom bear the burden of gold in the sky, and also have a relatively stable life. Therefore, even if the world member countries have complaints about the heavy gold in the sky on the surface, and there are often riots, the system of the world member countries. Oh no. Ion took a deep breath and realized that the system established by the world government has virtually established a class called World Allied Countries. There is no doubt that this class supports the world government, and they are also the basis for the world government's domination of the sea. In this way, the nature of the world government is actually quite clear. Why is I'm the invisible king hidden behind the world government, but I'm never showing up? It is precisely to ensure the support of the world's allied countries for the world government, plus the dragon people who created the world in name of family, to ensure the legitimacy of the world government. It's amazing. Let the world government be completely free from the sea of mutual hatred. The cycle of hate on the one hand creates a sub-benefit class World Alliance country to maintain rule and bear more hatred of civilians. On the other hand, it also establishes a navy to avoid the disorderly expansion of pirates. So two-pronged approach. During this time, it has guaranteed the unshakable rule of the world government over the sea for 800 years. No matter who built this system, that guy is quite amazing. Yan's eyes were full of solemn muttering. At that time, even if the island commune plan is successfully implemented by the Revolutionary Army, and the forces of countless small and medium-sized islands gather together to produce a qualitative change that is enough to drive the tide of the times, it will definitely not only face the world government at that time. I am afraid that there will also be in the face of a counterattack from the entire World Allies class. In order to ensure its own privileges and interests, the World Alliance countries class will definitely fight back against any enemy targeting the world government without hesitation. If it is like this, Ion's eyes seem to have reflected the war that really affected every part of the sea. The establishment of the island commune plan has strengthened the connection between small and medium islands, and has also brought together the forces that they can generate. In a sense, it has also established a brand new class. There is no way out of class struggle. At that time, it will not only be a decisive battle between the Revolutionary Army and the world government, but also a war between the communal islands and the World Alliance countries that maintain the kingdom system. So, the Tower of the World is probably not the Red Earth continent, but a tower standing above the sea formed by the world government and the world's allied countries. The enemy, not only the world government, but also all the World Alliance countries of the whole sea. Thinking of this, even Ion's will can't help but tremble. There are more than 200 countries that join the world, almost occupying more than 1/3 of the population and resources of the entire sea. If there is a war that spreads to every corner of the sea, the best result will be to reduce the population of the entire sea by less than half. No wonder, whether it is successful or not, will the world be changed by me as a fool. Ian muttered with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, his eyes faintly lost. If the success of the Revolutionary Army requires paying more than half of the population of the entire sea, then, is it really worth it? Not to mention, it is more likely to fail. Betting on half the population of the entire sea for that chance of success? Ion's hands trembling. Half the population of the entire sea is not millions, or even tens of millions. Based on the area of the sea, the Revolutionary Army estimated the total population of the sea to be more than 20 billion. That is to say, as long as you continue to persevere, then 10 billion lives will definitely disappear. This terribly large number even made Ion gradually feel a sense of suffocation. What is the difference between thus creating a new era and destroying the entire sea? Ion fell softly on the hospital bed, staring at the ceiling above, and the whole person was completely lost. Have you gone the wrong way? Instead of choosing to develop the resources and potential of small and medium-sized islands, should the Revolutionary Army be turned into an absolute force group and choose to attack the Holy Land Marijoa? No, that's not right. That's not right. The grassroots of the sea has not changed. Even if the Holy Land Marijoa is destroyed, nothing has changed in essence. It is just as ridiculous as changing the dynasty. Just as the coalition army formed by the 20 kings destroyed the world government formed by a huge kingdom in the past, the Revolutionary Army with only pure force will definitely become the second world government, and even Sara and Ying will become the second world government. A new generation of Tianlong people, even myself, after truly standing at the absolute top of the sea and enjoying enjoying the absolute fame, treasure, and status of the whole sea. My will can really resist that terrible erosion and not become the second. There is no meaning, everything is meaningless. Ian, who was in confusion, only felt that what he did seemed to be just a giant joke, and even the arrival of the CP0 team and the visit of Lieutenant General Hope not long after, Ian continued to maintain a confused state. Days and a week or longer, Ian was completely immersed in thinking and forgot the passage of time. In addition to maintaining the hallucination of his coma with mirror flower water moon, Ian even became unkempt and withered. 584 Chapter 585 The Hanged Man. When Drago saw Ian again, he couldn't help but be shocked by what Ian looked like at this time. Although Ian's appearance is a bit sloppy in his usual state, he is undoubtedly a handsome uncle with a gentle temperament. Chief of Staff, what happened? 292. Fine. Ian waved his hand but did not express the doubts he encountered now. In other words, even if this question is told to Drago, it probably won't help except to shake his beliefs. After all, the essence of this problem is that, as the war between the Revolutionary Army and the world government breaks out in the future, it will also lead to the integration of the World Alliance country class representing large kingdoms and the Communal Island Project. Unprecedented conflict and war broke out among the small island classes. The struggle between classes is an extraordinarily complex issue. Although Ian's position will undoubtedly be on the opposite side of the allied countries of the world, once considering that the war may lead to the demise of billions or even tens of billions of human beings, Ian feels in his heart but it is hesitant and confused. And having known Ian for nearly 30 years, Drago, who can be said to be very familiar with each other, naturally noticed the abnormality of Ian. For a time, Drago gave Ian a deep look and then turned to talk about business. The two CP0 teams have begun to join the defense line of the G9 branch, and the comrades lurking next to Yamato have reported that suspected CP0 members have begun to formally contact Yamato, testing Yamato's attitude towards the world government. Confirmation of Shibukai qualification is underway. Ian nodded calmly. His expression did not waver at all, and he said that he did not even show much interest. You can handle these things yourself. After a pause, Ian looked up slightly at the blue sky above and said, perhaps I need to stop and be quiet for a while. This journey seems to be a little rushed. It's time to reflect on some things slowly. Drago looked at Ian, who showed a slightly decadent expression in the tone in front of him, and his brows couldn't help frowning completely. This is the first time that Drago has seen various states in the sky since Drago and Ian became acquainted when they were young. From the young Ian who ate the drunken shrimp excitedly describing the future that the Revolutionary Army is now collectively pursuing for Drago, and then Ian took the responsibility of the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army and moved forward until now. He has completely become an important figure in this sea. In Durag's impression, in addition to being drunk, Ian is always a person who has sufficient grasp of everything and can perfectly control all variables. His vision, strategy, combat power, etc. are all the absolute top figures in the sea, and his demeanor is almost always calm and gentle. Right now, this is Ian's real gaffe. There is no doubt what happened to Ion. Drago watched the back of Ion leaving and couldn't help but feel a little worried in his heart, not only because of the fetters of the two sides for the Revolutionary Army, even though Ion has been working hard to erase the information he left behind in the Revolutionary Army. Even most of the Revolutionary Army executives do not know the staff, the appearance of the Commander-in-Chief, but the title of the Commander-in-Chief of the staff is definitely no less than the flag of Drago in the Revolutionary Army. After the brief communication with Drago, Ion in the black cloak flickered, and unknowingly he came to a coast in the Wando. In the G9 branch, Ion, who maintained his hallucinations of being seriously injured and coma through the soul-chopping sword Hyokashuiyu, returned to the naval base without any anxiety and inexplicably stopped at this coast, his eyes staring absently at the sea in the distance facing the sea breeze. I don't know how long it took. Ion took out a tarot card from his arms and looked down. The Hanged Man. This is, in Hawkins's mouth, a guiding card for the future that Ion hopes to achieve. Just what exactly does it mean? Ion looked at the tarot card that was hanging upside down on a gallows, but his head was glowing and his expression was faintly full of joy and ridicule. What does it mean that as a good person, the best way is for me to surrender all my crimes to the world government so as to end the war that may affect the entire sea in time? Ion's tone was full of self-deprecation. I'm not that kind of ignorant idiot. I can risk my life for my ideals, but it doesn't mean that I will do such a stupid thing to completely deny myself. If this is the fate you want to guide me, then I will never do it. Except, that's right, you don't break out in silence, you die in silence, and the same is true for the sea. The cycle established by the world government is definitely not perfect. Even if there is no revolutionary army, this sea will collapse sooner or later. Ian gritted his teeth and muttered, his eyes gradually firming up again. There must be a way. Laozi is no longer the frail and sickly child in the past. Laozi, as an adult, needs everything. The world government. Laozi wants it. The tens of billions of people in this sea. Laozi must also protect it. It's just a matter of defeating the world government and at the same time shifting or easing the conflicts and contradictions between the World Alliance class and the class represented by the small and medium islands. Then all this can be done. Suddenly, a large number of methods flashed in Yan's mind one by one, triggering conflicts between the world government and the World Alliance countries, exposing the hidden crimes and darkness of the world government, or provoking conflicts between different kingdoms within the World Alliance country system, causing the so-called World Alliance country system to collapse from within, so that the fragmented World Alliance system can only be gradually assimilated by the small and medium island classes after the island communalization. No, it's not realistic. It was only very soon that Ion dismissed all kinds of ideas related to it. It is unimaginable for the world government to monitor and attach importance to the world's allied countries. In the situation where the world government has the righteousness and newspapers in its hands, this kind of joking trifle will only make people laugh. More importantly, for most of the world's joining royal families and nobles, they only care about their own interests, and they don't care about the ideas of the people at all. Even if the revolutionary army completely exposes the crimes and darkness of the world government, those royal families and nobles simply do not care about the essence of the world government that can bring them substantial status and benefits. 585 Chapter 586 The so-called Destroy the World. The sea breeze that swept through was humid and gradually brought a bit of coolness. Based on the information about the known power of the world government, Ion simply calculated more than 10 feasible solutions for the internal contradictions of the World Alliance countries class, and the final results ended in failure without exception. Unlike the previous revolutionary army that secretly developed and penetrated in the non-world member countries, the world member countries are the foundation of the world government, and a slight disturbance will attract the attention of the world government. After more than 10 years, the number of World Alliance countries that the revolutionary army can really penetrate into is very few, let alone the control of the world government. In addition to the Kingdom of Dressrosa and the Kingdom of Alabasta, the only countries that join the world are also the kings who first became comrades of the revolutionary army. The revolutionary army carried out reverse infiltration without the knowledge of the world government. It's just that there are too few such cases. Among the world's alliance countries, there are really too few neos who have the conditions for approving the revolutionary army's philosophy. And once the revolutionary army takes a risk and tries to infiltrate the world's allied countries on a large scale, it is absolutely impossible to hide from the CP organization, and it will be listed as a threat that must be eliminated by the world government in an instant. Today, on the bright side of the sea, the organizations that have opposed the world government and still survive, except for the revolutionary army that was suppressed and blocked in the Wano country. On the bright side, there is only that one that has been veiled in mystery. Virtual Circle Organization. Huh? Wait. Ion's expression changed and he murmured, Virtual Circle Organization. As for how to alleviate the contradiction between classes, there is actually another effective way. That is, there is a bigger threat forcing the World Alliance class to unite with the small and medium island class. No need. The fuse of the conflict between the World Alliance countries class and the small and medium-sized island classes will definitely be the war between the revolutionary army and the world government. So as long as this fuse is transferred, don't let the class united by the revolutionary army and the small and medium-sized islands completely stand on the opposite side of the World Alliance country, but let another existence stand on the opposite side of the World Alliance country instead of them. That's right, this sea still needs an enemy who can bear the resentment of the entire World Alliance country class. Ion's eyes lit up completely, and an unusually crazy idea gradually sprung up in his mind, and the specific feasibility was simply calculated continuously. Deceive the world, bear all the resentment and evil in this sea, then destroy the world, and then let the revolutionary army create a new world, and this enemy is the Virtual Circle Organization. It will also be me. Hanged Man. Ion's eyes fell on the tarot card called the Hanged Man again, and his eyes flashed with an unprecedentedly clear light. There is nothing wrong with the island commune plan, nor is there anything wrong with the revolutionary army, nor is there anything wrong with the idea of opening a new era. It's just that there is still a lack of a hanged man who knocks on the door of the new era and bears all the darkness and resentment of the old era. And I will be the most suitable person to be hanged on the gallows as a sinner who bears all the grudges, and then the hanging man of the new era will be reflected in both eyes. At this moment, Ion inexplicably recalled the conversation with Drago not long ago. Drago. Just being slandered as a so-called pirate really makes me feel bad. What does it matter? As long as you can create a bright future, even if you can't bathe yourself in the sun, it's just a trivial matter to bear the infamy of destroying the world. Yan shook his head helplessly for a while and said with a self-deprecating laugh, really, I knew I wouldn't say such beautiful words to Drago. How can I convince myself to deny this choice now? But Yan's eyes narrowed slightly and said, the so-called destruction of the world seems to be quite interesting. As for the troublesome task of building a new era, I should leave it to Drago to work slowly. Thinking of this, Ion exhaled softly, but his eyes gradually became firmer. Then the first thing that needs to be done is to strengthen the power of the virtual circle organization. At least the evil organization that destroys the world should look like it will destroy the world. Today, this kind of deterrence of the world government is completely relying on the power of the remnant fire sword. It's really out of line. Immediately, Ian began to count the current members of the virtual circle organization. Eating Void Baby 5, Kursai Sangha Robin, Holy Crying Mantis Khorasan, Evil Concubine Luo, Black-Winged Demon Hancock, Wolfpack Perona, Empress Shark Tiger. Plus there is no Void Soul Chopping Blade, completely relying on his own god thinking to become the only non-staff Analu. And as Baby 5, Luo and Perona, who were weak at the beginning, grew up, even if the current virtual circle organization did not have Yen, it was still a powerful organization comparable to King Xia Kaiwuhe. Of course, in fact, among the Kaiwuhe under the king, the virtual circle organization still occupies 3 seats. If it's just this level, even if you add yourself, it seems that the combat power is still far from enough. It seems that it is necessary to increase the number of members of the virtual circle organization again. Yan's eyes flickered, and then he simply calculated the progress of awakening the 8th Void Soul Chopping Knife. Come on, when the next batch of artificial devil fruits arrives, it should be enough. Ion murmured. Although compared with normal devil fruits, the effect of artificial devil fruits on Ion's awakening Void Soul Chopping Knife is only about 1%, but artificial devil fruits can't stand the sad material made by Caesar as raw materials, and then through the ability of the small human race can be continuously cultivated artificially. Therefore, in recent years, Ion has gradually given up the luxury consumption of precious and rare devil fruits, and instead relies on artificial devil fruits to promote the awakening of the Void Soul Chopping Knife. The 9th Void Soul Chopping Knife requires about 512 normal devil fruits, and the 10th Void Soul Chopping Knife requires 1024 pieces, which is about 100,000 or more artificial devil fruits. Ian simply calculated the astronomical number, and his expression couldn't help but become a little uneasy. Perhaps the number of sad made by Caesar can still be increased, but the number of little people who cultivate artificial devil fruit is limited, which also leads to the production of artificial devil fruit being almost at a stable value. I don't know if it's too late to promote the growth of the fertility rate of the little people. Ion smacked his mouth thinking about the feasibility of the idea. 587th chapter. Disturbed to do business. The fertility rate of the little human race and the production of artificial fruits must be discussed with Khorasan in person. Thinking of this, Ion simply hurried towards the White Dance area in Wano country. At the same time, in a family residence established by the Don Quixote family in the White Dance area, Khorasan was busy processing a large number of documents with his head down. In addition to being one of the 7 Cs under the king, Khorasan, who also bears the responsibilities of King Dressrosa and the commander of the New World Sea area of the Revolutionary Army, can be said to be quite busy. At this moment, a cup of fragrant coffee was placed beside Khorasan. Young master, rest for a while. A soft voice sounded immediately. Khorasan raised his head and glanced at the cup of coffee, and then continued busy talking. Monet, if your business is over, then you can go down and rest first. Looking at Khorasan's eyes that did not pay attention to his well-dressed appearance, Monet, who was wearing a perfect secretary's professional attire and had green hair, couldn't help sighing. However, unlike most of the family cotters who are afraid of Khorasan, as Khorasan's secretary, Monet, after in-depth contact with Khorasan, is very aware of the fact that he is wearing a clown makeup and looks terrible and cruel. The man has the most beautiful tenderness in this world. So, Monet looked at Khorasan, who was putting his energy into the documents again, and pursed his lips. Then, when he moved his footsteps and seemed to want to turn around and leave, the high heels twisted and his ankles twisted. With a light hum, the figure perfectly wrapped in business attire fell straight towards Khorasan next to him. Monet fell into Khorasan's arms with a muffled sound from Monet. Kalazan caught Monet subconsciously and looked at Monet's ankle wrapped in black silk. Being blocked by black silk, Khorasan couldn't see anything. Are you alright? Kolasan asked with a frown. I'm so rude. I'm very sorry. I'm sorry, young master, but the ankle may have been completely sprained. Monet seemed to feel that his behavior was extremely inappropriate, and his flushed face reflected by the light green hair was directly buried in Khorasan's black feathered coat. Even if your main task is to assist me in handling official duties, you should always exercise your physique and develop your abilities. Khorasan taught in a serious tone. Yes, young master, I know I'm wrong. I'll definitely pay attention next time. 293. Monet responded softly, and then asked cautiously, young master, can you take me back to the room this time? Khorasan hesitantly turned his head and glanced at the documents piled up in front of him, and then looked down at the usual person in his arms. The extremely capable secretary said helplessly, fine. Immediately, just when Khorasan wanted to stand up with Monet in his arms, Monet felt Khorasan's movement for a moment and looked forward solemnly. Following Khorasan's gaze, Monet suddenly discovered that there was a mysterious man in a black cloak in this well-guarded family resident office. Who? Monet suddenly jumped up from Khorasan's arms and looked at the cloaked man in front of him vigilantly. While half of his body kept the snow fruit elemental, he had already clasped a phone bug in one hand and was about to press it go down. However, before Monet pressed the phone bug to notify the entire station, Khorasan grabbed Monet's wrist with one hand. Young master, Monet asked suspiciously. It's not an enemy. You go down, Khorasan said in a serious tone. Yes. Monet nodded, then stepped out of the office. Immediately, Khorasan raised his palm and used the ability of silence fruit to create a sound barrier in the office. And only then did Ion reach out and pull down the hood of the black cloak, revealing his true face, with a playful smile on his face. Khorasan, am I disturbing your business? Business? Khorasan was stunned for a moment, but he didn't realize what Yen was metaphorically speaking. Instead, he looked at Yen, who still looked a little haggard on the surface, but his eyes were very godlike, and said, Ion, how did you come to me in person? It's rare. If you didn't come in person, I really didn't expect Khorasan to live a very romantic life. Ion said sarcastically. What's the mood? I think it's pretty boring these days, Khorasan said with some dissatisfaction. Originally, I was busy enough to be in charge of the Dressrosa Kingdom and the organization in the New World waters at the same time, but with the addition of this White Dance area, do you know how many flower capitals flooded into the White Dance area refugee civilians? How many things need to be handled and arranged in person every day? When it comes to this topic, Khorasan's words can be said to be like a barrage of cannonballs smashing towards Ion. After a while, Ion picked up the coffee that Monet had just put on the desk and handed it to Khorasan, who still didn't stop, and said, come on, drink some coffee to moisten your throat first. Tisk, thanks. Khorasan, who was talking until his throat was smoking, subconsciously took the coffee from Ion's hand and thanked him. Immediately, Khorasan, who took a sip of coffee, asked Ion, Yan, tell me, what's the matter with me? If I said I was just here to visit my elder brother, would you try to believe it? Ion asked. Khorasan replied with a rather certain tone, I don't believe it, and it's not a very important matter. You definitely won't come here in person. Ion smirked, then spoke. No, I'm actually asking you to discuss how to increase the fertility rate of the little people. Little people? Khorasan quickly responded and asked, do you want to continue to increase the production of artificial devil fruits? That's right. Ion nodded. Is the production of 500 artificial devil fruits a month still not enough? How many do you need? Khorasan asked. Ian said without blushing. It's simple. How about doubling it within half a year? The corner of Khorasan's mouth twitched slightly, and he directly handed the coffee in his hand back to Ian and said, I still don't drink coffee. Double the output? Do you think that the villains are all souse? Even if I drug the villains one by one, it is impossible to increase the number of villains so quickly that they can make artificial demons. The degree to which fruit yields have doubled. 587 Chapter 588 The truth that was guessed. Facing Khorasan's repeated complaints, Ion did not speak but kept a gentle smile at Khorasan. After a while, Khorasan said weakly, I can't guarantee it within half a year. Within a year, I can try my best through some special methods. Then trouble you? Yan nodded. Tisk. Khorasan pouted in disapproval, then lowered his head and took a sip of coffee, then asked, speaking of which, Yan, why do you want so many artificial devil fruits? In addition to the strong side effects and the high probability of not getting the ability, the eater of the artificial devil fruit is not only able to get the ability, but also some incomplete zoology ability. After a pause, Khorasan continued, even in terms of simply mass-producing combat power, artificial devil fruits are far less effective in mass-producing combat power than the research project Logo is developing now. Ion pondered for a moment, stared at Khorasan for a moment, and said, maybe there are some things I should explain to you. Take me to the artificial devil fruit delivered to Wano this month. Khorasan was stunned for a moment, then opened a secret passage directly in the office, and led Yan towards the secret passage. Very quick boxes of artificial devil fruits with uniform shapes appeared in front front of Ion. Khorasan said, "This batch is the artificial devil fruit that was just delivered to Wano country not long ago. It is also the output of the last 3 months, with a total of more than 2,000 pieces." While responding, Ion slowly pulled out the soul-chopping sword from his waist, and then the brilliant light of the sword continued to light up in this hidden secret room. In Khorasan's surprised eyes, the artificial devil fruits were cut open by the soul-chopping knife in Ion's hand, but they turned into wisps of black smoke and disappeared into the air. No, it seems that Ion was absorbed. In less than a moment, the man-made devil fruit that originally filled the secret room completely disappeared. On the contrary, a white light ball that Khorasan was very familiar with appeared in Ion's hands. The white light ball that guided him to the Lord of the Void and gained the ability of Holy Crying Mantis back then. "This is it." Khorasan's eyes widened and he said in shock, "That's right." Ion nodded, and he was ready to confess some things to Khorasan. After all, Ion needs to truly build the virtual circle organization into an organization that can destroy the world, so there are many things that can't be completely hidden from Khorasan. And Khorasan said in shock, "Sure enough, the master of the virtual circle did not exist in the sea from the beginning. Everything is you." "That's right." Ion nodded. "So." Khorasan swallowed his saliva and said, "Just now those are the things that are needed to be sacrificed to the Lord of the Void Circle in exchange for power." "Sacrifices?" Yan. Ion stared blankly at Khorasan. "Why are you looking at me like this?" Khorasan pouted and said, "Yan, don't you really think I didn't notice at all?" "What did you notice?" Ion asked with a twitch in the corner of his mouth. Khorasan took 2 steps forward and counted and said, "Almost all the members of the virtual circle organization have something to do with you. The way you led me to meet the Lord of the virtual circle back then, when you usually talked about the Lord of the virtual circle, it was unintentional. The tone that is revealed, and you have been collecting a large number of devil fruits for more than 10 years, but there is no corresponding ability. To sum up, maybe outsiders don't know, but I have long had doubts." Having said that, Khorasan looked at Ion and said, "All the devil fruits you have collected over the years have actually been sacrificed by you to the Lord of the Void. Overall, it doesn't seem to be wrong." Ion replied with a guilty conscience. "Tisk, I knew it," Khorasan said in a positive tone. "So, the members of the virtual circle organization that have appeared over the years are actually cultivated by the power you acquired through trading with the master of the virtual circle?" "No, that's right." Ion gradually calmed down and his tone became a lot smoother as he asked, "Khorasan, you have guessed such an unimaginable truth. How did you do it?" Khorasan smiled and said confidently, "At first I didn't understand it at all until I accidentally learned about the legend of black magic circulating in Namakula Island. As long as the right sacrifice is offered in the right way, then you can communicate with the gods in exchange for corresponding power. Although in the verifiable history of Namakura Island no one has really succeeded in obtaining power from black magic, but your actions, Ion, are quite similar to that black magic. Plus the sea area where the old man met you last year was near Namakura Island, so it seems no surprise that you know about the black magic of Namakura Island. P.S. Namakura Island, that is, the island where Brook in the Foam Islands fell after being slapped by bears and was mistaken by local residents for Satan Devil. Poor. Almost. Ion's thoughts moved, and he simply followed Khorasan's words. "I also tried to use this magic after an accidental opportunity, and accidentally communicated with the Lord of the Void using the devil fruit as a sacrifice. As for the stalwart Lord of the Void Circle, the only thing he is interested in is the devil fruit. As long as he sacrifices the devil fruit, he can give me a gift that allows others to communicate with the Lord of the Void Circle and get some strange things. The key to power." After a pause, Ion added, "It's just that with the continuous sacrifice of devil fruits, the number of devil fruits demanded by the Lord of the Void Circle is also increasing." "I see." Hearing this, Khora nodded in understanding. "In this case, everything can be explained, but why did you try such a dangerous thing in the first place?" "I was weak back then. Was there any other choice?" Ian explained. "And as it turns out, I succeeded. It's just, wouldn't it be too dangerous? Would the Master of the Void affect you?" Khorasan asked. "Don't worry, if it's dangerous, devil fruit real existence is far more dangerous than black magic." 588 Chapter 589th Void Soul Chopping Sword Leopard King. Immediately, Ion followed the topic and told Khorasan the information he learned from the mouth of red-haired Shanks. That is to say, every devil fruit is likely to contain a collection of consciousness, and it will have various effects on the behavior and habits of those who are capable. Immediately, Khorasan was attracted by this astonishing information, and temporarily ignored the issue of investigating the details of the so-called black magic that communicated with the Lord of the Void to Ion. In fact, Ion has now given up his plan to tell Khorasan the truth completely. Everyone will be limited by their own vision and knowledge, so they will make reasonable speculation and and interpretation of unfamiliar or doubtful things based on their own way of thinking. Therefore, instead of giving Khorasan a more cumbersome and troublesome explanation, it is more appropriate to let Khorasan have this misunderstanding and avoid more unnecessary worries. The only thing that makes Yan feel a little regretful is that these 8 awakened void soul chopping knives are named Leopard King. According to Yan's speculation, this should also be similar to Khorasan's Holy Crying Mantis, belonging to the combat type void soul chopping blade that directly strengthens the body. But Yan's palms holding the white ball of light closed, and he subconsciously recalled the big cat Rob Lucci, who was performing a lurking mission in the City of Seven Waters. This kind of void soul chopping knife that can strengthen the physique even if the void soul chopping knife is deliberately kept and not liberated, it still has a very powerful enhancement effect on the physique. In recent years, Lucci has followed the orders of the world government and lurked in the City of Seven Waters to find the design drawings of ancient weapon Hades. Due to environmental constraints, his strength has been stagnant in these years. If Lucci's strength is further improved, coupled with the continuous loss of CP0 members, maybe Lucci will be noticed by the CP0 organization soon. Not necessarily. Yan's eyes narrowed, and in his heart he was quite afraid of the CP0 organization, known as the strongest shield of the Tianlong people. The specific number of this group is unknown. The specific information is unknown. Coupled with the strange changes of the former CP0 chief Fruit, it is imperative to infiltrate the CP0 organization. At the same time, in a world government ship with a clear logo, Rob Lucci, wearing a black suit and a top hat, stood at the bow of the ship facing the hunting sea breeze, but his posture was unusually tall. Khalifa, who was standing beside Lucci, raised her glasses with her hand and said, "Boss, although we each left the Seven Waters City with different excuses, our disappearance in the Seven Waters City at the same time may make the mayor suspicious." Yeah, Khalifa has worked hard for so many years to gain the trust of the mayor and become a secretary. It's all in vain. Keku, who has a strange and 90-degree rectangular nose, regretted talking. The rest of the CP9 members who followed Lucci couldn't help but nodded one after another, their expressions all showing a bit of confusion. What kind of mission is worthy of all their CP9 members? And they gave up the task of finding the design drawings of ancient weapon Hades for several years, facing the questions of his subordinates. After Faz left the CP9 organization and became a pirate due to the failure of the mission, Lucci, who is now the strongest member of the CP9 organization and the current leader of the Co9 organization, turned around and said, 294. The task this time is not difficult, just escorting a world government psychologist to contact someone. Since it's not difficult, why? Before Keku could finish speaking, Keku suddenly noticed that Lucci's expression was completely different from his usual icy state, and his voice couldn't help but pause. Those eyes were filled with nostalgia and longing. This is the first time that Keku, Khalifa, Bruno, and other new CP9 members have followed Lucci in the past few years. What they can see on Lucci's face, known as the strongest and most ruthless killing weapon in CP9 history. Look, Lucci's voice turned and suddenly asked, do you know why you are so weak that you can all be promoted to new CP9 members? Hearing this question, these members who joined the CP9 organization one after another in recent years looked at each other, and then Khalifa pushed on his glasses and said, because the rest of the seniors have all been sacrificed, almost during the Alabasta incident 6 years ago. In order to stop the ancient weapon Hades, the members of the CP9 organization almost died. When Lucci talked about this issue, his tone didn't fluctuate in the slightest, he just seemed to state some irrelevant facts. And now, what you are about to see is the hero who saved the sea in that big event, Lord Tephimer Ion. Speaking of this, Lucci's voice contained uncontrollable excitement, and his eyes couldn't help but look far away in the direction of the ship. Lord Ion, I can finally meet you again. Thinking of this, Lucci's palm was stained with the blood of the weak. I couldn't help but tremble slightly. In front of that lord as weak as me, I actually enjoyed the protection of that lord in the past. There is no doubt that that great man is the only light in this dark sea full of cruelty and killing. Can I finally get close to that ray of light again? It's only been 6 years, and I still haven't been able to find the blueprint of ancient weapon Hades, but Lord Ion's light is getting more and more dazzling, so dazzling that Lucci even dared not look directly at Lord Ion. The darker you are, the more you long for the light. But when he was about to get close to the light in Lucci's heart again, Lucci subconsciously felt timid in his heart, so he subconsciously brought all his subordinates with him in order to Ion-sama can increase his weight even a little bit in front of him. This time the task is not difficult, but it is extremely important. You must risk your life for this, and you must not lose face in front of Lord Yan. Lucci spoke in an extremely cold tone. Whoever destroys the connection between me and Lord Ion and the contact between the psychologist and Lord Ion. Then he will sleep in the sea forever. Hearing Lucci's words, all CP9 members couldn't help shuddering. Lucci doesn't seem to be joking. The murderous look in his eyes, there is no doubt that he really intends to kill them. Immediately, all CP9 members responded quickly. Yes. P.S. The joy and busyness of the Chinese New Year is over, and the normal update will resume tomorrow, and work hard to update. Above 589 590th chapter. I can't stand it. The CP9 organization has all left the Seven Waters, and will other CP organization spies monitor the Seven Waters instead? For Lucci, the big cat who is likely to join the CP0 organization in the future, Ian has never relaxed his attention to him. In particular, among Lucci's subordinates, there is also a Doorfruit ability who seems to have a considerable effect on the Revolutionary Army. So the first time the trend of the CP9 organization changed, the relevant information was passed to the Ian's hands. What's the matter? That big cat gave up the task of pursuing the blueprint of ancient weapon Hades and led all CP9s to evacuate the Seven Waters. Ion, who was sitting on the seat of the ward of the G9 branch, closed the books in his hand and muttered in confusion, "Dong dong dong." Just then, there was a soft knock on the door. Immediately, the door of the ward opened and a beautiful young nurse walked in with some medicine and said softly to the empty hospital bed, "Lieutenant General Yan, I'm here to change the water for you. Come on, Lieutenant General Ion, let me see how your wounds are recovering." "Lieutenant General Ion, you are too kind." Ion, who was sitting in a corner of the ward, did not change his demeanor in the slightest to the young nurse's series of self-talking and the constant air gestures on the hospital bed. In the previous grand banquet held in the G9 branch, Ion secretly liberated Soul Slayer Kyokishuiyu in a program specially performed at the banquet, causing most of the navy in the entire G9 branch to fall into the absolute hypnosis. He perfectly mastered all the five senses of the navy. As for the few remaining posts and the navy who just didn't witness the moment Ion liberated Soul Cutter Kyokishuiyu, Ion can easily filter them out with only some small means. Therefore, in the current G9 branch, except for the group of navies and the troops supported by the world government who arrived with Lieutenant General Hope for support, the rest of the navy has fallen into Ion's absolute hypnosis. Follow Luigi's voyage along the way, and let the comrades within the world government try to investigate the latest orders CP9 has received. After Ian briefly dealt with the matter, he picked up a piece of information about the Big Mom Pirates and browsed it again. For Ion today, the Big Mom Pirates is a problem that must be dealt with as soon as possible, and the priority is even higher than the CP0 team that has been handed over to Drago to deal with. It is estimated that it will not be long before Charlotte Lingling realizes that the two desert stars who went to find Kaido have lost contact, and then trigger a series of chain reactions. Relatively speaking, the easiest way to deal with it is to directly deal with Kaido, so that Charlotte Lingling, who has no life card orientation, loses the direction to look for. It's just that among Lugo's current research projects, Kaido, the 100 Beasts who physically recorded the bloodline factors mastered by Vegapunk, is the most important research material, which can greatly promote Lugo's research progress on bloodline factors and life evolution. For Ion, who now understands that he may need to become the hanged man who opens the door to the new era, the success of Lugo's research project will seriously affect the power in his own hands. The Revolutionary Army will create a new era, but as a new era, if you don't deal with Kaido, then the only option left is to find a way to deal with Xia, the life card in Lot Lingling's hand. It's a bit difficult to handle. As the Big Mom Pirates, the Charlotte family is almost monolithic, and it's quite difficult to simply get close to Charlotte Lingling. Just letting the Revolutionary Army go to war with the Big Mom Pirates will involve a lot of money, and it will expose a lot of unnecessary information to the world government. The most important thing is to let the Revolutionary Army take the opportunity to carry out the island commune plan in a low-key manner, and gradually make the small and medium-sized island civilians at the bottom of the sea have the conditions to awaken their minds. Ion's brows furrowed slightly, only to feel that this has almost become an intractable but imminent knot. Don't look at the 100 Beasts Pirates, whose overall combat power is almost the same as the Big Mom Pirates. Under the arrangement of Ion, it seems that they were completely destroyed without many waves, but in fact they used the Beasts Pirates, the power of the Red Hair Pirates, and the Navy weakened the Beast Pirates layer by layer. In the end, under such circumstances, the Revolutionary Army secretly attacked the base camp of the 100 Beasts Pirates, and for the exhausted 100 Beasts, Kaido blew a group consisting of Durag and most of the 7 Wuhei organizations. This is the only way to completely destroy the Beast Pirates without attracting the attention of the world government. However, if you want to replicate this practice for the Big Mom Pirates, you no longer have the corresponding conditions. Tisk, it's a pity that Drago's son hasn't hasn't grown up yet, otherwise marriage would be quite By the way, speaking of which, Khorasan doesn't seem to have a wife yet. If Khorasan proposes to marry the Charlotte family so as to use the influence of the Charlotte family to stabilize the territory of Wano, it is completely reasonable. Suddenly, Yan's eyes lit up completely. And Khorasan is the bloodline of the Don Quixote family. The former Tianlong people have an almost fatal attraction to Charlotte Lingling. Yes, let Khorasan marry the Charlotte family. It is best to find a way to marry Charlotte Lingling directly. Now that you are in close contact, there is definitely a chance to find Kaido's life card. As for the question of whether Khorasan is willing or not, Ion believes that for the sake of the great cause of the Revolutionary Army and the common ideal of his comrades, he will definitely not care about such trivial matters as the love of children. A mere Charlotte Lingling, Khorasan, who bears the title of Holy Crying Mantis, can stand it. Thinking of this, Ion closed his eyes, and his consciousness directly entered Khorasan's spiritual space to connect with Khorasan. Ian, you're here just in time. I studied what you said last night about the possible conscious body in the devil fruit, and I really found some interesting rules. It's just that before Khorasan finished his words with enthusiasm, Ion raised his hand and interrupted. Khorasan, there is a very important plan that needs your assistance. After Ian revealed his intentions, Khorasan's eyes widened, and he refused Ion's proposal almost without hesitation, saying, I can't stand it. Are you crazy? Ion, I'm going to die. 590 Chapter 591 Marrying Charlotte Lingling. That's Charlotte Lingling, the mad woman nicknamed Steel Balloon. You can. Khorasan, you have to believe in your ability. You can stand it. Yan encouraged. How can I stand it? That crazy woman is only nearly 9 meters tall, and her physique is terrifying. There are already about 40 husbands who died at her hands. You want me to marry her? Khorasan retorted with a ghostly expression. Besides, isn't you the guy who once dreamed of marrying the strongest woman in the world? You should go for it yourself. Come on, Khorasan, calm down first, Ion said comfortingly in a gentle tone. As your brother, how could I let you die? But before Ian could finish speaking, Khorasan waved his hand and said, Ion, I don't want to listen to you, otherwise I will be convinced by you. This is one of the biggest experiences that Khorasan has accumulated in the more than 20 years of contact with Ion. This guy's tongue is quite powerful. Khorasan was very worried that he was really shaken, and then went to marry Charlotte Lingling. It's not that Khorasan is afraid of the woman Charlotte Lingling, but Khorasan swears that he will never continue the sinful blood of the Don Quixote family. Yes, that's right. I didn't get married because of my ideals, not out of fear of Charlotte Lingling. Just when Khorasan's eyes gradually firmed up and he planned to reject Ion harshly, Ion's next sentence completely froze Khorasan's expression. I'm all here for Lugo. Hearing Lugo's name, who looked like a parent, Khora asked subconsciously, Lugo, what does it have to do with Lugo? You don't know that Kaido was sent to Lugo's laboratory. Soon after, Lugo's laboratory was attacked by the 2 Desert 4 generals of the Big Mom pirates. Ian sighed helplessly and said, although Lugo and Baby 5 barely blocked this attack, it was exposed there is a problem. That is, Charlotte Lingling holds Kaido's life card, only to find a way to take the life card from Charlotte Lingling's hands. Otherwise Lugo will only be attacked by Charlotte Lingling incessantly. I also considered letting Lugo give up Kaido as an experimental material, but this experimental material is too important for Lugo's experiment, so important that I can't even bear to say this. For a time, Khorasan's expression could not help becoming a little heavy, and his eyes were full of fierce struggle, as if he was a father who hesitated whether to sacrifice his happiness for the future development of his child. After a while, Khorasan's lips trembled slightly, and he said, is there really only one way to marry Charlotte Lingling? Ion patted Khorasan's shoulder and said, Khorasan, don't worry, although there is no real blood connection between us, but in my heart you are like a real brother. How could I have the heart to push you into the fire pit? After a pause, Ion continued to meet Khorasan's hopeful gaze. But after many investigations, it is true that only you are married. No, the method of marrying Charlotte Lingling is feasible. At this moment, Khorasan's pupils seemed to be invisibly dilated. Of course, for you, I thought of a way. Ion continued. What method? Khorasan asked. Ion's gentle and clean eyes looked into Khorasan's eyes and asked sincerely, anyway, do you believe me? Khorasan, when Ian was in a coma and was temporarily unable to manage the G9 branch, and could only be temporarily in charge of the CP0 team, and Major General Hope, who came to support the complicated situation in Wano, completely gave the CP0 team and Major General Hope a complete headache. In addition to the threat and terrifying combat power originating from the Revolutionary Army, 7 Wahei, Khorasan and Yamato, whose strength seems to be comparable to that of the Naval Admiral, are factors that have to be considered. Of course, the same is true for the Revolutionary Army. In the last 2 full-scale attacks by the Revolutionary Army against the G9 branch, branch. The results were all due to the intervention of Yamato and Khorasan. Therefore, when the CP0 team led the navy of the G9 branch to repel several tentative attacks of the Revolutionary Army and began to win over Yamato, the CP0 team noticed that the movement of the Revolutionary Army seemed to have changed. The Revolutionary Army actually started targeting the Don Quixote family. A CP0 member in a white suit and white mask looked at the latest information and muttered, "It seems that the Revolutionary Army's tolerance for Khorasan, a spoiler, has reached the limit. Captain, do you want to support the Don Quixote family? Otherwise, even if the Revolutionary Army is afraid of the existence of the G9 branch and does not attack the Don Quixote family with all their strength, I am afraid that the Don Quixote family will not be able to stop the Revolutionary Army," asked a female CP0 member. The CP0 team leader with long white hair looked around at the CP0 members in front of him, thought for a while and said, "There is no order from the Commander-in-Chief or Lord Five Old Stars. This support is necessary, and it is even possible that the Revolutionary Army is luring us to leave the G9 branch so as to take the opportunity to break the G9 branch. At least until Lieutenant General Ion has regained combat capability, we cannot easily leave the G9 branch, and ensuring the safety of the G9 branch is our most important task at present." After a pause, the captain of the CP0 team continued, "It just so happens that we can take the opportunity to speed up the progress of contact with Yamato. As long as we can win Yamato completely and successfully, and then wait for Lieutenant General Ion to recover, maybe then it will be a good time to eliminate the Revolutionary Army." When the rest of the CP0 members heard the words, they all nodded in agreement. 295. In the days that followed, the CP0 team continued to receive information about the Revolutionary Army targeting the Don Quixote family in the Beiwu area. The territory also began to be occupied by the Revolutionary Army. Regarding this information, neither the Holy Land Marijoa nor the Navy headquarters meant to stop the Revolutionary Army. In other words, neither the world government nor the Navy would like to see Khorasan and the Revolutionary Army unite again, and neither do they want Khorasan to gain a firm foothold in Wano. Therefore, the scene of the Revolutionary Army starting to target the Don Quixote family is very happy to see both the world government and the Navy. However, what everyone did not expect was that the Big Mom Pirates suddenly announced to the sea. Soon, the captain of the Big Mom Pirates, Queen of the Totland Kingdom in the seas of all nations, and the Emperor of the Sea Charlotte Lingling will have a wedding with Don Quixote Rocinante. 591 590th chapter's imminent wedding. What? Whether it was the Warring States Marshal or the Five Old Stars, they were extremely shocked by this news, and the others were even more stunned. Although Charlotte Lingling has always been keen to marry powerful men of different races, she has given birth to a large number of children with different abilities and created the perfect family she dreams of. According to incomplete statistics, Charlotte Lingling has more than 40 husbands, so even announcing the wedding again is not a shocking thing. However, the man whose real name was Don Quixote Rocinante, alias Khorasan, was not an inconspicuous little person. As the former Tianlong people, the king of Dressrosa Kingdom, the captain of the Don Quixote Pirates, one of the Shivyukai, and a member of the Virtual Circle organization. It is such a big man with such a series of titles, unexpectedly can't think of it so much. For a time, all the people who heard the news had this idea subconsciously. Look, it seems that Khorasan is really unscrupulous about Wano's territory, and he is bound to win. During the call with the Five Old Stars, the corner of the Warring States Marshal's mouth twitched as he described it, and he was even more annoyed that he had adopted such a thing in the past. And the Five Old Stars also shook their heads and sighed, commenting, "I didn't expect that Khorasan would be willing to sacrifice to such an extent in order to secure Wano's territory. It seems that the reason for Khorasan and the Revolutionary Army to unite before is indeed pure interest, otherwise Khorasan would not have been forced to come this far. The blood of the Don Quixote family, I didn't expect to make such a choice." "Then do you want to stop Khorasan?" "No matter what, his body is flowing. If he combines with Charlotte Lingling, once a child is born, it will undoubtedly be an insult to the Tianlong people. The Big Mom Pirates has announced this to the sea, and once the Navy stops it, it may lead to Charlotte Lingling directly attacking the G9 branch in Wano country. Plus the Revolutionary Army is covetous. There are too many uncontrollable factors." In the midst of the attention of the whole sea, the wedding date of the Big Mom Pirates is approaching. In the Cake Island, Charlotte Lingling's bloodshot eyes widened. Even though she kept stuffing a lot of desserts and cakes into her mouth, her saliva could not stop flowing out of her mouth. From time to time, the tongues of ordinary people, which are still too long, stick out and lick their lips, and occasionally mumble to themselves with strange smiles. Marriage, hee hee. The men of the Don Quixote family should be quite good. Facing this rather terrifying scene, the members of the Big Mom Pirates who were waiting around didn't even dare to kick the air. Although Charlotte Lingling was in a state of joy and excitement almost every day as the wedding date approached, Charlotte Lingling in this state would not allow anyone to destroy her good mood and expectations. Erase anything that prevents the wedding. This is the order given by Charlotte Lingling, and in order to ensure that her new husband Don Quixote Ross Indy arrives at Cake Island on time, Charlotte Lingling even dispatched the remaining 2 dessert 4 stars in one breath. Charlotte Katakuri and Charlotte Smoothie went to meet Corazon. Not far from the room where Charlotte Lingling was, many cotters were having a meeting headed by Candy Minister Charlotte Pero. Mom's state seems to be a little unstable. I'm too excited and looking forward to the wedding. If there is an accident at the wedding, it may directly trigger the mother's runaway. Not necessarily. Charlotte Deifuku, the third son of the Bean Minister, expressed concern in a calm tone. Charlotte Owen, the baking minister who has the ability of hot fruit with fiery red hair, shrugged and said, "No way, that's a man from the Don Quixote family, and it's also the famous holy crying mantis Corazon. It's normal for my mother to feel happy and excited about it. If the wedding goes well, maybe we will soon have a very talented younger brother or sister." Charlotte Armand, the nut minister with the characteristics of the snakehead family, said indifferently. Listening to the discussions of the younger brothers and sisters, Pero tapped the cane and said, "The family is prosperous. This is my mother's dream, and this wedding is extremely important. In addition to paying attention to whether other forces will destroy the wedding cake designated by my mother will also be guaranteed to be completed." Understood, Brother Pero. At present, of the 15 fleets that have left the waters of the world to collect cake materials, 10 of them have reported information and successfully completed the mission. Charlotte Deifuku replied, "That's good." Pero nodded, then asked the eldest daughter, Fruit Minister Charlotte Compart, "What's going on with Cracker and Snug? Haven't contacted them yet?" "No," Charlotte Compart replied, shaking her head. Pero frowned and muttered, "Could it be they had an accident? Do you want to tell Mom about this?" Charlotte Compart asked. Pero hesitated and said, "Going to destroy Mom's mood now. The consequences are too serious, and it is impossible for them to be killed silently with the strength of Cracker and Snag. Maybe now they are temporarily in a special area where the phone bugs can't contact them. You wait and see. If there is no news after the wedding, please report it to your mother." The rest of the Big Mom Pirates officials heard the words and naturally had no objection. After all, in the case of Charlotte Lingling's anger and rampage, it is not uncommon for Charlotte Lingling's own children to be swallowed directly and eaten. Therefore, even if it is necessary to report on the loss of contact between Cricket and Snug, a suitable time must be chosen. Immediately, Pero continued, "According to Katakuri's report, our new father will soon arrive at the Sea of 10,000 Nations, so prepare to meet you. Not far from the Wanguo Sea area." Corazon looked at the Wanguo Sea area that could be seen in the distance. The mouth with the clown makeup couldn't stop twitching a few times, and he swallowed his saliva nervously. If the place where men in the whole sea yearn most is Amazon Lily, also known as Daughter Island, then the most feared place is Charlotte Lingling's bed. Now Corazon feels like he is running towards that place. "Ion, you bastard, don't drop the chain." 593 chapter Imitation Fruit. At this time, Ion, who had high hopes by Corazon, was still in contact with Analu in the ward of the G9 branch. "Analu has the life card already in your hands. Search according to the direction of the life card and see where Sara and Ying have gone. Well, as soon as possible." After not finding any trace of Sara and Ying in Wano country for so long, Ion finally couldn't hold back. It's just that Ion can't leave the G9 branch quietly for a long time, and the only way is to let Analu drive the Arc Proverbs to search. At this moment the door of the ward was pushed open, and the nurse who was mainly in charge of Ion's condition for a while came in. It's just different from walking straight to the hospital bed as before. The nurse's eyes are locked on Ion's direction, and the expression in her eyes is absolute horror, as if she saw something incredible. Of Guru. The nurse's throat moved, and a distinct sound of swallowing saliva sounded. The atmosphere in the ward also seemed to freeze at this moment. The nurse's expression changed subtly, and the hand holding the door of the ward trembled a few times. Hit disturb. Immediately, the nurse slowly wanted to close the door of the ward. At this moment, Ion, whose expression did not change at all, spoke up. "Come in, you're in the right place." Immediately, the nurse's body froze, and his pupils shrank suddenly. It seemed that the impact of these words on him was more terrifying than seeing Yan. Ian hung up the phone bug in his hand, handed it in the direction of Xiaojian, then reached out and hooked the nurse, saying, "Come in." Facing Ion's seemingly unquestionable order, the nurse subconsciously walked in and closed the door of the ward, and Ion stood up and walked straight to the nurse, looking at every inch of her body, eyes, nose, mouth, waist. "Say something to see," Ion said. The nurse swallowed her saliva Eva again and asked nervously, "Is that so?" "Not only the appearance, even the sound has no flaws," Ian said with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. "A perfect imitation indeed." Von Clay, hearing Ion express his understanding directly, Von Clay, who maintained the appearance of a nurse, let out a long sigh of relief, and after a moment of blurring, he showed his true colors. A pink ballet coat with flat bangs, heavy makeup on his face and false eyelashes. His overall tall and thin body revealed 2 calves full of leg hair. It was Von Clay, who used to be a member of the Baroque Work Club in the Kingdom of Alabasta and who had the ability to imitate fruit and called himself a monster. Immediately, this Von Clay, who showed his true colors, cautiously asked Ion, "Difficult? Could it be that the person who wants to connect with the slave family is the adult?" Ion patted Von Clay on the shoulder and said gently, "There is no need to be so restrained. We are all comrades fighting for the same ideal." "Yes, it's just that," even though Von Clay responded in front of Ion, his body subconsciously tensed up. "The Navy hero Tefimur Ian in front of me is actually a comrade in the organization." What an incredible thing, and what a shocking truth. After Von Clay followed Durag's order and successfully infiltrated a ward of the G9 branch according to the plan's instructions, until now Ion personally admitted that he was Von Clay's task contact person. Von Clay still felt his head dizzy, and an unbelievable feeling filled Von Clay's brain. "It's just a random guess. If that Navy hero Tefimur Yan is also a Group 1 of the members of the organization, then even Von Clay understands that all the wars that the organization broke out with the Navy in the country of Wano may have been planned and arranged by one hand, and it is an illusion made to achieve certain goals. So amazing, the fact." "It's just that," before Von Clay could continue to think about it, Ion asked in a gentle tone, "Did Durag tell you the specific mission this time?" No, Von Clay replied repeatedly. Ion nodded, motioned Von Clay to sit on the hospital bed, and said, "Actually, your task is very simple, that is, to imitate my appearance and stay in the G9 branch instead of me. Can you do it?" Von Clay's eyes blinked and he nodded. Immediately, after Von Clay's right hand touched Ion's body, the shape changed rapidly, and almost instantly, 2 Ions who looked almost identical appeared in the ward. Looking carefully at the shape that Von Clay has changed, even Ion himself can't find any flaws in it, only in temperament. Von Clay and Ion are completely different. The temperament should be imitated a little more gently, the unnecessary emotions in the eyes should be restrained, and the mind should maintain a kind of thought to others so as to make the eyes appear close and gentle. Ion taught Von Clay about temperament based on the experience he had accumulated over the years. In addition, Ion also made Von Clay remember the state, tone, habits, etc. that should be shown when facing different characters in the G9 branch. After all, Ion's soul slayer Kyokishuiyu did not completely control everyone, and Major General Hope and CP9 members who were not absolutely hypnotized would come to visit Ion on a regular basis. So, if Ion wants to leave the G9 branch, the only way is to have Von Clay imitate him and create the illusion that he is still in the G9 branch. And Von Clay joined the Revolutionary Army soon after the Alabasta incident that year, and became a subordinate of the Shemale King Ivankov, whom he admired. Under the understanding of the past 6 years, the senior leaders of the Revolutionary Army unanimously believed that Von Clay, who looked like a human monster on the outside but followed the way of a human and a monster in his heart, unanimously believed that he was a trustworthy comrade in the Revolutionary Army. In the end, Ion summed up to Von Clay, "Except for the characters mentioned above, I am adapting to my own gentle character in the face of others, understand?" "Yes." Von Clay, who maintained Ion's appearance, pushed up his glasses and said in a gentle tone, "I won't show my flaws." 593. The 594th chapter is a special physique that is hid by hundreds of hair, and when Xiaojin soared from the G9 branch and rushed towards the Sea of 1,000 countries, Khorasan had already arrived at the cake island that looked like a lot of cakes stacked on top of each other. Boom! The sound of the ship docking sounded, and Charlotte Katakuri, with her arms crossed, walked to Khorasan's side and said with a cold expression, "Arrive." Khorasan nodded, his eyes trembled slightly, and he got off the boat with a bright smile on his face. 296. Welcome, Mr. Khorasan. At the port of Cake Island, Charlotte Perospero and a group of cotters were already waiting for Khorasan. "Is this man your mother's new husband?" Pinching. "You said that mother will play for a few days this time before she gets tired of it." "Brother, are you saying this the other way around? It should be saying that this man will last a few days, right?" Hey, maybe we can hold a morning banquet again soon. The cake unique to the morning banquet is very delicious. Khorasan's mouth twitched as he heard the whispers from time to time by the children of the Charlotte family in front of him. Noticing the change in Khorasan's expression, Perospero, the eldest son of the Charlotte family, glared at the back, then greeted Khorasan and said, Mr. Corazon, don't worry, those younger siblings are too young and just talking nonsense. After the wedding is successfully held, we will be a family. Corazon nodded, looked around, and asked, where's Charlotte Lingling? Didn't she come? There was a bit of surprise in Prospero's eyes. As the eldest son, he welcomed and sent many stepdads away, but after landing on Cake Island, Corazon was the first stepfather who dared to take the initiative to ask Charlotte Lingling's whereabouts. This stepfather seems to be indeed a man. Immediately, Prospero said, Mr. Corazon, my mother is busy preparing for the upcoming wedding, so I didn't come to meet her in person, and according to the rules of the wedding, Mr. Corazon will be able to see my mother on the day of the wedding. Yeah, Corazon nodded. Immediately afterwards, Prospero led many younger brothers and sisters to hold a dinner for Corazon. In a friendly atmosphere, Prospero introduced the Charlotte family to Corazon. After many members of the clan, he did not forget to inquire about Corazon's feelings, and finally arranged a luxurious room for Corazon. After saying goodbye to Corazon, Prospero returned to the banquet hall again. Many young Charlotte family members were still playing in the banquet hall in front of him, seemingly in a happy atmosphere. Charlotte Mondor, one of the Charlotte family's brains, asked, how do you feel, Brother Prospero? That man. I asked my mother's whereabouts many times, intentionally or unintentionally. This man is a little weird. Facing Charlotte Mondor's question, Prospero shook his head and continued, perhaps I thought too much. After all, the situation in Wano country is not optimistic. Corazon came to the Wangwo Sea area alone and anxiously married his mother so as to try to deter the revolutionary army and stabilize the territory of Wano country. It is also a very normal idea. Charlotte Mondal nodded and said, however, if Corazon really wants to join the Charlotte family, then the family's combat power can not only be further improved but also the channels of the Don Quixote family in the underground world will be combined and the family's influence will be even higher. It will be a powerful combination. Still, don't be careless. Prospero tapped the cane, turned his eyes, and said, sitting in a corner, Charlotte Bray, whose appearance was as ugly as the long-nosed witch in a fairy tale. Bray, the task of monitoring Corazon will be handed over to you. You have to keep an eye on Corazon at all times. That guy is one of the 7 Wilhei, and he is also the top powerhouse in the sea. There's the slightest bit of carelessness. When Charlotte Bray heard the words, she quickly got up and responded, yes, Brother Prospero. Immediately, Bray walked to a mirror in the banquet hall and merged into the mirror as if entering the water. The next moment, as the mirror fruit ability, Bray entered a mirror world that was completely different from the real world. Immediately afterwards, Bray looked for a mirror in the mirror world that communicated with the room where Corazon was, and directly peeped at the situation in the room in the mirror world with the help of the mirror. Just alone in the Cake Island, Corazon didn't have any extra actions at all, but went about his daily life normally, as if he was a groom quietly waiting for the wedding. In fact, Corazon has regretted it in his heart. Why did he agree to such a bastard plan as Ion when his head was hot? Not to mention Blay, who was hidden in the mirror world and couldn't be detected by the domineering look. After Drago entered this room, he noticed the eyeliner that was monitoring him for a lot of time. Those were definitely arranged to prevent myself from escaping, right, Ion? If I do, I will never forgive you. Corazon scolded secretly again, looking at the crescent moon outside the window, what revealed melancholy and sadness. At the moment, Ion, who was staying in the little golden castle, looked at the beautiful moonlight outside and felt quite at ease. He gently shook the red wine in the glass, then took a sip and murmured, that guy Corazon is probably looking forward to his wedding now, right? Would you like to delay the arrival in the Sea of 10,000 Nations? If Corazon really meets Charlotte Lingling, how much trouble will it save? Thinking of this possibility, Ion couldn't help feeling happy for Corazon. After all, Corazon has repeatedly expressed his determination not to produce offspring in the past, which can be regarded as anxious to destroy the good brother Ion. And with Charlotte Lingling's special physique that can be said to have been hit by 100 hits and reproduced nearly 100 offspring, as long as he makes a little mistake, Corazon will definitely be able to successfully produce a few more offspring. Would you like to make a mistake and let Corazon experience what it's like to be a dad? Thinking of this, the corners of Ion's mouth could not help but bend a clear arc, and in a happy mood, he took another sip of red wine. Although Ion never drinks in front of outsiders and avoids doing things he shouldn't do when he is drunk, Ion doesn't mind having a taste when he is alone and happy. It seems very reasonable that I accidentally got drunk with this amount of alcohol and then delayed the time a little, right? P.S. Carvin is out. 594 Chapter 595 Special Soul Breath. Of course, a joke is a joke. While Ian was teasing secretly in his heart, Xiao Jin's flying speed did not drop in the slightest, and he always kept going at full speed in the direction of the Wangguo Sea area. As a canary, its physique has knows its limits. Even if this is a canary that has eaten the hard city fruit, the same is true, and the average lifespan of a canary is only 15 years. According to common sense, Xiaojin is not far from the limit of his lifespan, but as a bird who has accompanied Ion for so many years, how could Ion watch Xiaojin leave him? So as early as a few years ago, after Luo developed effective and stable preliminary results, Xiaojin had already accepted Luo's life transformation technology. Although for the sake of safety, Xiaojin did not turn into a giant wolf like the giant wolf Ion had seen before, in the form of a beautiful girl, but in terms of physique and lifespan, Xiaojin has completely exceeded the limit of the original race. Speed is the focus of Xiaojin's strengthening direction. Therefore, even though Ion left Wano country much later than Khorasan, but Ion believed that he was enough to hold the wedding at the expected time in Khorasan, so he could definitely arrive in time. It is also Xiaojin who has a rare opportunity to flutter his wings to the fullest, and his speed is like a golden meteor streaking across the night sky, heading straight for the direction of the Wangguo Sea area. This is the third day of Khorasan's arrival in the Sea of Nations, and the third to last day of the expected wedding date. Boom boom. Violent roars echoed throughout the entire Cake Island from time to time, and a large number of Hormais who were created by Charlotte Lingling through her soul fruit ability were even more terrified. Wedding cake? Isn't the wedding cake ready yet? My mother is about to get married, and I can't wait. Charlotte Lingling, whose body was like a mountain of flesh, violently destroyed the surrounding buildings, staring at everything around her with blood-red eyes sweeping all over the place with a creepy aura. By the time Charlotte Pero, the eldest son of the Charlotte family, arrived, hundreds of members of the Big Mom Pirates had already died at the hands of Charlotte Lingling, and the collapsed houses were even worse. Dozens. Mother Pero quickly and loudly dissuaded. Please be patient. The wedding cake will be ready soon. Mr. Khorasan has also arrived at the Cake Island. Just wait for the invited guests to arrive at the Cake Island, and the wedding will be held as scheduled. Charlotte Lingling bent down, her huge face the size of a small building leaned towards Pero, her blood-red eyes staring at Pero. After a while, as if recognizing the eldest son, Charlotte Lingling licked her lips and wiped the saliva from her chin before asking, Pero, you just said the wedding cake is ready? Khorasan has also arrived at the Cake Island. No, that's right, Mom, Pero replied. Then don't wait. This time, the old lady is not holding a tea party, but a wedding. It is enough to announce the whole sea and let them know that the Don Quixote family has married the Charlotte family. Having said that, Charlotte Lingling opened her mouth wide, panting heavily, and 2 white gas spit out from her nostrils, said, Tonight, the wedding will be held immediately tonight. Hearing this sentence, Pero was a little stunned on the spot. This is the first time Charlotte Lingling has shown such impatience in nearly 30 weddings that Pero has personally organized for Charlotte Lingling in the past. Obviously, Charlotte Lingling doesn't seem to be in a state of eczema now. How could it be? What is the problem? Pero turned his gaze to Charlotte Eiffel, who was in charge of Charlotte Lingling's daily life today, and asked, What's the matter? Did Mom suffer from any irritation? Charlotte Eiffel shook her head and replied, Mom just stood by the window for a while tonight, and then she became very impatient for no reason. By the window? Pero asked in confusion, and just as Pero was talking in a low voice, Charlotte Lingling, who had not received a response from Pero for a long time, slammed the palm of her hand towards the ground. A huge crack appeared, and a terrifying strong wind swept the whole place. Field. Pero, I can't wait. Soul. I smell a special soul breath. It must be that man. Can't go wrong. The wedding will be arranged immediately tonight. Hearing Charlotte Lingling's unquestionable tone at the end, Pero froze in his heart and responded quickly, Yes, Mom, I'll go down and prepare immediately. The wedding will be held tonight. Immediately, Charlotte Lingling's monster-like vicious expression changed, revealing a happy expression like that of an unworldly child, and her huge body bounced back to her residence along with the shaking ground, and said happily, Prepare the wedding dress for the old lady immediately. The old lady is getting married tonight. What? Looking at Pero who suddenly appeared in front of him and the maids holding supplies for marriage, Khorasan was stunned and asked subconsciously, No, isn't the wedding scheduled for the day after tomorrow? Mum changed the date temporarily, so the wedding is tonight, Mr. Khorasan. Pero bowed slightly like a gentleman to apologize, and then said, This also satisfies Mr. Khorasan's anxiousness to meet his mother. I think Mr. Khorasan will have no objection. Hearing this, Khorasan could hardly hold back the expression on his face, and stammered and asked, No, how can I be so abrupt? I'm not mentally prepared yet. Can you give me a break? Recalling Charlotte Lingling's strange reaction, Pero couldn't help but feel a little more respect for Khorasan. Not sure this guy is likely to be able to sit firmly in the position of his stepfather said. Probably my mother is quite satisfied with Mr. Mr. Khorasan, so she can't wait to become a family with Mr. Khorasan. I'll ask Mr. Khorasan for more advice in the future. Immediately, Pero did not give Khorasan a chance to object at all. With a wave of his hand, a large number of maids behind him immediately surrounded Khorasan and directly helped Khorasan to start changing his wedding dress and dressing up. No, don't. Khorasan's faint objection was completely drowned out almost instantly. At the same time, under Prospero's outstanding ability to mobilize, festive music related to the wedding began to play all over the cake island, and the festive atmosphere began to permeate the sky above the cake island. Manufactured by Charlotte Lingling's soul fruit ability, countless homidzas transformed by various objects have rendered the entire cake island into a dream wedding island that only exists in fairy tales. 595 Chapter 596 Excited Bride. Charlotte Lingling and Khorasan's wedding. Early. This information soon spread to the ears of various forces, but for most of the forces this is just an insignificant piece of information. The special object is Charlotte Lingling, who is moody and doesn't have normal thinking at all. This level of willfulness is normal. However, when Ian, who was rushing towards the Wangwo Sea, learned this information, the corners of his mouth twitched and he could already imagine the degree of despair of his brother. How could someone have a day or two to wait for the wedding to be held in advance? How to do this time? Ian couldn't help but feel a little numb. 297. After all, Ian just thought about deliberately delaying the time in a wicked way. In fact, Ian needs to arrange too many things in Wano, and he has to wait for Drago to dispatch Von Cray, the imitation fruit ability. So Ian has already rushed towards the Wangwo Sea in the fastest time. According to Ian's expectation, Zyajin will be able to arrive at the Wangwo Sea as soon as tomorrow, and he has reserved about 2 days to deal with emergencies. But Ian never thought that Charlotte Lingling would inexplicably advance the wedding day 3 days. This. In a blur, Ian seemed to see the thin Khorasan in the cake island facing the powerless resistance of Charlotte Lingling, who was like a mountain of meat alone. And then, I dare not think about it. I dare not think about it. Life might not be in danger, but Khorasan might rather die. No, you have to figure out a way. Ian frowned, and his expression gradually became serious. From the very beginning, Ian did not really intend to hand over his brother to a woman like Charlotte Lingling and let Khorasan participate in this plan, only because only Khorasan has the conditions to be close to Charlotte Lingling. Lingling just figured out the location of the life card. In any case, Khorasan is his beloved relatives and friends, brothers and sisters. It's just that the time for Charlotte Lingling's wedding is running out, and Xiaojin can't arrive in time no matter how fast she is. At the same time, Khorasan was forcibly wiped off the clown makeup that he had maintained all year round by many maids, revealing his rather delicate and gentle facial features. This is why Khorasan has maintained a weird and vicious clown makeup all the year round in the past. It is precisely because Khorasan knows that his true face is far less vicious than Doflamingo, so he deliberately painted the clown makeup. Increased deterrence. At this moment, all makeup was wiped off and replaced with a fitted white suit. Khorasan, whose face was pale and his lips were pale, did not have the fierce and domineering attitude of the past, but looked like a helpless little fresh meat at the mercy of others. Yeah, Yen should be here, right? That guy is so cautious. He should have expected the situation, right? Khorasan, who was tossed out of the room by a large number of maids, got into a childlike car carried by many hormis like a fairy tale. Immediately, in the midst of a leisurely and beautiful wedding song, Khorasan, who got on the childlike car, was sent by many hormis to the wedding plaza on the top floor of the central building of Cake Island. While Khorasan's face was pale, he kept looking around, trying to find Ion's figure. However, when he arrived at the wedding plaza, Khorasan still did not find that familiar voice. Instead, a large number of famous and powerful men from the Big Mom Pirates came into Khorasan's eyes. It's over. Khorasan's lips trembled slightly. Although Khorasan completely liberates the power of Void Soul Chopping Blade, Holy Crying Mantis, even if it is a monster of the level of 100 Beasts Kaido, Khorasan can still be defeated in a short time. However, almost the entire Big Mom Pirates gathered in front of Khorasan now. There are countless strong players, and various fruit abilities emerge one after another. This situation is similar to how Kaido, the 100 Beasts, attacked the Navy in the past, and every time he was forced to drain all his physical strength and was captured. Khorasan knew that now he wanted to escape from Cake Island, which was probably the result. The groom is here. As Khorasan set foot in the wedding plaza, the hormis who acted as various functions cheered one after another, bringing a festive atmosphere to the entire wedding plaza. However, the next moment, my mother's groom, has it finally appeared? Mama, mama. Accompanied by a strange and terrifying laughter, a huge and fat voice stepped on the red clouds and came in a white wedding dress. Boom! Charlotte Lingling jumped towards the wedding plaza, and the entire wedding plaza shook violently, and many of the weak Hormis were even blown away by the storm caused by Charlotte Lingling. Mom, too messy. Mom is too excited. Amidst a series of discussions, Khorasan, who was alone in the face of the huge meat-like monster in front of him, felt stiff all over and swallowed his saliva subconsciously. Is that you? That fellow named Don Quixote Ross Indy. Charlotte Lingling, who was wearing a white wedding dress, was half lying on the ground. Her head approached Khorasan, and her bloodshot eyes completely reflected Khorasan's somewhat helpless appearance. Charlotte Lingling, nicknamed Steel Balloon and Born Destroyer, has a battle that is comparable to that of Beasts Kaido and Whitebeard Newgate Edward. Force. Mama. Just when Khorasan's expression was gloomy and solemn, Charlotte Lingling sniffed Khorasan's nose, but her expression gradually became crazy and excited. What a delicious soul breath, completely different from the rest. You, so great. Your soul, so great. Hearing this, Khorasan couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. Soul. At this moment, Charlotte Lingling's expression was contorted with excitement, and even the stomach acid mixed with saliva was clearly gushing out of her mouth. I really want this kind of wonderful soul breath. I really want it. The rest of the Charlotte family members witnessed the changes in Charlotte Lingling, and their expressions couldn't help changing. This kind of excessive excitement, the surging stomach acid, is very close to the premonition of Charlotte Lingling's eating disorder. And once Charlotte Lingling's eating disorder occurs, she will fall into complete madness, instinctively destroy everything around her, and devour everything she can eat, including her own children. 597th grand fireworks sent from thousands of miles away. Quick, Mom's mood is very unstable. Bring the wedding cake, and the wedding ceremony is ready to start. Seeing this, Pero hurriedly commanded, and as the melodious and beautiful wedding music played slowly, the wedding cake that seemed to be full of happiness and several stories high appeared in front of Charlotte Lingling. Charlotte Lingling was a little crazy with excitement. His expression gradually calmed down. Mom, the wedding ceremony starts now. Okay. Pero approached Charlotte Lingling and asked cautiously. Charlotte Lingling nodded, and then completely gave Khorasan no chance to object. She squeezed Khorasan's arm with 2 fingers and pulled Khorasan directly towards the center of the wedding plaza. Seeing this, Pero quickly raised his cane and began to direct Hormis to officially start the wedding ceremony. Get up. For a time, the entire Cake Island seemed to be caught in a fairy tale world of pink tones. Colorful rainbows spread in the sky, and the clouds were posed as the peach hearts of Charlotte Lingling and Khorasan. Countless Hormis revealed in a happy mood. At this moment, the entire Cake Island, and even the countless islands in the entire 10,000 Kingdoms Sea, were rendered into a fairy tale scene. Of course, in this scene, if Khorasan could smile a little more, Charlotte Lingling's saliva and stomach acid could be reduced a little, and it would definitely appear more harmonious. And being held by Charlotte Lingling like a doll, Khorasan, who was about to hold a family-like wedding, in his heart, apart from despair, was an unstoppable curse at Ion. The wedding ceremony is about to start. Where the hell is this bastard Ion? Even though there should be a little more than half a day before Khorasan is actually dragged into the bedroom by Charlotte Lingling. Once the wedding ceremony is successfully completed, then Khorasan and Charlotte Lingling will have a husband and wife in name. This made Khorasan inexplicably feel that he was about to become unclean. At this moment, Khorasan, her head twisted a little stiffly, and she looked at Charlotte Lingling, who looked like a mountain of meat beside her. But what appeared in her mind was Monet, the secretary with the snow fruit ability, who was beautiful and graceful figure. In the past, Khorasan didn't think that Monet was good, and jokes from time to time would only affect his and Ion's great cause. But now, in contrast, Khorasan realized the beauty of Monet. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded in Khorasan's mind. Really? My dear brother, it seems that you have realized something important. Ian. Khorasan, who was dragged by Charlotte Lingling on the carpet for the wedding ceremony, was overjoyed and hurriedly drank in the spiritual space. Yan, where are you, guy? Don't delay. Destroy the Cake Island as planned to prevent the wedding. However, for Khorasan's words, what echoed in the mental space was Ion's slightly embarrassed cough. That. Khorasan, relax. I'm still in the waters about 1,000 kilometers away from Cake Island. It is estimated that it will take a little time to reach Cake Island. Yan replied. Khorasan. In an instant, Khorasan's face was almost whiter than the white dress on his body, and his whole body trembled faintly. 1,000 kilometers. In other words, Ion arrived at Cake Island at the earliest in the early morning of the next day. By that time, let alone a wedding, I am afraid that even the rest of the things have already been fake. You're not kidding, are you? I really can't stand it. For the first time, Siang Khorasan, who is claimed to be his brother, showed a look of collapse to Ion in the spiritual space. Immediately, Ion comforted Khorasan with a gentle voice. Don't worry, Khorasan, you are my dearest friend, brother, and I won't watch you die. That's what you said last time you asked me to share money. Khorasan replied. replied in a desperate tone. No, you have to trust me. In fact, I'm locking your position right now. Ian replied. Lock my location? Aren't you thousands of kilometers away? Khorasan asked in surprise. Well, yes, I am planning to solve your current predicament with the style of an assassin. At the same time, in the sky thousands of kilometers away from the Wanguo Sea, Ion's right arm floating above the clouds is maintaining a golden missile like a giant bee-tail. D-Solution Bumblebee and Thunder Bullwhip. As a missile in the true sense, as long as the Ryotsu is sufficient, the power and range of the Daijibi Leigong Whip can be extremely exaggerated. Over thousands of kilometers, carry out extreme attacks beyond the visual range. This is also the only way Ion can think of to interfere with the wedding thousands of kilometers away. The only difficulty is that Yan has to target a certain target on Cake Island. Ion's domineering range is extremely exaggerated. It's not that the range has continued to expand as the spiritual pressure has grown to 33 vehicles over the years, but it has not yet reached the level of being able to lock and float in space with a domineering look similar to a smile. Exaggerated degree of meteorite. So, one of Ion's eyes remained agile and the other eye was lost, as if reflecting the sight that Khorasan saw. With the help of the relationship between Yan and Khorasan, along the direction of Khorasan, he saw and heard the domineering and quickly extended in one direction, capturing the familiar breath of Khorasan. Assassin? What assassin style? Khorasan's voice echoed in his mind, but Ion didn't answer directly. Khorasan, move your eyes a little, look at the wedding cake over there. Hearing this, Khorasan subconsciously turned his head towards the wedding cake that was placed several stories high in the other corner of the wedding plaza. Okay, it's locked. Ion's voice showed a hint of relaxation. Khorasan, since this is your first marriage experience, let me send you a grand firework celebration. I hope this cannon won't make you unforgettable for a lifetime. BB. Leigongbian. In the next moment, the giant golden missile mounted on Yan's hand let out an astonishing roar, and a terrifying propulsion burst out from the tail, disappearing from Yan's sight almost instantly, turning into a streak. Golden meteors generally flutter in the direction of Cake Island. 597 Small Mushroom Cloud. I'm getting married. This is the grandest wedding the whole sea will send the most wonderful blessing. Want who is the bride and groom? That's Charlotte Ringling Don Quixote Ross Indy. In the wedding plaza, the melodious and wonderful wedding nursery rhymes are playing, stepping on the solemn carpet and walking through the beautiful rain of flowers. Compared with Charlotte Lingling, who is looking forward and excited, Khorasan feels that he is stepping into life's grave. Hey Ian, what fireworks are you talking about? What are you joking about? Come and save me. Khorasan roared frantically at Ion, but Ion's consciousness had already withdrawn from the mental space. What? That bastard. Copyright 2022 Fanfiction, all rights reserved. 298. Khorasan cursed again and again in his heart, and then with a glance, he began to calculate the possibility of escaping from Cake Island alone by his own strength. Soon, Khorasan came to a desperate conclusion that the probability was 0. Even if he tried to escape and resist, it would only make Charlotte Lingling more excited. Right? This is the base camp of the Big Mom Pirates. In addition to Charlotte Lingling, most of the Big Mom Pirates' cotters have gathered, not to mention that even if they escape from Cake Island, outside it also belongs to the scope of the waters of all nations. And no matter how wide the wedding plaza is, it will eventually come to an end. The oath will begin as Charlotte Lingling pulls Khorasan to a priest. Lord Charlotte Lingling, would you like to marry Don Quixote Ross Indy? Charlotte Lingling licked her lips and said excitedly, Mama willing. Immediately, the priest breathed a sigh of relief, looked down at Khorasan with his raised head, and asked, then, Lord Don Quixote Ross Indy, would you like to marry Lord Charlotte Lingling? Khorasan, can I say no? Khorasan's heart couldn't stop roaring, and the expression on his face had completely stiffened. After Khorasan was silent for a moment, the festive atmosphere at the wedding venue gradually became solemn. Charlotte Lingling turned her bloodshot eyes and stared at Khorasan's direction, and the rest of the officials of the Big Mom Pirates also looked towards Khorasan one after another. The priest's forehead was constantly sweating, and he quickly spoke to ease the atmosphere. Looks like Don Quixote Ross Indy was nervous about getting married for the first time. Maybe he didn't hear it clearly. Khorasan heard the words and agreed. Ah yes. Upon seeing this, the priest asked again, then may I ask Mrs. Don Quixote Rossinetti, would you like to marry Mrs. Charlotte Lingling? Khorasan pursed his lips, and there was a constant war between heaven and man in his heart, between dignity and life. Khorasan has a hard choice. At this moment, Khorasan tried to comfort and convince himself. Although Charlotte Lingling already has more than 40 husbands, she is fat and ugly, her temperament is cruel and moody, her appetite is particularly terrifying, and she has to be the stepfather of nearly 100 children. But in any case, Charlotte Lingling is the queen of the Totland kingdom of the seas of all nations, and is now known as one of the 4 emperors. offers a first-class presence. Charlotte Ringling is typically the best rich woman in the sea, as Ian said as a child. That's right, Don Quixote Ross Indy, you can live with her. However, the complexion of Corazon, who had been associated more and more deeply, became more and more bad, and finally vomited out on the spot in a burst of blue and white. Yuck. All. What happened to Corazon? Is it a food problem? Why did you suddenly vomit? Could it be? Is it poisoning? For a time, the officers of the Big Mom pirates who were present were all in a circle of confusion, and the surrounding Hormise was also confused, and subconsciously even the wonderful singing that had been maintained all along came down. After all, for the Big Mom pirates, Charlotte Lingling's prestige and terror made them forget those superficial appearances, and they couldn't understand the reason why Corazon suddenly vomited. At this moment, Charlotte Katakuri, with her arms folded beside her chest, moved with a domineering look of foreseeing the future, and several pictures suddenly flashed in her mind. A golden meteor fell from the sky on the wedding plaza, triggering a terrifying explosion that was enough to shake the Cake Island, and a hot mushroom cloud slowly rose from the Cake Island. Almost instantly, Charlotte Katakuri subconsciously turned her head and looked in the direction heralded by the domineering look of foreseeing the future, only to see a golden streamer flickering in a corner of the sky. But in just a split second, the speed of that golden streamer was gradually magnified in Charlotte Katakuri's sight. "Be careful!" Charlotte Katakuri shouted, and without the slightest hesitation, she burst out her own nutty fruit awakening ability, assimilating the surrounding environment into white glutinous balls. What happened? As for Charlotte Katakuri's warning, most of the Big Mom pirates officers did not respond at all. It's just that Charlotte Katakuri didn't have any time to explain. The speed of that golden streamer was so fast that it took less than a few breaths to the distance where you could see the whole picture. That object that looks like a giant wasp tail needle, its power is terrifying enough to directly destroy the small half of the Cake Island that has reached the size of a medium and large island. The glutinous ball is chanting. In an instant, countless domineering glutinous fists covered in pitch black armed colors rose into the sky and greeted the object that was about to fall on the wedding plaza like a giant wasp tail needle. Boom boom boom. Numerous glutinous fists are comparable to strong winds and showers, intercepting the dissolution, bird bee, and thunder public whip above the wedding plaza. In the end, under the bombardment of countless fists of glutinous balls, the dissolution Kwabi Lay Gong whip, which was still in mid-air, slammed, exploded. Boom. An extremely dazzling light suddenly lit up in the sky, completely covering all the brilliance. The next moment, before many Big Mom pirates officials could react, a terrifying aftermath erupted from the sky, sweeping the audience. What is that? At the same time, the anomaly of Cake Island in the center was noticed in almost the entire Wonguosi. A dazzling light flashed by, and then a small mushroom slowly formed in the air amid the red heat wave that erupted. 598. The fifth chapter, 99th art is an explosion. The terrifying aftermath that remained in the Cake Island lasted for nearly a minute before it stopped, but the mushroom cloud shrouded in the Cake Island was still thickly covered over the Cake Island. In the midst of the ruins, Charlotte Katakuri jumped up and looked around, with a look of joy flashing in her eyes. Most of the officers of the Big Mom pirates present were strong, so although the aftermath hurricane generated by the big explosion detonated in mid-air instantly wiped out countless weak Hormise, it was not for the Big Mom pirates. For the Mom pirates executives, it's not deadly enough. This is already a pretty good ending. After all, according to the future predicted by Charlotte Katakuri, if the golden streamer falls on the wedding plaza, I am afraid that not many of the Big Mom pirates officials present will be able to remain intact. Survive. Then, what is it? Charlotte Katakuri recalled the peculiar shape of the golden streamer like a wasp's tail needle in her mind, and her expression seemed extremely gloomy. That thing is definitely not natural and accidental, but a man-made attack. Devil fruit ability. It's just that Charlotte Katakuri's domineering arrogance just couldn't sense the existence of the attacker, otherwise the attacker should have a hunch when he shot, instead of waiting for the terrifying golden streamer to approach, to a certain extent only to respond. However, before Charlotte Katakuri could continue to analyze, a subconsciously trembling voice sounded in the broken wedding plaza. My wife's wedding cake, well-prepared cake. Who is it? Who is it? Who ruined the old lady's wedding and cake? With the sound of the series of voices, the aloof and stern Charlotte Katakuri couldn't help but murmur, "Oops, it's my mom's eating disorder." As Charlotte Katakuri's voice fell, a series of roars followed. Charlotte Lingling, who is now known as the Four Emperors, together with red-haired Shanks, Whitebeard, Newgate Edward, and most dangerous man Draco, is crazy. With her red eyes, she couldn't stop the saliva and stomach acid from her mouth. At this moment, Charlotte Lingling, who looked like a madman, was frantically destroying everything around her, and the coercion that made her shudder even more is shrouded in the entire wedding plaza. It's over. Not only Charlotte Katakuri, but the rest of the the Big Mom Pirates officers also turned pale when they saw this scene. Forget about the inexplicable explosion. The real trouble is Charlotte Lingling's eczema. To this day, the officers of the Big Mom Pirates still can't forget the horror of the last time when Charlotte Lingling had an eating disorder. And now that terror has reappeared. Charlotte Lingling in this state will fall into utter rage, instinctively destroying everything around her until she tastes a certain food. Numerous Big Mom Pirates officers subconsciously stayed away from Charlotte Lingling and quickly discussed it. What is this time? Cake. It should be a wedding cake. Hurry up, tell the chef that there will be making a second wedding cake. It's too late. This wedding was originally a hasty event, and some of the ingredients for the wedding cake that were originally prepared have not returned to the waters of the 10,000 kingdoms. Hurry up and let the chef think about whether there are any substitute materials, and the speed must be fast, otherwise it may not only be the entire cake island but the entire sea area of the world will be destroyed by mother's own hands. Get out of the way, mom is behind you. Boom. For a time, the wedding plaza, which had been broken for the most part, fell into complete chaos. While some of the powerful Big Mom Pirates officials tried to prevent or guide Charlotte Lingling to the relatively remote area of Cake Island, another group of officials quickly began to evacuate the crowd. It's just that until the wedding cake satisfies Charlotte Lingling's appetite again, Charlotte Lingling will just go crazy and keep destroying everything. It's terrifying. Charlotte Lingling. In the ruins in the corner of the wedding plaza, Khorasan, who had no one to care about it, sighed secretly in his heart, and Ion's voice sounded in Khorasan's mental space and said in agreement, anyway, Charlotte Lingling is the top powerhouse in the sea, and she must be extremely terrifying. Hearing the sigh expressed in Ion's words, Khorasan said angrily, you are so embarrassed to say this. What distance did you release the attack from? If the attack just now wasn't intercepted and detonated by Katakuri in mid-air, I'm afraid even I was killed by you. Bar. How could that be? I can take the initiative to detonate that thing at any time. It's impossible to hurt you. Ian replied disapprovingly. Furthermore, this kind of attack looks scary. In fact, unless it hits completely, it is not a big threat to a top powerhouse like Charlotte Lingling, but it will cause me a very serious consumption. After a pause, Ion asked with a smile, how's it going? Khorasan, I said that there will be a grand firework show for your wedding. This mushroom cloud should be unforgettable, right? Hearing this, Khorasan couldn't help but turn his eyes to look upwards. The strange mushroom produced by the explosion did not dissipate for a long time. This scene was deeply drawn into Khorasan's mind. At the moment when the solution, Bird Bee and Thunder Whip, was detonated, Khorasan inexplicably felt a sublimated art from it. That extremely shocking explosion was called perfect. The word suddenly popped into Khorasan's mind. Maybe if the size of this mushroom cloud is a little bigger and the color is a little darker, it should be more perfect. And Ion, who shared his vision with Khorasan, noticed that Khorasan seemed to be stunned and kept staring at the mushroom cloud and couldn't help but reminded. Although the process was a bit unexpected, Cake Island is now in chaos. Everyone is busy comforting Charlotte Lingling, who is mad. You can just go as planned. Find Kaido's life card and read history text. Khorasan, who came back to his senses, responded, maintaining the ability of silence fruit to avoid being perceived by the domineering. His eyes swept across the chaotic wedding plaza and quietly moved towards Charlotte Go in the direction of Lingling's residence. 599 Chapter 600 Treasure Room. Silence fruit. This devil fruit has almost no substantial use for Khorasan except to improve sleep quality. It's just that with the continuous deepening of Khorasan's ability to silence fruit, he unexpectedly discovered that the silence fruit that can isolate all sounds has an extremely serious restraint effect on the power of listening, which is inherently listening. And under the development of Khorasan can also permanently give a semi-permanent soundproof wall to an object or a certain area. In fact, whether it was the Revolutionary Army building the port below the Red Soil continent connecting the front and back sections of the Great Shipping Route, or the secret research institutes and bases built around the sea, Khorasan built a soundproof wall there to avoid being attacked. The possibility of seeing and hearing the domineering perception, and only with the help of the silence fruit ability, it is possible to infiltrate Charlotte Lingling's room in the Cake Island, which is extremely common for those who have the ability to see, and domineering. 299. Boom. The voice of Charlotte Lingling's destruction continued to sound, and a large number of Big Mom Pirates officials were trying to stop Charlotte Lingling's destruction, and everyone's attention was now caught by Charlotte. Lingling attracted the past. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Khorasan kept changing his shape in the blind spots of his vision, heading towards Charlotte Lingling's room. The possible location of Kaido's life card is either on Charlotte Lingling's body or in her room. As for the treasure room, where there is a significant red historical text, according to the habits of pirates, it is definitely not far from Charlotte Lingling's room. Along the way, Khorasan always kept kept his knowledge and domineering sense of the nearby pirates so as to avoid being sent by the Big Mom pirates. Current track. After spending a considerable amount of time, Khorasan found Charlotte Lingling's room in the complex castle of Cake Island. It should be here. Under the condition of maintaining the silence fruit ability, Khorasan was not worried about the leakage of the movement at all. With the scythe in his hand, he directly slashed the door of Charlotte Lingling's room and strode into the room. However, what Khorasan, who had acted cautiously and secretly all the way, did not know that in a mirror facing Charlotte Lingling's room, an ugly and gloomy figure flashed by. Brother Prospero's guess is correct. There is something wrong with this guy. He sneaked into his mother's room while taking advantage of the chaos. What does he want to do? Previously, under the order of Prospero, Charlotte Bray, the mirror fruit-capable person who continuously hid in the mirror world and monitored Khorasan, carefully watched Khorasan's every move. You murmured, would you like to notify the brothers now? It's just that the brothers are busy dealing with the mother who is suffering from eczema. Do you want to wait and see? Anyway, there shouldn't be anything important in the mother's room. As for the surveillance of Charlotte Bray, who was hidden in the mirror world, Khorasan never knew anything about it. After entering Charlotte Lingling's rather luxurious and huge room, she kept rummaging in the room. Stand up. For Charlotte Lingling, who is nearly 8 meters tall, the luxurious room in which she lives is no less than a small football field. After Khorasan has roughly rummaged through every corner of the room, it has already passed hours. No, Khorasan, who had nothing to gain, couldn't help but look a little bad. It is very likely that Kaido's life card is still carried by Charlotte Lingling. In this case, it will be much more difficult to obtain a life card from Charlotte Lingling. Immediately after Khorasan informed Yan of the situation, he did not dare to delay at all and went straight to the direction of the Big Mom pirates' treasure house. Although the sound of Charlotte Lingling's continuous destruction continued, Khorasan had no doubt that the officers of the Big Mom pirates had the ability to calm the situation and must act as soon as possible before the chaos stopped. Soon, Khorasan stopped in front of a gate nearly 10 meters high, found it, and Charlotte Bray, who was watching Khorasan's movement through the mirror world, couldn't help but stare and muttered, "This guy's purpose is the treasure room." But immediately, Charlotte Bray breathed a sigh of relief and muttered to herself, "But it doesn't matter. The door of the treasure room is specially made of mixed seafloor stones. Without the key, Khorasan should not be able to break in." However, Khorasan, who was blocked by the gate of the treasure room, did not hesitate at all and directly activated the ability of Silence Fruit, a soundproof wall. The next moment, an invisible wall opened, not only covering Khorasan himself but even including the entire treasure trove in front of him, completely cutting off the transmission of sound inside and outside the invisible wall. Next, it's a slightly more violent approach. Khorasan tugged at the collar of his white dress, then turned the giant sickle in his hand, and then suddenly blasted towards the door in front of him. Boom boom boom. A series of huge roars sounded at the door of the treasure room. Without worrying about attracting reinforcements, Khorasan made all his efforts, and the door that Charlotte Bully had high hopes for only lasted for a few breaths. It collapsed suddenly. Boom. At this moment, many members of the Big Mom pirates who are guarding the treasures are already a little stunned by this sudden situation. Could it be that the entire waters of the 10,000 kingdoms have been breached? Who is it to be so arrogant and forcibly destroy the door of the treasure room? The next moment, with a burst of smoke from the collapse of the gate, a slender figure became clearer and clearer, and Charlotte Conti Khorasan, who was in charge of guarding the treasure room on duty, shouted, "Who did it?" The sound of Khorasan's white leather shoes stepping on the wreckage of the gate sounded, and the appearance of carrying a giant sickle became clearer and clearer. It seems that it will not be as smooth as expected. Are there guards in the treasure room? As the sixth son of the Charlotte family, Charlotte Conti, who is proficient in two-color domineering and physical skills, said in shock after seeing Khorasan's appearance. "Why are you here, Don Quixote Ross Indy?" Khorasan said with a mocking smile. "Of course, it's to take something that doesn't make sense for the Charlotte family, but has a profound impact on the future of the sea." 600 Chapter 601 The Guard of All Extermination. Asshole. Hearing this tone full of sarcasm and disdain, Charlotte Conti's expression became extremely angry, and she shouted, "So you bastard wanted to marry the Charlotte family? Was it a scam in the first place? How do you say it? It's not me who is wreaking havoc on the wedding, but Charlotte Lingling." Khorasan answered casually. Charlotte Conti quickly glanced at the treasure room in front of her, the size of a giant football field. A large number of treasure chests are piled up at will, and some of the exposed gaps can see that there are some extremely valuable gold treasures inside, and there are some shelves that seem to be displaying rare items such as famous knives, devil fruits, and so on. It can only be said that he is indeed the Emperor of the Sea who dominates the corner of the New World Sea area. The number of treasures in this treasure room alone has reached an astonishing level. However, Khorasan's eyes were soon attracted by the 3 historical texts stored in the treasure room, 2 of which were the most common black historical texts, and the other was the purpose of Khorasan's trip. Red historical text. The red historical text, also known as the road sign historical text, is different from the other historical texts that record various secrets related to the blank 100 years. The road sign historical text records the last island Love drew. Location. The last island Ralph drew can only be found at the Interove. The locations recorded in the 4 road sign historical texts. Among them, the piece originally owned by Beasts Kaido had already fallen into the hands of the Revolutionary Army, and the second piece appeared in front of Khorasan. Where the hell did Ian get the information? The second historical text of the road sign is actually in Charlotte Lingling's treasure room. In addition to being shocked, Khorasan felt a burst of ecstasy. Although Khorasan has no interest in the so-called finding Ralph Drew to become the Pirate King, he is also aware of what amazing secrets should be hidden in Ralph Drew, even the secrets that are enough to shake the world government. Now that the second piece of red historical text has been found, it seems that it is not out of reach to collect 4 red historical texts. And Charlotte Conti noticed that Khorasan's eyes were looking straight at the red historical text, and naturally he would not believe Khorasan's words, and shouted, "Khorasan, leave the treasure room immediately, or even if you are your mother's husband, I can only remove your head on the spot." Khorasan said with a curved corner of his mouth. "Please be more precise. I'm not Charlotte Lingling's husband." On the contrary, Charlotte Lingling wreaked havoc at the wedding, seriously affecting my reputation and insulting my dignity. Immediately, Khorasan's eyes swept across Charlotte Conti in front of him and a group of Hormai soldiers created by Charlotte Lingling's soul fruit, and said as a matter of course, "Exactly, these treasures are used to compensate for the damage Charlotte Lingling has done to my reputation." "Where do you think this is, Khorasan?" Charlotte Conti, who was full of muscles and knots, slammed her fists into her chest, and her dark armament color covered her domineeringly. She led a large number of Hormai soldiers to block Khorasan, and moved towards the rear. A pirate shouted, "Immediately use the phone bug to inform my mother and the cotters such as Pero to come to support." It's just that before Charlotte Conti could finish speaking, Khorasan, who was less than half the height of his waist, appeared in front of him in a flash, and the giant sickle in his hand slashed towards Charlotte Conti. Down, boom, blood splattered, and Charlotte Conti flew backwards with incredible eyes. So strong, just one blow broke his own arm. Domineering. This guy is definitely a monster too. Only Charlotte Conti's body that flew upside down turned in the air and landed flexibly in a half-kneeling posture. Once again, her powerful body rushed towards Khorasan, who was surrounded by a large number of Hormai soldiers in front of her like a cannonball. "This is the Big Mom Pirates where monsters are gathered. Is a kid like you qualified to fool around?" For a time, it was as if Khorasan was surrounded by a deep siege, with a large number of Hormai soldiers restrained and under siege by the cotters headed by Charlotte Conti, and he was in a desperate situation with no way to escape. "Tis Khorasan." The Sundial Alpha Reed chopped the Hormai soldiers in front of him with a sweep of the giant sickle, and said disdainfully, "Little devil, it's really a group of rotten remnants who are immersed in the glory of the pirates of the old era and have not found the changes of the times. Let me die obediently." Holy crying mantis liberation. In the next moment, Khorasan, who showed his four-armed posture, moved at will, and just by moving his body he set off an amazing storm, and the giant sickle held in the forearms turned into a frantic blade storm, involving everyone in the treasure room. A series of terrifying screams rang out in the treasure room shrouded by the soundproof wall. It's just that outside the treasure room everything is so quiet you can't hear any sound. Guru Charlotte Bray, who was hidden in the mirror world and saw the whole process, watched the guards in the treasure room who were defeated as if they were being mowed, and subconsciously covered her mouth with her hands to avoid exclaiming in fear. Voice all destroyed. In just a short while, all the guards in the treasure room have been wiped out by that slender, thin man. It's over. It's over. Brother Conti is not an opponent at all. He must inform the other brothers to come. When Charlotte Bray hurriedly took out the phone bug and tried to contact the others, she found that the phone bug didn't respond at all. What's going on? Why can't I get through? Not only Charlotte Bray has this question, but the only survivor in the treasure room at this moment, a pirate hiding in the corner with a phone bug, also has this question. Seeing Khorasan, whose white dress was stained with blood, approached slowly step by step, the pirate could no longer hold back the fear in his heart and kept shouting at the phone bug like a nervous breakdown. Hey, is there anyone to answer the phone? Help! Treasure room. The four blood-stained giant sickles were placed in front of the pirate, and Khorasan stated the facts. It's useless. No one will come even if you cry out. Bastard, mother won't let you go.